who are good, who are clear-sighted, don't merely who don't really want to be involved in politics for wealth. Wealth isn't the most important thing, or honor, because, why is it that important to be praised or flattered by other people, especially merely because you're helping benefit them? So clear-sighted people don't want to be involved in politics, precisely because it's a lot of grubby, hard, and difficult work. And you could say Thrasymachus is then not wholly clear on the fact that politics is hard, difficult work and entails service. Now, it might be worth it, and I think it is worth it for some people, of course, and it's Plato's view that it's worth it for some people to be engaged in that and be engaged in public service. But here's what I mean to get at. Socrates' argument is in some sense quite provocative if you think about it, because he's suggesting that what really matters for somebody who's making a judgment about what to do with his life and whether he should seek political power, what really matters is his own calculation about what's best for him. A kind of wage-earning art, he suggests. Well, that of course that matters, but if you think that through, he's saying, Thrasymachus, I don't want the things you want, because I'm more clear-sighted about my own self-interest, conceding in a way that self-interest is the highest standard in how to judge these matters. It's just we disagree about how to serve your self-interest. And I think in a sense, in a funny way, that tames Thrasymachus, because he starts to think, you're kind of cynical like I am, Socrates,
Although he raises, and we'll land the plane here until next week, he raises that there's a penalty for not ruling if you're equipped to rule. Not just honor, not just wages, but you've got to worry about who's going to rule if you don't do your job, right? That's the real threat.
And that's why philosophers and clear-thinking people must be engaged in politics in some way. I mean, not necessarily seeking office, though some should, but we must realize that the danger all around us is being ruled by clowns and evil people. I mean, to be blunt. And that danger is always present. And so even a Socrates has to care about who's in charge. And people like him can be involved in politics, if only to protect themselves from the great danger of being ruled by bad men.
On that note, Professor O'Toole, we're going to tell the audience we're coming back to book one next week. We're going to finish it again next week. But now you're better equipped to deal with maybe the last 10 pages. Get to the last 6 pages, at least, of book one about what ruling is about and how to rule. Dr. Daniel O'Toole, thank you for joining us. All things Hillsdale are at hillsdale.edu. All of our dialogues, including the introduction to the Republic and last week's first dive in with Professor O'Toole, are found at hughforhillsdale.com. hughforhillsdale.com. Thank you, Adam. Thank you, Harley. Thank you, Dwayne. I'll talk to you all on Monday on the next Hugh Hewitt Show.
When you absolutely, positively need the truth, this is where you turn. This is the Hugh Hewitt Show.
Hi, everybody. This is Mike Horn, and let me introduce you to a great online supplement store. It's called GetTheT.com. GetTheT.com. GetTheT.com is always passing on deals to their customers because no one should take your health for granted. For the month of July, they've slashed their prices on their Moringa Vision Bundle and their Max Cleanse Bundle. Always check out their front page for the latest sales at GetTheT.com. Along with their wonderful cleansing teas, they have a great assortment of unique supplement formulations that you'll not find at any store. They carry glucose support, digestive, cardiovascular, weight, and immune support supplements. So what are you waiting for? Go to GetTheT.com and don't forget to enter the code MikeT, MikeTEA for free shipping. GetTheT.com, Mike T. GetTheT.com, Mike T.
This is the Hugh Hewitt Show.
Diabetes, high blood pressure, anxiety meds, everyone's on them. If you're a 40-year-old male, maybe a bit porky, and you may even have type 2 diabetes, $1 million of term life insurance may only cost you about $100 a month. Call Term Provider. Speak with Big Lou at 800-TERM-LIFE. Big Lou will find a term life policy for you even if you have type 2 diabetes, are overweight, or have high blood pressure. Term Provider has helped thousands of people like you who think they can't afford term life insurance to buy $1 million
on Tech.
Tiring of Googling directions on your computer? Apple has a website for that. Google's very available maps have long been the go-to for so many seeking directions or just simple map views. You might use them on your phones or your tablets or even your computers. Apple device users have also been partial to the Apple Maps app. It, too, provides road maps, directions, satellite views, and whatnot, but it was only available to Apple users until now. Apple this week released Apple Maps on the web. It's at beta.maps.apple.com and works on most common browsers. It's an attempt by Apple to keep more users in its ecosystem and perhaps keep them away from Google. One can even order food via Maps using a business place card. Eventually, it will incorporate Look Around, their version of Street View, and there are developer tools so software designers can incorporate Apple Maps links with Fox on Tech.
The Point is KUSG, Hagåtña, Guam, 93.3 FM and 104.3 HD3.
New details about an assassination attempt. I'm Tom Graham, Fox News. Donald Trump agrees to give a victim interview to the FBI following the attempt on the former president's life more than 2 weeks ago. This is many demand answers.
The FBI says it's conducted hundreds of interviews surrounding the assassination attempt on former President Donald Trump, the injury of 2 Trump supporters, and the murder of another, Corey Compriatore, saying at some point the former president has agreed to a standard victim interview for his perspective of the shooting. For now, the FBI says the attempted assassin's motive is still not clear. Over 2,100 tips have been investigated. The FBI also wants to know how the shooter, who they describe as a loner, was able to conceal the rifle he used. The FBI only investigating the shooting itself and not the massive security failure that allowed it to happen. Jeff Manasso, Fox News.
A new Fox News poll shows the economy still leads as the top issue for Americans in key battleground states. It comes as Democrats rally around Vice President Kamala Harris ahead of next month's Democratic National Convention.
Fox News polling from after President Biden's decision to step aside from the election shows about half of registered voters in Michigan say they're financially falling behind. 43% of people in Minnesota and Wisconsin say that. 44% of people in Pennsylvania falling behind. Now, this matters because the next poll showing the economy the most important issue by far for people in battleground states, that followed by immigration and the abortion issue. The vice president has not talked about any specifics that she wants in the next 4 years. We do know that she co-sponsored the failed Green New Deal. She wants to ban oil and gas fracking and prosecuted oil companies in the name of climate change.
Fox Business Network's Edward Lawrence, 2 children dead, 9 others injured after a mass stabbing in England. 2 more adults also injured. It happened at a children's dance class. A 17-year-old is now charged in that bloody rampage. America's listening to Fox News.
I'm Sean Gumatao. Economic development, crime reduction, modernizing GovGuam services, protecting the family, elderly services. A vote for me is a vote for these priorities in the Guam legislature. Vote early, vote for Sean Gumatao.
Paid for by Iloyu Sean Gumatao for Senator, William N. Regis, Treasurer.
Half a day. Kim Anderson from Security Title here to share some behind-the-scenes functions of a title company. First, we search the chain of title to property, and when a critical link is missing, we work with the owners to correct their ownership. When it comes to a sale, we work closely with realtors and lenders to ensure a smooth closing. Finally, we back up our work with a title insurance policy that guarantees the buyer they actually own the property. Security Title has the management of real estate closings down to a science. Give us a call. We are here to help.
Venezuela's electoral body has formally declared Nicolas Maduro the winner, giving him a third 6-year term as president, but the opposition is challenging the results.
The U.S. is holding off on recognizing election results in Venezuela. President Nicolas Maduro is claiming victory.
Quite frankly, we have serious concerns But the result, as announced, does not reflect the will and the votes of the Venezuelan people.
White House National Security Communications Advisor John Kirby says election officials must publish the full, detailed tabulation of votes.
We in the international community are watching, and we will respond accordingly.
Several Latin American governments are calling for an emergency meeting of regional leaders to express concern over Sunday's election. At the White House, Jared Halpern, Fox News.
The U.S. cautioning Israel about escalation with Iranian-backed Hezbollah after a rocket strike out of Lebanon killed 12 children in an Israeli-controlled territory. It comes as the war against Hamas rages on. Fox's Trey Yingst.
Overnight, the Israeli cabinet met to discuss operational plans against Hezbollah. This does follow that rocket attack on Saturday that killed 12 Druze children and teenagers. We were there in the aftermath of that incident. At the scene of the attack, teams are still going inch by inch, searching for any remains of those killed. Between the shrapnel, bikes, and scooters, a crater marks the site of the massacre. The region is now bracing for the possibility of a much larger war with Hezbollah. Already, multiple international airlines have suspended flights to and from Beirut. And today, many countries calling on civilians to leave Lebanon immediately.
Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu vowing Israel will respond and it will be severe. Firefighters making progress against a massive California wildfire burning about 100 miles north of Sacramento. The so-called Park Fire has scorched an area greater than the entire area of Los Angeles. I'm Tom Graham, and this is Fox News.
Tough workplace conversations can happen at any time. One day it's with a customer, and the next day with a coworker. People are angry, frustrated, demanding, sarcastic, and sometimes trying to get a little too personal. We have to judge a situation and give an appropriate reply. Over 90% of people either can't figure out what to say, are indecisive, or the response makes things worse. Workers need to know what to say in a given situation and how to manage the encounter. Tuesday, August 27th, Guam Training presents In Your Face, a highly interactive course designed to take control of a situation and reduce the chances of it heating up into a negative confrontation. Participants are challenged with both words and behaviors, and they'll need to respond quickly and effectively. In Your Face is just one of 6 powerful courses offered between August 20th and August 29th. Get the details for In Your Face and the other courses offered at guamtraining.com. It's all waiting for you at guamtraining.com.
Whoever said no risk, no reward has never been sued. Hi, I'm Dave Silva from AB Risk Solutions, and our job for over 70 years has been to help businesses just like yours manage risk. Manage risk? We will never be able to totally eliminate the myriad of risks every business faces, but we can help you manage them and recover when disaster strikes. From mom and pop operations to high-rise hotels, we're the experts businesses have counted on for many years. Call me today at 777-2668 for a free risk review and consultation.
AB Risk Solutions, formerly known as Aon.
Illegal drugs come into Guam via air or sea. I'm Ginger Cruz, and I'm running because if we want a safer island, we attack the problem where it starts. First, with federally funded screening of every package coming in. Then we partner with national law enforcement to integrate smart village tech to make our streets safer. Finally, we recruit substance abuse counselors and get support for UOG and GCC to train more. I'm Ginger Cruz. I approve this ad, and I humbly ask for your vote.
Halfday and Good Morning Guam at 6:07 on Tuesday, July 30. I'm Donna De Jesus with a look at your local news on The Point. Governor Lilian Guerrero addressed Guam's growing fentanyl crisis, calling it a silent killer. The potent opioid has caused 7 deaths on the island in the past 4 years. Fentanyl's presence in counterfeit pills makes it particularly dangerous. Local authorities, including GPD and Customs, are working to intercept the drug and educate the public. First responders are trained to use naloxone to reverse overdoses. The governor announced that the One Pill Can Kill campaign to educate students and committed to tougher laws against distributors. She urges those struggling with addiction to seek help. Meanwhile, Speaker Therese Terlahi has called an emergency session for Bill 317, which would allow public schools to operate pending inspections by public health. The session was requested by Senator Dwayne St. Nicholas, who authored the bill. The emergency session set for today comes as the school year is scheduled to begin August 8, with 19 schools yet to pass inspection. GDOE Superintendent Dr. Eric Swanson reported these schools might not open on time. The bill seeks to prevent delays or double sessions by granting the superintendent authority to open schools without public health approval. We'll have more news after this.
KFC's $5 breakfast deals are the best and most affordable ways to start your day. The Colonel's Chicken and Rice Bowl, $5. Chicken fried steak, $5. Sausage, biscuit, and gravy, $5. And they all come with a fresh coffee. KFC $5 breakfast deals are served starting at 6 a.m. daily at your favorite KFC restaurant. KFC, it's finger-licking good.
GMH reported an increase in COVID-19 cases among inpatients and staff. Hospital Administrator Lillian Perez-Posadas shared the update during a board meeting, noting that June saw a rise from an average of 2 to 7 cases to 14, marking the first double-digit count. This spike aligns with national trends. Last week, the inpatient count dropped to 2. However, staff infections are also up, with 58 employees testing positive in July alone. This brings the total to 254 positive staff cases from January to July, compared to 321 for the entire year of 2023. While the symptoms remain manageable, affected staff must self-isolate for 5 days. And GDOE has reported a significant increase in school break-ins this year, surpassing the total for all of 2023. Superintendent Dr. Eric Swanson stated at a recent oversight hearing that there have been 87 break-ins so far, compared to 62 last year. The break-ins have targeted valuable items and food, often linked to individuals involved in the drug trade. Finagatan Elementary, GW High, and BMS are among the hardest hit. GDOE is collaborating with GPD to increase night patrols and is considering hiring on-site security for the most affected campuses. The superintendent also mentioned the frequent theft of construction materials, including copper wire, from FBLG Middle School. And those are your top stories right here on The Point. Now here's Ray with your weather.
Put the police departments there.
Or make a task force.
It does. Well, I don't know. I think we have plenty enough task forces. I just think,
a department of jump you.
We've got each one of these schools could be like a Kobon, and we could set aside someplace right there in the front for the cops to go and do their stuff. There's less likelihood that the places are going to get broke into if there's a police car, if there's a marked unit sitting right in the front of it. My guess is the druggies would probably go someplace else. They'll find something else to jump into, and just use that as some place where they can fill out their reports. Maybe grab a couple of minutes to have a midnight snack or something like that. You know what I'm saying, right?
Of course.
Just turn those into auxiliary police units, and maybe that problem will go away completely. It's 6:11 in the morning. Here it comes. The weather for today: mostly sunny with highs near 88 degrees. And calm winds becoming southeast 5 to 7 miles an hour this morning. Partly cloudy with overnight lows of about 78 degrees this evening. South winds 5 miles an hour. Again, becoming calm a little bit later on. Forecast for trash day tomorrow. Mostly sunny, with highs near 87 degrees. This is beach weather. I don't know why they're putting beach weather in the middle of the week, but they are. But they say scattered showers and thunderstorms could be moving into the forecast area tomorrow night, so you might need to split the beach a little bit earlier. It looks like they're going to stick around through most of Thursday. Scattered showers and thunderstorms all day Thursday and then Thursday evening. But you know how it is with these weather forecasts, right? You look at it and go, okay, it's going to be scattered showers and thunderstorms all day, and it turns out to be the perfect day to, I don't know, beach or relax in the backyard, gardening, whatever. Right? If only the radar was working.
Great work, Landon.
Oh, wait a second. The radar is working this morning.
Way.
No, it's true. I just on a lark this morning. I thought, I'll check out the website for the National Weather Service and see if the radar is on. And all of a sudden, I get this bam! There's Guam and there's Rhoda and Tinian in Saipan, and then you can see the bits of the wisps of the clouds that are in the area. It's a beautiful thing. I've been waiting for this thing to be fixed for how many months is it, Joe? Since earlier in the year, like the first quarter?
Oh man, it's been too long.
They got it done. Now, who do we thank for this? Do we thank the eyelet that is built for speed, the eyelet that is built for torque, or is there somebody else who should be grasping at the success?
Well, from what I hear, I think the 36th Wing Commander.
Tomas?
Yeah, that's his,
General Tomas?
That's his toy.
His gizmo.
You guys want to play with it? You got to talk to him first.
Are we going to talk to him? You think there's a chance we might
call?
You never know, right?
He's only defending the,
in the free world?
Yeah.
The Republic? From space.
He's in the middle of it.
Gotcha. A couple other notes on the weather. Heat index today is going to be hot, 96 degrees, what they're talking about. 30% chance of rain. Rip currents, jellyfish, box jellyfish are out there. So you be on the lookout for those. Sunrise this morning was at 6:05. Sunset tonight at 6:49. There it is. News and weather together brought to you by Bank Pacific. Banking on the Pacific for 70 years.
It's sizzling out there, folks. And GTA's hot summer deals are turning up the heat. Switch to GTA and get up to $375 off a brand new iPhone 15 when you sign up for any unlimited wireless plan. That's $16.55 a month on our installment plan. But wait, there's more. We're waiving the activation fee and giving you a port-in credit. That's right, extra savings just for joining the GTA family. Limited time offer, terms and conditions apply. Visit GTA.net for more information. GTA, we start the summer with you.
I'm Vince Borja, a business owner with an MBA, a military veteran, and an educator. But life didn't start this way. My father was murdered in a drug deal, and I grew up on welfare in Guam's dollar homes. But I was determined to live a completely different life. Now, I'm running for senator to help build an economy that gives Guam's next generations career opportunities that don't include drug dealing. And your vote can make that happen. My name is Vince Borja, and I approve this message.
Wow, Bank Pacific, 70 years.
That's right.
Are you celebrating?
You bet. For starters, we opened in 1954, so we're offering a very special personal loan with rates as low as 5.4% APR.
5.4?
And you can borrow up to $50,000 for whatever. Summer travel, back to school, paid on credit cards.
Can I apply online?
Yes, and in any of our convenient offices. Bank Pacific. Brothers put branches, we place roots. For 70 years.
Equal opportunity lender. Conditions apply.
6:15. Ray Gibson Show being brought to you by the guys over at, where's this? American President Lines, APL, a global presence with a local home.
The Ray Gibson Show.
Now with Ray Dog.
Morning talk that matters. Call now. 888-TALK. That's 888-8255.
Until it gets to that Olympic kind of feeling sound. It was almost. And Miko's team will go for another, 10 or 15 minutes. They used to make songs long back in the olden days. Hey, welcome to the program. Excuse the mess. It is the Ray Gibson Show on 93.3 The Point. My name is Ray. Thrilled, as usual, to be here with you this morning. Pondering the possibilities of a 4-peat for Pika's best radio station. We made the cut. We made the cut again. In Pika's best nominations. Thank you so much. If you were one of those that took the time to nominate 93.3 The Point in the process, I really appreciate it. If you're one of those that put Ray Gibson down as your favorite radio personality, I really appreciate it. I cannot honestly thank you enough, because to my family and friends, generally that might mean there's at least another year of employment for me here at the radio station if we are successful.
I hope so, man.
Being
for
a
your sake.
4-peat best radio station and a repeat of the favorite radio personality. So I'm not going to bug you about voting yet. But I will say that the process has begun. I have begun to compile a list of empty promises And I think the timing might be right because the voting actually starts for Pika's Best on like the 23rd of August. And should be done about, 30, 40 days after that, sometime in the middle of September.
That's early voting, right?
So, no, you'd be able to vote online. I don't know about early voting at the Westin or, it's kind of an online thing. But so we've got, it will fall inside the campaign period. But I don't think it will interfere with the empty promises of the actual politicians. The ones that are going to be running for Congress and the legislature.
God, I hope not.
And all of that. So I'm hoping that my empty promises don't interfere with theirs. But I will say, if you're a politician looking for a platform from which to build your campaign, a bunch of ideas for your empty promises, I'll try to give you a new empty promise every day. That's my goal. I've already written about a week and a half worth of empty promise. In fact, well, I'll give you one right now. I'll give you an empty promise right now. And it has everything to do with the fact that, of all of the holidays that we are exposed to, some more real than others, the one that seems to be the realest is Halloween. Now, I'm told across the country, yes, it should be a holiday. Donna, Halloween should be a holiday.
I can't wait, man.
To
dress like I have no morals.
It'll look like the opening ceremony of the Olympics, right?
I can't.
Yeah.
Wait.
I wonder if there were some people just going, well, that's kind of redundant. I'm not seeing anything new here. I'm seeing a different, baking it in, whatever. But and now they're trying to gaslight us by saying, it's was really the feast of the Dionysius. And if you had any culture or sense of history, you would have already known that.
Yeah.
Things all you
Pope
Christians
was in on it.
You Christians think everything is about you. The world revolves around you, and anything that looks like it's going to give a Christian a hard time, all of a sudden we've got to start memory holding the internet and doing all this stuff. But that's the new gaslight that's floating around on the internet. Maybe you've seen some of that. But here's Halloween is a big deal. There are already stores with the Halloween decorations for sale. I think you go by Home Depot. I think you can pretty much get yourself one of those 20-foot skeletons. What do people do with those when it's not Halloween? It's a big question. Do you have like a Halloween storage shed in the house? Someplace in a garage where here's all of my Halloween junk. Here's all of my Christmas junk. I'm not saying that's a bad thing. In fact, I want to encourage the total embracement of Halloween, and I would find the same way that the legislature is the only people that we can talk to about eliminating this early voting thing now that we've spent all this time and money so that about 2,600 people could vote early. Maybe we can re-examine the need for something like that and use those resources for something else related to our democratic republic here. So I'm just maybe we can look at another piece of legislation or Josh Tenorio and whoever's going to be running against Josh. Executive order. This is my empty promise. If I'm elected, if I were to be elected something important, I would take the last Saturday of October and make that Halloween. Now, a lot of times you look at the calendar, it's October 31st, right? That's Halloween. There it is, whatever.
No matter where it falls.
No matter where it falls. And it just feels stupid when, it's like the middle of the week and it's Halloween. And you get the kids all dressed up, and everybody wants to have a good time, but there's school tomorrow and there's work tomorrow, all this other stuff. I'm saying the smart move is we treat it like Thanksgiving. Just give it its own day. Last Saturday of October will, from here on out, be known as the Guam Halloween. Guamoween. Hello. Halloweeny. Halloween-ween. That's the way it would work.
Tip of the wing.
That would give the kids all day to goof off and get ready with their costumes. And it gives the moms and the dads all day to goof off.
Oh, you want to make it happy for moms and dads.
Get the house ready. Yeah, get the house ready for... Because the kids, they're gone. So it's grown-up goof-off time. What are we going to do? Let's drink wine and beer. And we'll eat food, and the kids will be out there in the streets, and they'll come back, and we'll eat their candy when they come back. And then everybody can wake up from the sugar.
Purposes.
You can wake up with a hangover and the sugar coma the next morning because it's Sunday, and you got all day to clean up and relax. I'm just saying.
Take your insulin.
Yes. See your doctor. Go get therapy, right? Whatever it is that you want to do on a Sunday, you can. You don't have to worry about it.
Come on.
It's an idea whose time has come. Actually, I've only been talking about this for several years. So that might end up to be empty promise number one. Wait a second. Hold on. Thinking about another one.
Are we taking note, man?
Yes.
John is writing over there.
Buy me drinky bars.
She's awake.
Wait, hold on. Buy me drinky bars for women. Why should the men have all the fun?
Oh, man.
Just
ideas.
A couple of my empty promises. That's what you will get if I become Pika's best favorite radio personality in the best radio station. Anyway, welcome to all of this stuff. It's 6:22 in the morning. Lots of stuff on the table of contents, and we will hopefully we'll find out a couple of things. The triumphant return of the National Weather Service's radar, or the 36 Wing Commanders radar. I'm not really sure at this point, but understanding that the 36 Wing Commander probably outranks Landon Idlet from the National Weather Service?
Yeah, maybe.
Just saying. There's a possibility. And hopefully the return later on to the airwaves of former Governor Carl T.C. Gutierrez. Looks like he might be back in town. I knew he's been doing some traveling lately. Some interesting travel stories that are out there that aren't related to CrowdStrike or anything like that. But it'll be interesting to see what his commentary is going to be on a couple of notions. One of them includes the fact that the travel outbound from Japan and inbound to Japan has been enhanced by the Guam Haneda flight. Yeah. I was reading that up in one of the stories that I was following this morning. There are a couple other stories that I've got a little bit of interest in, and it's kind of interesting to see. It's Tuesday, FYI.
Yeah.
What do we know about Tuesdays?
It's Hawaiian Tuesday.
That's right. Always get a chance to take a look.
It's Aloha Tuesday.
They were talking yesterday about cleaning out
work till tomorrow.
that homeless encampment in Anigua. Did you see that? Did you saw this?
Yeah,
we talked about that
man.
yesterday, right? So apparently they have the similar problems in Hawaii with homeless encampments there. And a story here from KITV, what started out as a major cleanup of the Makiki Stream Thursday resulted in a call to the bomb squad. Dun, dun, dun.
Bomb squad, bro.
Bomb squad, brother. Whoa. It was bomb, I tell you.
Send them down there, brother.
It happened at the intersection of Kalakaua and King Street near a homeless encampment. I think I still live near there. HPD was conducting a sweep of the area when crews found that's crews, CREWS, not CRUZ, Joe. When crews found a suspicious object, the Army Ordnance Team, along with HPD's bomb squad, responded. Waimanalo resident Hoku McIntosh, as it was Japanese Irish, okay, has been conducting work near Makiki Stream and told Island News, I've seen people throwing trash inside it. Wait, I got to do this in. I've seen people throwing trash inside of here. I've seen a tent on fire over there. Thursday's extensive cleanup was orchestrated by a joint agency operation, including HPD, the Stored Property Ordnance, City and Council of Hawaii, plus the Department of Facilities Maintenance Road Division. Countless items removed Thursday reportedly consisted of motorized wheelchairs, mattresses, air conditioning units, electronic items, including TVs and shopping carts, and apparently the possibility that a bomb was there as well.
That's like Naval Magazine.
Bro, I'm just telling you, we're so far behind. Our homeless are just, they just got homeless. Do they have ordnance?
Is that a militia?
Do they have arms? No.
Maybe.
But look at the guys in Hawaii able to defend their little homeless encampments with bomb style.
Watch yourself.
Sub, Rod, that Pokey's bomb, Rod. 6:26 in the morning. Lots and lots to get to. We got to start off with these guys over here.
Sometimes you want to go where everybody knows your name. And they're always glad you came. You want to be where you can see our troubles are all the same. You want to be where everybody knows your name. You want to go where people know people are all the same. You want to go where everybody knows your name.
That's sweet. Oh, by the way, just if you're curious whether there was a Tiggle Bitty sighting yesterday.
Was there?
Well, there was always, but I mean, on the YouTube side, Tiggle Bitties eventually showed up. Not on island. I want to say that Tiggle Bitties was checking in from someplace else, another place. Lori Duenas with a Y is at number one on the app of record, which is the iPad gizmo here. I got her saying good morning. Buenas to everybody. Elizabeth Mendiola Kichitu, Bunker Meno, Auntie Bennett Lujan Duenas saying good morning to her pal Jerome McDonald. Chris Frank says off a day Guam and the entire Point family and friends. Off a day to Tony and Annetta and Pinko Ada. Real Joe, I don't think we've seen the last of Tony Ada. Who else is playing around? F. Ramos is online. There's Richard Leon. Fentanyl deaths are Governor Ludis's fault. Richard, I don't know that I'm going to put the blame at Adelup on any of the fentanyl deaths that we've got here.
That.
You know, you get some guys that think they know everything there is about junkiedom, and I've wrung out the rag on the crystal methamphetamine. I think it's time for me to try some kind of a new high. How about let's try something that has got the capability not just of enslaving you and causing you addiction the first time around. How about something that the first time you pop it might actually kill you? Might actually put you 6 feet under, right? So that's the new thing.
Do it.
To which there's a part of me that says, Benetza, that's what you get. You know what to do, but I think there's a conversation that's already started. The governor talking about how it is a silent killer. Okay, first time you saw the phrase silent killer, you were thinking of something different, right?
Yeah.
Pull my finger? Okay.
Yeah.
But anyway, so silent killer. Here's my proposal. If you really want to start sending out a message here, they're going to be in an emergency session for the schools here. How about we add to the emergency session, just a simple piece of legislative language that says if we catch you dealing fentanyl on Guam, life sentence. Minimum sentence will be life
harsh,
for that. Well, I mean, it's not like back in the old days we're dope peddlers, right? I mean, we're talking about something that can kill you. If and there
we need more education.
No, forget the screw education.
We need more mental health.
How about we tell these kids from the day they're born that smoking is bad for you, alcohol is bad for you, vaping is bad for you. They know what's good and bad for them, but they do it anyway. So education clearly has not worked to this point. So let's just come out with a firm thing, and we'll get the Attorney General to donate some billboards all over the island. It says it's law. Deal in fentanyl, life sentence. Period. We're done. And then we'll just cram the and you can stay at we'll put you in the nice parts of the Department of Corrections. Oh wait, there are no nice parts.
No, man.
Okay, just checking. Anyway, that's just me. Where are we on the thing? Nancy Bennett, Lori Bunker says personally, wait. There's Gina, I think, had his statement that I can't see. You know how people use driveways to sometimes do a U-turn, like my cul-de-sac? Does that mean people could potentially get shot for doing that?
Oh, come on.
How about people who are doing... Yeah, I suppose. Yeah, it could happen.
Yeah.
If your radio's up too loud.
Sorry, wrong street.
Stupid boombox sound. Yeah. Bang, bang, matayao. Let me see. F. Ramos is there. Richard Leon, like I said. Jerome McDonald is online. The Christine Oliver, anticipating Unts time tomorrow. Big man Rico Blancaflor, Maganda Namaga, Point Fam Bam. Hafa to Jessica S.E. Cruz, saying good morning. And there's Steve Love. Steve Love online. Want to meet my silent killer?
There you are,
said
guy.
Steve Love. There's
Love.
Sarita Garin says it's a work day again. I know. How many people woke up and said, wow, Tuesday already?
Surprise, Sarita.
Guy. Jay Nauta is there. D. Wayne Santos. Have a Rob Greeno online. Ken Augustin and B-Man Dennis Larson says, privatize GDOE. Privatize everything. Let me see who else I got. Lori with a Y saying good morning to Ken. Ruel. Oh, that's just it. He changed his profile name. Just Ruel. Benita Camacho Garrido is there. Simon Sanchez online.
Morning, Uncle Si.
Switching to the app. I got, what's that? Looking good, Ray Gibson. Nice iron
Kill
shirt.
it, Uncle Si.
What iron shirt? Bro, this is not an iron shirt.
No, it's not.
No, it's one of those like Land's End business shirts that you can buy,
Never
and they
wrinkles.
never ever wrinkle.
Yeah.
And number two, they stay clean forever. Honest, I think I wore
What
this.
makes you think Ray ironed his clothes?
I might have already worn this Wednesday or Thursday
Wake
last
up,
week, and just kind of hung it over the kitchen chair, and as good as new. Who else is that? But thank you, though. I appreciate it. B-Man Dennis saw it. Says thanks for all the votes. Speak his best D. Dennis, I need. You know what? I was thinking about you. I had KFC the other night for dinner. And
yeah, I was thinking about you, dude.
While I was eating chicken bone.
Yeah, brother.
Because I used the last of my. He gave me a little sachet of
honey.
Of honey, but I think this was the Pirates Cove honey, and I used it all on the chicken and the strips that I got the other night. So I don't think I need any more. I know I've got some honey on the desk, but if you've got some Pirates Cove bee honey laying around, that would be just awesome. John Mofness is there, says buenas everyone, make your day count. Okay, gotcha. Sheila Morgan is online. Ray Gibson,
good morning, Sheila.
and Joe for Guamoween. Sheila Morgan, so nice to see you online here. The Christine Oliver says Tippo the Ween.
Oh, my God, grind it.
It's never just the tip. Let me see. F. Ramos says, in California, the LGBTQ claimed Halloween as theirs, too. Just got to take it back. Just got to take the whole thing back. Tattoo Shauna online, and she's got the emoji. No, it's not an emoji. It's a picture of a dog drinking coffee. Okay, that's fine. I don't think the veterinarian likes the idea, but it's a cartoon character, so it's okay. Big Man Rico, Chris Frank says, with regard to my my other idea for my other empty promise, where it's buy me drinkies for the women.
Yeah,
And
it caters to them.
Yes. Chris Frank says, I would like ladies to buy me a few drinkies every once in a while. You know, you never know. I'll put you in charge, bro.
Be charming.
I'll
man.
put you in charge of the harem of guys that will work at my all-girl buy me drinky bar. Ismael Velez says 90 minutes. Text messages show police officers took photo of Thomas Matthew Crooks 90 minutes before shooting and flagged him as a threat as they photographed him using a rangefinder aiming at the stage. 45 minutes before Trump took the stage, police reported the shooter was at the AGR building, the same building that the police and Secret Service were occupying. Ismael, I appreciate you pointing out.
Dude, even Stevie Wonder was calling.
Yeah,
he was calling
I
in.
saw somebody. Here's, you know what, the one or two or three points of incompetence and failure you can put down to, you know, the DEI nature of hiring and management in the federal government of the United States of America, including the Department of Secret Service, Office of Secret Service here. But for as many as we've got now, as many of these points of failure that stand out like mountains,
too easy to blame that,
against
Ray.
the
Yeah.
horizon. It's not DEI math. It's not DEI hires. It's not incompetence. It is a conspiracy.
plan.
Just face it. They wanted to take out Trump. They wanted to kill Trump. And they failed at killing Trump. And you know, I'm surprised actually that there isn't more of an urge among these guys to start covering their tracks a little bit better. Anyway, got Lori Duenas online. Keenan McCausland from the upper left-hand corner. 3-letter agencies probably pushing fentanyl to let the problem fix itself. Man, that's dark, but it's always within the realm of possibility. Morning, Woostig neighbors, and Pika's best friend says Joe Takai. Ron Castro is there. Jerome McDonald saying good morning to our Auntie Bennett. And let me see, EOD Kaboom. What do we know about EOD, guys?
Hot wives and great dads.
And getting called out to help clear homeless camps in Hawaii because somebody thinks they might have found some kind of ordinance there.
Rocket launchers.
Do the EOD guys in Hawaii, A, also have hot wives, B, great dads,
and short shorts.
Short shorts with like you know, ankle socks sticking out of their boots.
Yes.
Just, you know, it's a whole uniform. Just absolute rock stars. If they're rock stars here, they've got to be even bigger rock stars in Hawaii. On the YouTube side, real quick at 6:35, Big Man Rico B over on this side. I got MP Ogo says only Tuesday, bro. Attitude adjustment. It's not. No, it's only Tuesday. No, it's already Tuesday.
Yeah.
So that means Wednesday, Thursday, Friday.
Opportunity.
And then we're bang back into the weekend.
Come on, get it together.
It's going to be the election. It's going to be the election. You just got to wonder if the 24 or so the candidates for the legislature and the 4 or 5 people that are running, 4 people running for the congressional office in the House of Representatives. I wonder if this is like the Tuesday before Christmas. You know, if they're sitting around, just I can't wait, and asking yourself the question: have I been good? Is Santa Claus going to bring me everything that I want? Or was it really Jesus in disguise? I don't know. I'm just saying. Have you been a good senator? Have you been a good person on Guam, worthy of these high elected offices?
One on the naughty list, Ray.
Yes. I think I know of whom you refer. Anyway, MP will go on that side. Tattoo Sean Gumatauta saying good morning from Telefofo. Robbie Agagi is there. Auntie Bennett Lujan Duenas, who wants you to vote for Tony Ada, Jess Lujan, Sabrina Salas Matanani, Tattoo Sean Gumatauta, Vince Borja, re-elect Jimmy Moylan for Congress, and Biba Trump Vance, Biba AG Doug, and finally vote for change. Republicans all the way. Except Fisher. Lisa Greeno with this morning's instructions. Same instructions as we had yesterday. Professional, informative, entertaining, productive. I will do my best. Pinoy for Guam, asking you to write in Steve Amaguen. On the Democratic side, there's Carol along, Bad Boy 671 Barbecue. And Leah says, good morning, Ray, and good morning, Jerome. This is Leah saying hello from Rancho Cucamonga.
Hey, girl.
That's where Timu is.
What? Timu's there? Somebody there's an internet meme.
Cucamonga.
There's an internet meme with Kamala Harris's picture on it. It says, "This is what happens when you order a vice president from Temu."
Straight out of Rancho.
Right, 637. Ray Gibson Show is on the air, every screen, every place. Like, follow, share, comment, or whatever, and make sure that as soon as we go live on any one of our streaming platforms, you find out about it first. Donna D with her first big look at news and headlines. What are you ordering from Temu? She's gonna kill herself putting the headphones on. What's the big Temu deal? What?
I ordered back to school stuff.
I'm sorry, I heard panty.
Back to school.
Okay,
That's what I
don't know.
heard too,
I'm sorry.
I heard that too, bro.
Everybody
Sorry.
chime in. What did you hear? Did you hear back to school first, or did you hear panty first?
You just went panty because I went back.
Okay.
Back.
Okay. Thank you, Donna D. Enunciate. It's important. We're on the radio now. It's time to find out what the big stories are. Go.
Giltinan Ramangmo was found guilty of negligent homicide and child abuse in the death of her 1-year-old son. The child died in November from blunt force head injuries, as confirmed by former chief medical examiner Dr. Jeffrey Nine. Ramangmo initially claimed the child fell, but later admitted to accidentally injuring him. She now faces up to 10 years in prison. And Guam's 7th traffic fatality of 2024 was confirmed yesterday. The fatality followed a July 20 crash on Route 16 in Harmon, where both drivers were hospitalized. One has since died. And GPD is investigating and advises the public to drive safely and wear seatbelts. Earlier that day, 2 other fatal accidents occurred on Route 10 and Route 26. And GPA has applied a $100 energy credit to July bills. This is part of a $600 credit program to help with energy costs. GPA General Manager John Beneventi said the credits are now on schedule, with 2 more expected by September. Visit GPA's website or social media for more information. And those are your local headlines on The Point. Now back to Ray.
I've got some interesting pictures coming in on the meme machine here this morning. Let me share them with the listeners here. It's a little cow, little moo-moo.
Oh, yeah, it's nice.
Apparently,
it's a calf, Free.
Is it?
Yeah.
Okay.
It's a calf.
Because it doesn't have horns?
Oh, it's cute.
Watch for finger horns don't work?
Yes.
Okay. Yeah, apparently this little cutie pie and what looks like the rest of the family can be found in agate. This is what the sender is telling me.
Yeah, so slow down when you pass by, man.
So there's like a whole herd of cows.
That's right by the highway, Ray.
Is it? Okay.
Yeah.
Well, that's it. I'm excited. I'm delighted to hear about this. The question is, who do they belong to? Why? And number 3 is, can we cook it?
Yeah.
What do you mean no?
That's the question.
That's how we make hamburger.
Medium rare or rare?
You like hamburger? That's how the hamburger comes. You like flank steak? You like beef Kellywood? That's where it comes from.
They gave them names already, man. I don't know about that.
What names?
I don't know.
The Facebook Live, YouTube Live. If you could name this cute little this cute little non-carabao down in the agate area, what would the name be?
This is why I work here, man.
20 away from the top of the hour. Every day on Guam is different. Every day on Guam is blessed. What's that? Let me see. I got this from Mike Phillips. Says MCS did very well in the nomination competition for Pika's Best. Still has middle school openings. Mel Cruz for music. Brandon Vera for martial arts. Claudia Taitano for science, and more.
Oh my God!
If you haven't made your plans yet on where to send the kids, Mount Carmel School right there at the top of the list of Pika's Best. Congratulations on your nominations. We will return in just a moment. Stay there.
I'm Tony Atta, and I approve this message. Tony Atta produced quality legislation as a senator. Laws that prioritize our needs and keep our people safe. His Castle Doctrine legislation is the strongest law of the land, which allows us to protect our loved ones at home. But Tony's been serving our community long before he became a senator. So when people say, I'm glad Tony's back in politics, we say, no, Tony never left leadership. Vote Tony Atta for senator. It's time to bring back the quality.
Are you looking for some eye-catching wheels? Need new tires? Maybe you'd like to spruce up the interior with accessories. Find what fits your ride at Proline. Call 646-5528. Follow them on Facebook at Proline Guam for all the juicy updates.
Shelley Calvo, successful entrepreneur, philanthropist, proud mother and grandmother. Shelley's broad experience spans from Silicon Valley management to chairing Guam's Homeless Coalition. As our senator, Shelley will create career opportunities for our next generation, pull people out of poverty, and will vigorously protect Guam's children from predators. Shelley is equal parts passion and compassion. If bringing values and unity to the legislature is important to you, please vote Shelley Calvo for senator.
I'm Shelley Calvo, and I approve this message.
Joe Takai on the YouTube side says barbecue. We're in love with the same woman, aren't we? 642 Ray Gibson Show. What have we got? There's the noise for traffic. Let me get the traffic map up on the screen so you can see just how empty and desolate it is on Guam's roadways right now. A little bit of traffic getting into Anderson Air Force Base, the very north of Marine Corps Drive. Southbound all the way through the village until you get to intersection of 1 and 3, and just a tiny bit of traffic there. Micronesia Mall intersection at 8, 10, and 16. Looking good most of the way through there. Obviously, I think should be used to all of the road construction that's taking place. And remind me that there are going to be some other construction taking place on the roadways now. Joe, you came in the same way I did, and you saw that heavy equipment up around Lupang and by the old cinema theater.
Yeah, cinema.
Yeah. So there's going to be road closures today in a variety of places. I'll share that information with you a couple of times through the morning, starting right now. Hagutnia Route 1 Marine Drive, outer southbound lane in front of Padre Palomo Beach Park. That will begin at 9 o'clock and go until 4 o'clock this afternoon. Again, Route 1, that's Marine Corps Drive, outer southbound lane in front of Padre Palomo Beach Park. While you're there, can you fix the fence? Can you? There's a chunk of the fence that went down during Mawar last year.
Yeah.
Okay, road closure alerts in a bunch of different places. Agate Bay Dollar Store, northbound in Agate, starting at 9 at 10. 10th Street, Route 1, outer northbound lane in Hagutnia. I want to say 10th Street is the one that brings you a little bit closer to the Pico Cemetery, so expect some delays there starting at 10. At 9th Street, where Todi is, you'll find some traffic there starting at 11 o'clock as they're going to be shutting down some of the roadways there. A little bit closer to Hagutnia Pool, northbound lane in Hagutnia at 1. Route 1, Lupang Beach Towers, the outer northbound lane against Cinema at 1:30 this afternoon. Pali San Vitores east in the inner southbound lane in Tumon at 2, and the Pali San Vitores west inner northbound lane.
I'm going to stay home, bro.
Getting a headache reading all of these directions. Pali San Vitores west in the inner northbound lane in Tumon, 2:30 until 3. We appreciate your patience as crews perform sewage manhole. Manhole?
Can you say manhole?
Please adhere to traffic safety signage and flagmen. You know, when women start popping out of those holes, then maybe I'll call it a person hole. But in the meantime, I just see men going up and down and in and out of that. So we got a lot of places that are going to be closing down. Today is the 30th, and all of these apply to today. So watch out for flagmen, etc. if you're going to be on the roadways. That's all the time that we've got for traffic. Everything is looking good until you get to about where Adelup is, southbound on Marine Corps Drive. Might be some police activity going on.
Yeah, cops.
Not sure about that. Wait a second. Hold on. I zoomed in. I found a little bit more traffic slowing down on the northbound side from the intersection of 8 and 1.
Watch out.
Heading in that direction. So drive to the conditions and slow down. I just stay on the inside lanes if you can. 6:45. There's your news, weather, traffic together here on The Point.
The Republican governors of Guam.
She's solid. She's substantive. She's well-informed. And she will make good decisions.
To work for the people of Guam, to improve the situation for individuals, working families, and the people of Guam. So please
vote for Sabrina Salas Matanani for Senator.
I humbly ask for your support.
And vote for Sabrina Salas Matanani.
I'm Sabrina Salas Matanani, and I humbly ask for your vote.
I'm Sabrina Salas Matanani, and I approve this message.
The UOG Endowment Foundation and Guam Visitors Bureau, in collaboration with Choice Broadcasting, bring you Tanel Live on Guam. Join us for 2 shows. Thursday, September 5th for a tropical night with Tanel, an intimate unplugged VIP show at the Hotel Nico Guam. And Saturday, September 7th for the general concert at Jeff's Pirates Cove. Enjoy the beautiful concert space down south, complete with UOG booths and vendor pop-ups. Tickets on sale at Guam time.
Okay, 646, Ray Gibson Show. Portions brought to you by the guys over at NissanGuam.com and the World Wide Web. It's still summer, and that means that This Is Summer sales event continues. You know, that's the one where you get a car that gets really, really groovy gas mileage. Doesn't cost you a whole lot month to month. But this is the one where you get $8,000 cash back. What do you want to do with your $8,000? Do you want to, I don't know, put it as a down payment? Maybe pay off some credit card bills? Maybe buy yourself a pretty little cow like this one here in Agate named Sheila Morgan wants to name the cow Spirit.
We can't eat it now.
Spirit burgers. We'll have Spirit burgers. It'll be fun. 6:47 in the morning. You want details on this? You got to go to the website to find out. Approved credit. Some conditions apply. $8,000 in your pocket. See Nissan Guam for full details.
It's the Ray Gibson Show. Call now. 888-TALK. That's 888-8255.
647. You know, it is possible now that we got multiple sightings of cow and cow family down in Agate that now
Spirit family.
I'm just saying the vocation that we know from our childhood as cowboy is now available here on Guam. I want to be a cowboy. I want to ride a horse, and I want to be able to, I don't know, move these guys from one grass-eating place to another. We'll drove them into town like in that Australian movie. Yeah, and a cowbell. We'll get cowbells. Need cowbells. And it'd be cool. You know what we could get, Joe? Chaps. Just the chaps.
And the reverse saddle.
6:48 in the morning. I know where your mind is going. We better stop.
Oh,
Landon Idlet.
Oh, my God.
From the National Weather Service is online here this morning. Hey, Landon, how you doing, buddy?
Good morning. I'm doing well. You got me a little bit nervous when you started mentioning cows.
There's cows.
Posters just came out into the theater, and we don't like to see cows flying around when it comes to storms.
Amen to that. I'm just saying, there's cows down in Agate. Apparently, there be pictures that somebody sent me of a family of cows grazing on the grass over by the beach, or getting a tan, or I don't know what the hell they're doing. I mean, I know what I like to do when I'm over at the beach. Maybe that's the cow version of the same thing. But that means that me and you and your brother, we can ditch our real life jobs and become cowboys. Doesn't it sound like fun?
Let's do it on Thursday.
Rawhide, buddy. 6:49 in the morning, and I called to congratulate you. I just on a lark, I reached out to I went on the World Wide Web, and I wanted to check on the National Weather Service's the condition of the radar. I was expecting a blank screen, but instead I got radar.
Well, that is definitely good news, and I will say this is not a Weather Service effort alone. This is a heavy lift by the Air Force, the radar team over there, being a part of this.
Wait a second, you mean the Air Force is in Anderson Air Force Base, led by our favorite general, General Tomas of the 36 Wing Command? Buenos Anafade. General, you're on the air with Landon Idlet.
Hey, Ray, please just call me Moss. You named that. I appreciate you.
Thank you, Moss. I'm excited that I've got you back on the radio here to talk Landon through the Herculean efforts that were taken by the Air Force here to restore the radar for Guam.
So I'll tell you, that NextRad has literally been the bane of my existence for the last year. That thing is breaking, going up, going down. It's unstable, and the people of Guam deserve better, quite honestly. So about 6 months ago, I said, hey, I want a soup to nuts review of exactly what it's going to take to fix this thing permanently.
Cool.
And what it came down to is I needed to replace about 20 batteries. There's these huge batteries that we process the Guam electrical power through in order to stabilize it to make sure it doesn't hurt the radar.
Cool.
That's the first thing. We got those in about 2 months ago. And the second thing is the air conditioning. The thing runs so hot that if you lose air conditioning, even for a few minutes, it'll burn itself up, and we won't have it for a long time.
Yeah.
So we invested about $1.3 million to recapitalize the entire air conditioning system for that entire building. Right now, they patched together this current air conditioners to make sure that they can run it continuously unmonitored.
Mm-hmm.
So we're confident that it's going to be fine. In October, we were going to put in all brand new air conditioning systems and recapitalize that whole thing, and then I should be done with that forever.
I tell you what's exciting news, and I lament for a couple of different reasons. You know how much I love spending time over at the beach with beer and bikini and some friends, and it gets to be the rainy season. I'm wondering if I want to drive all the way in and make the investment to get down to Tumon. And before, I used to just check the radar to see if there was any clouds out there lurking in the vicinity. So you've got that. We're also in the wet season, and frankly, this is one of those times of year where we might get some heavy weather. and a reason to want to be able to see what's happening on the radar. So I can't tell you so many different levels why I'm excited to hear that this thing is back online, and very thankful that the Air Force has contributed so much time and effort and money to restore it. Thank you very much, General Moss.
Hey, we're happy to do it. You mind if, since we got Landon on the line, you mind if I ask him the question that I ask every single weather guy when I'm in a room with the weather guy?
Go ahead.
Hey, so Landon, what day exactly is the first typhoon going to hit Guam?
Well, we are looking at that, and we are placing our locks in the office right now. And we do have a best consensus among the forecasters in our building now. So call me offline and we'll chat.
Wait, no. Now, so the general said the T word, and now everybody, and it didn't sound like, oh, you know what, there's nothing lurking in the system. Did I need to check the National Weather Service webpage or go to the Joint Typhoon Warning Center?
Well, definitely the good news is we do not look at any tropical cyclone impact to Guam or the CNMI or any of the compact states, at least for the next several weeks. We could see some activity this weekend or into next week, but that's going to be well north of us as the monsoon trough lifts north of Saipan into the northern Mariana Islands and northward. So we could see some activity, but for us, that radar is going to be put to the test later this week because we could see a lot of rainfall late this week into the weekend, as we could see almost a monsoon surge type pattern setting up Thursday, Friday, Saturday. So stay tuned to the forecast because yeah, we could see some showers and gusty southwest winds in the next several days.
Yeah.
Hey, so Ray, can I share with you what my military forecasters told me in response to that question?
Yes, and then I've got a follow-up question for you. So what do your uniform guys say?
So my uniform guys say, they pinned it down. They say, we're not going to get a typhoon this season. The next typhoon is going to happen on May 12th. 2025, which also happens to be my birthday.
The day after my birthday, sir. So there's a possibility there could be some.
No, the general's a
Watch
Taurus.
out for those May storms.
Yes, some hell raising and reckoning going on May the 12th of next year. 6:54 in the morning. All right, and my somewhat serious question. You know, I've and you and I've had the conversation, and I have always believed all of my life there's no greater good for the force for good than a man or a woman wearing any of the uniforms of the American Armed Forces, and they've just had some devastating typhoons and rains and flooding in the Philippines and up in Taiwan. Have any resources been marshaled from Anderson Air Force Base or around your command to assist in the humanitarian needs of Taiwan and the Philippines?
So not in response to that specifically, but what we do have is we've got our CRG, which have forces deployed in support of the Philippines all the time. So we've probably got a half a dozen to a dozen guys and gals that are out there doing continuous support to the people of the Philippines. I mean, they're some of our closest partners in the theater, and it's probably because I haven't been asked. Generally, the way that works is that a country that needs support will give us a request for diplomatic channels, and then we'll respond to that request with our military capabilities.
It's 6:55 in the morning. We move from there into some of the other operational stuff. One of the first times I became aware of the great work that you were doing up at Anderson Air Force Base had to do with the replanting, if you will. There was a lot of damage to the existing trees during Mawar last year, and some of them unfortunately couldn't be saved. So you want to replace them, and I understand there was a little bit of a planting ceremony took place in the last couple of days.
Yeah, 100%. So this stuff would not be possible without the support of the University of Guam. Their botanists and their doctors over there are so amazing in the support they've given us. So what I've asked them to help us with, and they've embraced the opportunity, is to build us a plan so that we can repopulate the 1,800 coconut trees that we lost during Marwar with trees that aren't susceptible to the beetle, the rhino beetle. And why not just make them fruit trees? So we planted our first one. It was provided to us from a local Chamorro family. That tree is named Cecilia, and Cecilia was a World War II survivor here on the island. She was 17 years old when the Japanese invaded, and I think she died about maybe 3 or 4 years ago at the age of 92. So we've got Cecilia's tree planted right in front of my headquarters building. It's going to be an amazing mango tree. We've got about 300 more trees set aside to plant throughout the base, but we're moving forward on it. And quite honestly, not just the University of Guam who are instrumental in this whole thing. There are 3 or 4 farmers. One farmer donated to us 60 calamansi trees. Donated it to us. So the villages of Guam are supporting us. I've got $60,000 against this project, so I can buy a lot of trees. But the people don't even want the money; they just want to be involved in the process.
Help out,
so
yeah.
It's once again on full display, and I think I mentioned this to you earlier. But when I encounter the Chamorro people, what I'm struck with is basically a humble strength that is just the most attractive characteristic that I can think of.
I appreciate you acknowledging our nature here. And speaking of nature, have you reached out to bee-man Dennis Larson or Chris Rosario or anybody in the bee community, the beekeeping community? Because if you're going to plant fruit trees, if you really want solid yields, smart move would be to be raising some bees in the area so that they can pollinate. They've got a kind of a humble strength around here, our bees, and they will pollinate your trees like crazy, General.
I have not done that, but I 100% want to. If you can help connect me with those folks, the beekeepers, the Beekeeping Society, then I will absolutely figure out a way to put bees on you.
Anderson Air Force Base, honey. Can you imagine that? And then the last thing for you, there was a video I wanted to play, didn't get around to doing it yesterday, about a guy named Scott Voigt, I think is his name, V-O-G-T. He is your Mariana's Fruit Bat environmental save every species guy on Anderson Air Force Base.
Yeah, 100%. That guy is doing yeoman's work. I think we counted 103 fruit bats on the last count. Our goal is to preserve the habitat for those and all the other endangered species we have on Anderson in order to try to bring those endangered species back to full health.
Yeah.
So we've got work to do out here. We are. I am working to be the best steward of Guam's natural resources that I can possibly be, while balancing that with the mission requirements. But I'll tell you this, what I've learned from the environmental folks, you can do both. It may be a little more expensive, but it's not hard.
I love that attitude. Cecilia Yatar is the name of the survivor. And I got that word from Lee Weber, who is another big fan of the 36th Wing Commander out there. General, always a pleasure talking with you, Moss, and I hope we get an opportunity to see each other soon. No doubt they'll be unveiling a new beverage over at Carabao, and your first one's on me.
Hey, 100%. You tell me your next visit to Carabao, and I'll be there with bells on.
You know what? Check your DMs on the Facebook, which is how you get a hold of this guy. It's just the 36th Wing Commander, and you find that on Facebook, and you've got instantaneous communication with him. If you want to help out on some of the endeavors that he's got on base, that'd be awesome. Thanks again for the radar, buddy. I appreciate it.
Thanks, Ray. Appreciate you, bro.
General, you have a fantastic rest of the day. Landon Idlet, I'm sorry I let him overpower you here, but is the dang general, man. Are you still there? He's just
I'm still here. I will defer to the general any day.
All right, buddy. I'll see you at the mall. You have a great day. 888-8255. Time for Fox News on the Point.
Investigations. I'm John Saucier, Fox News. A new Secret Service Director, Ronald Rowe, is expected to testify before Congress about that assassination attempt against former President Trump. The House approving a task force to investigate the shooting. Fox's Chad Pergram's on Capitol Hill.
The House voted to create the task force to investigate the shooting last week. 13 bipartisan members will investigate through early January. Representative Mike Kelly chairs the inquiry. The shooting went down in his district. Senators want to understand how communication between local police and the Secret Service broke down. That will be a primary line of questioning for acting Secret Service Director Rowe. The office of GOP Iowa Senator Chuck Grassley acquired pictures of texts between officers on the day of the shooting. One counter-sniper even took pictures of crooks.
The FBI believes that shooter used the gun at a gun range before the incident. Vice President and presumptive Democratic presidential nominee Kamala Harris continuing to gain momentum with her campaign. Fox's Jackie Heinrichs of the White House with more.
The vice president is trying really to hold on to this newly energized and newly unified base with her own brand of messaging. We saw last week as she broke from President Biden's usual talking points on Israel, telling Netanyahu in front of the cameras, we've got a lot to talk about, rather than reiterating the usual unwavering U.S. support for Israel. And even in her attacks on Trump, rather than embracing the usual dark and stormy language about the threats that they say the other side poses, they are now painting them as weird. A lot of the new branding has to do with what's working online. Young voters reshaped Harris's most mocked one-liners about yellow school buses and Venn diagrams into viral TikTok videos with trending pop hits.
DNC Chair Jamie Harrison saying in a statement, Democratic voters, volunteers, and donors are fired up. America's listening to Fox News.
I'm Tony Ara, and I approve this message.
Tony Atta produced quality legislation as a senator, laws that prioritize our needs and keep our people safe. His Castle Doctrine legislation is the strongest law of the land, which allows us to protect our loved ones at home. But Tony's been serving our community long before he became a senator. So when people say, I'm glad Tony's back in politics, we say, no, Tony never left leadership. Vote Tony Atta for senator. It's time to bring back the quality.
It's sizzling out there, folks, and GTA's hot summer deals are turning up the heat. Switch to GTA and get up to $375 off a brand new iPhone 15 when you sign up for any unlimited wireless plan. That's $16.55 a month on our installment plan. But wait, there's more. We're waiving the activation fee and giving you a port-in credit. That's right, extra savings just for joining the GTA family. Limited time offer, terms and conditions apply. Visit GTA.net for more information. GTA, we start the summer with you.
Venezuelan President Nicolas Maduro has declared himself the winner of the Venezuelan presidential election, despite multiple exit polls actually suggesting a victory by the opposition. At a press conference, U.S. Department of State Deputy Principal Spokesperson Vandana Patel raising concerns about the outcome of that election.
We've seen the announcement from overnight by the Venezuelan electoral representatives, and we have serious concerns that this result does not reflect the will and the votes of the Venezuelan people.
Maduro has been in power since 2014. 12 Druze children were killed in a Hezbollah rocket attack in the Golan Heights on Saturday. Fox's Trey Yinks in Tel Aviv, Israel, with more.
With a population of just 11,000 people, the trauma of this attack affected every resident of Masht al-Shams, a Druze community in the Golan Heights that held a large funeral for the dead. At the scene of the attack, teams go inch by inch, searching for any remains of those killed. Between the shrapnel, bikes, and scooters, a crater marks the site of the massacre.
The region is now bracing for the possibility of a much larger war with Hezbollah. Already, multiple international airlines have suspended flights to and from Beirut, and many countries are urging civilians to leave Lebanon immediately.
Well, Syria claims the Golan Heights as their own. That's where the attack happened. They claim it as part of their territory. America, though, supports Israel's claim to that land. And a 17-year-old boy is arrested in northwest London after police say he went on a stabbing rampage at a children's dance and yoga class. This happened in Southport, seaside town. The 2 children were killed, 9 wounded, 6 of them in critical condition. And 2 adults, actually, who tried to protect the kids were in critical condition, according to police. Witnesses described hearing blood-curdling screams, seeing children covered in blood. The suspect has not been identified, but lived in a village about 5 miles from the site of the attack, according to police. The British Prime Minister, Keir Starmer, calling the attack horrendous and deeply shocking. I'm John Saucier, and this is Fox News.
This time check is brought to you by Amanda Shelton. It's time for a delegate to secure my generation's future. It's time to vote Amanda Shelton for Congress.
Paid for by Shelton for Congress, Johnny Cool Torres, Treasurer.
At Guam Regional Medical City, world-class heart care is just a heartbeat away. GRMC is pleased to welcome board-certified interventional cardiologist Dr. Mahesh Gola and Dr. Bishoy Elbebawe, who specialize in advanced heart interventions to treat heart attacks, various heart and blood vessel conditions, arrhythmia, and more. For more information, visit grmc.gu or contact 671-633-GRMC, 671-633-4762. For all your real estate needs, call the professionals at Hoffaday Realty. Jody, Saran, Libby, and Lolita, and they'll take care of you on every step of the real estate process. No worries. Just contact Hoffaday Realty at 588-4232 or 588-HOFFA or email them at hoffadayrealty@gmail.com. They're at 426 Challenge San Antonio, Suite 204 in Tamuning. Open Monday through Friday, 10 to 4. Hoffaday Realty for all your real estate needs.
I'm Ginger Cruz. I approve this ad because I know making federal policy work for Guam in Congress means you have to understand how it's implemented in the executive branch, something my opponents have never done, but I have. Please vote Ginger Cruz for Congress.
Your 7 o'clock local news is brought to you by AB Risk Solutions.
Hoffaday at 7:06. I'm Donna DeJesus. Here's a look at your local news on The Point. 26-year-old Joaquin Kiyomasa Kaminanga was charged with burglary and other offenses after breaking into the Derrida Sports Complex. He was on pretrial release for drug and theft charges. On Sunday morning, police responded to a burglary report at the Guam Tennis Federation building. They found damaged windows and signs of theft. Kaminanga was seen fleeing the scene but was later apprehended. He admitted to taking money, food, and other items. He has 10 previous arrests and multiple pending cases. If convicted, he faces up to 67 years in prison. He is being held on $5,000 cash bail. Meanwhile, a sexual assault victim has decided not to testify against Dr. Ugochukwu Akoma. The victim cited a lack of support from the AG's office and dissatisfaction with how her case has been handled. She expressed feeling let down by local leaders and criticized the legal process for failing to meet her needs. Defense attorney Jay Arreola expects the case to be dismissed, citing previous errors leading to a mistrial. AG Doug Moylan responded, acknowledging the victim's concerns and stating that his office has worked diligently on her case. A new court date has yet to be set. More news after this.
Whoever said no risk, no reward has never been sued. Hi, I'm Dave Silva from AB Risk Solutions, and our job for over 70 years has been to help businesses just like yours manage risk. Manage risk? We will never be able to totally eliminate the myriad of risks every business faces, but we can help you manage them and recover when disaster strikes. From mom and pop operations to high-rise hotels, we're the experts businesses have counted on for many years. Call me today at 777-2668 for a free risk review and consultation.
AB Risk Solutions, formerly known as Aon.
Congressman Jim Moylan, CNMI Congressman Gregorio Sablan, and Hawaii Representative Ed Case are urging the Department of Defense to bolster anti-fraud measures in the Indo-Pacific. They sent a letter to Defense Inspector General Robert Storch, citing the limited presence of the Defense Criminal Investigative Services in the region. The lawmakers point to billions in infrastructure investments, including $7.3 billion for Guam, millions for Tinian, and $500 million for FSM airport upgrades, and $120 million for a new U.S. Air Force radar station in Palau. Moylan stressed the need for enhanced fraud prevention and more investigators to protect taxpayer dollars. And Anderson Air Force Base has started a project to replace about 1,800 trees lost to Typhoon Mawar. The project kicked off with a mango tree planting outside the 36th Wing headquarters. It will introduce 200 saplings, including avocado, mango, and calamansi, around the base and create gardens near housing. The saplings from mature plants are expected to bear fruit in 3 to 5 years. The initiative, part of the Anderson Community Garden Program, aims to boost well-being among residents. Brigadier General Thomas Polensky initiated the project, which has an initial $21,000 in funding, with plans for more trees. And those are your top stories. Back to Ray with weather. I almost said Brigadier General Tomas.
Make it so.
I like that. That works. That works. Just trying to, I'm wondering if there's any other kind of trees that the guy needs. Maybe Dennis Larson's got a couple of things in his front yard that we can start growing on Anderson Air Force Base.
We'll throw them some trees, man.
Why not? Why not? Are they technically trees, or do we just refer to them as plants?
Yeah,
it's
flowers.
Shrubbery.
Flowering
General.
trees.
They're flowering trees, yes. No, but there's, and I've been on the lookout for this. I was talking with a farmer buddy of mine the other day, and he's got a nice little stand, a little grove of calamansi. And I said, can I get a cutting? He says, yeah. I said, do you have any calamansi trees here that don't have thorns? And he says, oh, Ray, they all have thorns. I said, no. I had one once upon a time. I sold it with the house.
It's thornless.
But it had no thorns and virtually no seeds in the calamansi as well.
Reminds you of that one girl.
It's what he said.
No thorns.
It's exactly what he said, Ray. There's your ultimate fantasy. I got this on the meme machine here. A lady asked a picture of a lady asking a guy, "What's your ultimate fantasy?" And he says, military tribunals. And to which I say, yes, baby, yes. Here it comes, the weather for today. Mostly sunny with highs near 88 degrees. Calm winds becoming southeast 5 to 7 miles an hour this morning. Remember what I said, mostly sunny today. That's good news. Partly cloudy tonight. Tomorrow, it says mostly sunny during the day as well. But by tomorrow night, you'll be able to watch on your radar. You will be able to watch the radar announce the arrival of scattered showers and thunderstorms. And unfortunately, they're going to be with us through Wednesday night, all day Thursday, and possibly Thursday night as as well. So that's going to have an impact on certain politicians and their abilities to get out there and do the wavy thing. Heat index today about 96 degrees. It's going to be warm. 30% chance of rain. Rip currents are out there. Jellyfish are out there as well. So be looking out for that. Sunrise this morning was at 6:05. Great pictures from Pirates Cove as usual. Some other awesome pictures from around town, including the sunrise with the cows on the beach in Agate. Sunset tonight is going to be at 6:49. Hashtag tell the others. There it is. News and weather together on 93.3. This is The Point.
The priorities of the leadership of the Guam Congress Building in Adelup are far from yours and mine. I'm a family man. The cost to take care of them is rising. As a small business owner, the economic climate is more challenging than ever. As a resident of Talafofo, our homes, relationships, and values in southern Guam are under threat. Vote for change this election year. A vote for me is the first step. Iba Guam.
Paid for by Iloy Sean Kumatata for Senator, William N. Regis, Treasurer.
BK Melts are back at Burger King. Our new Philly Melt is topped with warm peppers and onions, melty Swiss cheese, and royal sauce on a toasted bun. Also available, the classic with caramelized onions and stacker sauce. Top off your meal with our new mozzarella fries, refreshing Coca-Cola, and our birthday pie. Available for a limited time only. BK Tumon Bay, Hagutnya, Micronesia Mall, and the airport. Thank you for 35 years. You rule. Yes, we rule. Ray Gibson Show being brought to you by the guys at APL American President Lines, a global presence with a local home. Also being brought to you by Kim and Ron over at Security Title. It's all there right there in the name title. Make sure everything is groovy with it. They also handle the escrowy things, and there might be a couple of other business ventures that you might find are done easier with the help of Kim and Ron at Security Title.
Morning talk that matters. It's the Ray Gibson Show. Call now, 888-TALK. That's 888-8255.
Something got to be done about this. I'm not a great tennis player. Was never really a great tennis player. The coach's nickname for me was Flake. I was just a junk tennis player. Oh no, it's terrible. It's terrible. But had the pleasure of working with the Cepedas and watching young Torgan Smith grow up to be not just a great tennis player, but a great community leader in tennis. And sad to hear that the tennis federation at the Dededo Sports Complex was burglarized again. Upon arrival, the cops were called about 4:45. When cops got there, they approached the southwest gate, unsecured at the time of entry. After entering through the gate, cops confirmed the Tennis Federation building had been entered forcibly with signs of damage around the window. Cops made entry, noted nobody inside, but there were signs of rummaging through the contents of desks and drawers, a bag with tools, a couple of bags with Gatorade and ramen, another bag filled with ice cream. Police noted that a safe was present, which had damage to the dial pad on the door handle. At the same time, an individual later identified, and it must have been the easiest thing in the world, Joaquin Kaminanga was spotted running out of the compound. Police once attempted to have the defendant stop by identifying themselves and telling him to stop. He refused and kept running and throwing away his black backpack, which was later recovered. Cops chased the defendant on foot, subdued the defendant on the ground, and was later apprehended. Then they met with Torgan Smith, president of the Tennis Federation, who reported that this was the third burglary incident at the same point of entry. Money is stored inside, but was unsure if it was secured. The damage to the building, to the window, about $200. Damage to the safe is about $600. After being given his Miranda rights, the defendant waived his rights and stated that he entered the complex at 4 at the north gate, which he states was still open. He was alone. He stated he entered the building through the window because the rain and the window was, quote, left open. The defendant admitted to taking items and sticking them in his bag. When he saw the officers, he started running because he was scared. In his written statement, the defendant admits to taking money, soap, towels, keychains, and some candy bars. So they've charged him with burglary. And in addition to the guy, maybe you're familiar with him because I know the cops are. They call him Joker. He was busted on the burglary charges, but it's also noticed that it's a felony while on felony release in not one but two different cases, and so I'm looking at the thing going, this is a familiar name, and so I did a search on my magistrate emails that I haven't thrown away ever, and this guy's name shows up going back to 2016.
There he is.
You know, you got burglary, you
Got
got
a real
possessions,
history.
you got criminal mischief, you got all of these things, and I'm wondering what judge at the courthouse keeps letting this joker out, literally. Who keeps letting this guy out? I don't know if he's addicted to anything or just cannot control his criminal impulses, but is it possible that maybe we can put this guy in jail and reduce the number of victims, of his victims? He's already got it. There's enough in here to put him away for a bunch of years, and I just don't understand why they're not allowing it to.
Yeah, but they're like lots of small crimes.
Yeah, but okay,
Yeah.
so
We
the
need the
tennis
Batman Ray.
federation now has to replace the $200 worth of what was the window that was broken and the safe to the tune of about $600, right? So they've now have got they are actually victims here. Never mind the stuff that was stolen, the stuff that was damaged that has to get replaced now. They're like those idiots that steal license plates. There was a post on Facebook a couple of weeks ago, and somebody giving the driver a hard time because there was no license plate on the car. And I chimed in. I said,
typical.
Dude, it's possible this guy had his license stolen and he doesn't know. He had no idea.
We all did.
Won't know until he gets pulled over by the police and says, "What do you mean I don't have a license plate in the back of the car?" Somebody might have lifted it, or the jerk that got busted. And this guy needs to be in for all day as well. That was drilling into people's, trying to get gas by drilling into people's gas tanks on the car. Now, number one, it just sounds like it's criminally.
He was a petroleum connoisseur.
Exactly.
Oh, come on.
Let's see.
It wasn't really.
Do you have V-power? No. Oh, this is the good stuff. How about that? Yeah, spared no expense for me. Thank you very much. So, in addition to, the gas that gets stolen, I don't think that's one of those things that you can just put Flex Seal on, right?
No,
it's not
dude.
a trip
That's not
to
a good
get
idea.
that Flex tape that they sell over at at Benson's with that.
No, you need a new one.
Thousands of dollars.
Yeah,
oh my
couple
God.
G's.
Anyway, 7:18 in the morning. I just wanted to underscore that particular story, and again, it is a reminder to people that want a job at the legislature that we still don't have control over the criminals in this town, and then it leads to an unsafe climate for the people of Guam. Tell me in the next 3 or 4 days. Otherwise, try to imagine a world where you don't get my voter support. That's the theme for today's program. For those of you that watch this on the Facebook side, have you decided who you're not going to vote for?
Oh, man.
Oh, I know. That's a tough one. First of all, I got to decide whether I'm voting on the Democrat side or the Republican side for strategic and tactical purposes. And then once I've decided that, then I got to figure out which of the Democrats or Republicans are not going to get my votes. I mean, there's already a couple. There's already a couple that
like
are
donuts.
definitely not going to get my vote. And then there's some that's leaning towards not going to get my vote. And then there's the somewhat possible, if I'm in a good mood, might get my vote. And then there's the ones that are definitely going to get my vote. On both sides, Republican and Democrat side, have you decided which ones are on the far over? Tinalakutni, if you're wondering what that burp was that I just suppressed, is Tinalakutni.
Oh, that's great.
Yeah,
Ray.
with the really, really bombed in
I'm envious, man.
Thank you so much. 7:20 after 7 o'clock in the morning. All right, now that I've gotten that, sorry, needed to get it out of my system. We'll take a look now what's going on in the markets here, because I haven't had a chance to do that for, a whole 24 hours. So stand by here. S&P 500 up by about 4.5 points. I got the NASDAQ picking up 12. Dow Jones Industrial Average lost 49, almost 50 points here this morning. So they get to be the big loser. Big winner is going to end up being the NASDAQ. So we'll take a look at who led them up in a second. FTSE is up by 6 and about a half. I get the Nikkei picking up 801 points. You want to talk about your volatile nature. And they're looking at a bunch of different reports. And you know who has been sending a whole lot of tourists to Japan recently?
Who?
Taiwanese. The numbers, the Taiwanese numbers are gangbusters for Japan, and it has a lot to do with the fact that in comparison to virtually all of the dollars around the world, including the Taiwan dollar, these guys are, Japan is just a bargain, and they cannot resist it. So Nikkei banging 800 points in the green. Hang Seng Index picked up 217. Shanghai up by almost 100. The DAX is down by almost 100 as well. All right, so what did I say? NASDAQ was the big winner, led up by ARM Holdings, Charter Communications, Amazon.com. Amazon.com recently set a record. I don't have the number on me, but they recently set a record, and I think it was the first day of Prime Days, for online sales. It's a number that's so high it almost makes you sick. Looking at that,
Everything on that, man.
Yeah. And I got my Amazon thing. Came in yesterday, and I'm really excited about it.
Toilet paper?
No. It's
toothpaste.
You're gonna say, OMG! I've got the thing that my big ass TV's on. Used to be kind of a coffee table. I don't use it as a coffee table anymore because it's now my television stand. So it's got this big open doofy space about 4x12. And I couldn't think of, so what am I going to put there? 4x12, 4x12. And so this would make my mother happy now. I bought baskets. Little square baskets. 4 of them.
For stuff.
There
you go.
Yep. So all of the stuff hopefully will be off
Cat
all
toys.
of the horizontal containers, horizontal spaces at the house, and they will now be in my pretty Vietnamese wickery basket things that I bought on Amazon. And it's funny because I got 4 of these things, and the Orientals are so ingenious. They fold down into a box.
Asians, Ray.
Oh, that's what I meant to say. Anyway, so maybe that's why Amazon's in the top 5. CrowdStrike is in the top 5 on the NASDAQ. They're up by almost 2%. That's amazing considering the havoc that they wreaked on the entire world not 2 Saturdays ago, and the continuing issues I think the Delta still has with we're trying to get everybody back in the air. Who was it? There was a joke floating around about one of these little tiny airlines that said, "Yeah, we don't have a problem with CrowdStrike. We run our operations and our reservation systems on a Commodore 64 in the owner's basement." Oil trading at $75.94 this morning. It was $75.87 yesterday, and that's a great price. It has been moving down. Yesterday it was $77, and Friday last week it was $78.29. So I appreciate this trend on the West Texas crude. It doesn't really help us at the pump, but it does configure into the price of what we pay for the oils that feed the Guam Power Authority. So let's keep hoping that it moves in that direction. I don't have a new number for Tapas. They're just not reporting anymore. I got yen at 154 against the dollar, tiny bit weaker than it was yesterday. Philippine peso at 58.61, again tiny bit weaker than it was yesterday, but good for tourism, I suppose. South Korean won at 1,382, kind of narrow trade that they've got there with the won, and frankly, if it moved a whole lot, I don't know what difference it would make because it's a 4-digit currency. All right, and speaking of multiple digits, how many we got on Bitcoin today?
We're down 1,100 at 6,743 today.
143.
Yeah,
oh, wait.
So we've had a drop.
67 what?
143.
143. Okay, it was 67.4 when I took a look at the number a little bit earlier this morning. So I guess the trading continues. Not sure why or what difference it makes. The only reason, as I say, the only reason why we even make a report about what's happening with Bitcoin is because the day that we don't will be the day that something crazy happens to Bitcoin, like it doubles in price or it halves in price, and people are going to say, "How did you miss that on the radio? Good at you guys." Anyway, so it's 6:25, 7:24 in the morning. Jerry Roberts coming in before too much longer with his extra point. And while we're waiting for him, a reminder, I need you to go to GuamTraining.com on the World Wide Web. He's got another bunch of these workshops that are going to be coming up soon, including, I love this one here, Stop Driving Your Workers Crazy. Come on, that's my job. That's my job, to make your workers crazy. Admin magic, conversation about generations. But wait, there's more in your face. Street smart networking and effective one-to-one meetings. You want details on all this? You know what? Here's
What?
What?
There's no how to hire crazy workers?
The assumption is, if you want to work here, you must be crazy. So I don't know. Effective one-to-one meetings. I've always found that when you're doing a one-to-one meeting, it's always effective to start off with this line: "A decision's been made and it's final." That way, I'm just here to tell you what's going on and why. But I've already made
leaves someone know where to go.
Yeah. Well, there you go.
Come on, man.
There you go. A couple of other pieces of business news here. Electric vehicles were supposed to be the wave of the future. But American consumers continue to gravitate toward traditional gas-powered automobiles. Even those who have gone the EV route in the past are shifting back in droves. According to recent reports, more than half of the Tesla owners who have traded in their vehicles at dealerships thus far this year did so in order to replace them with gasoline-powered cars. That number has been higher, but it shows that EVs are not catching on as quickly as advocates would have hoped. And I think a lot of that has to do with the idea that, you know, if you're buying one of these things to save the planet, I just don't know if, you know, replacing your gasoline-powered engine with a coal or fossil fuel-fired big massive generation. I don't know if it's the same thing. Now this is getting a little bit of buzz on the social medias. Apparently, Robert Downey Jr. is acting again. He is gone from being Iron Man to Dr. Doom.
Wow, from good to evil.
Yeah, that's the thing. He's going to be the man behind the Dr. Doom mask to everybody delighted in the crowd. I don't know why this is a big deal. I'm just throwing it out there. Again, it's a matter of completeness. It has no relevance to me. I don't think I watched the last of the Iron Man movies, the Avengers Endgame. I don't recall watching that thing. I think we might have given away some tickets.
Downey, man.
But it's Robert Downey Jr.
And it's because he was already Tony Stark in the same universe. So, like, why is he playing?
How could he go from one character to another?
Multiverse.
Oh my God.
Multiverse. It is multiverse canon that there's a somewhere in there like a variant of Iron Man that becomes.
And that nerd moment was brought to you by...
Thank you very much. The multiverse is among our favorite literary tools here. When you've got something that doesn't make sense otherwise, then you can say, well, it's comic books, it's science fiction. We're going to the multiverse theory here, where everything is along the same lines, but they don't actually run in parallel with our timelines, our frequencies, our actual dimension. Imagine, and it might be fun, just for the process here while we're waiting for Jerry Roberts to get his paperwork together. It might be fun to imagine who you are in the next multiverse over. Who are you over there? Can you fly? Does light shine out of your eyeballs? Do you have secret powers? How much different are you in the multiverse over that you are here? I know. Now you're not going to be able to function for the rest of the day. Just going to play around with that concept. And the answer is, I suppose maybe part of it might be, why aren't you that person in this version of the multiverse?
Yeah, slacker.
7:28 in the morning. Jerry Roberts is in the studio. I've already given everybody a hint on the big workshops that you've got coming up, including
thank you.
My beginning to effective one-to-one meetings. They all begin with listen here.
Always a good start.
A decision's been made and it's final.
Yeah.
And then the rest of the meeting, the success or failure of the rest of the meeting is up to you. Jerry Roberts now brought to you by First Hawaiian Bank. Jerry?
Much work needs to be done. You're sitting there minding your own business and running a presidential campaign, and that has been kind of foisted on you, and it's not going very well, and yeah, you raised a bunch of money, but the campaign's having trouble getting traction. You don't have any talking points, really, except other guy's a bad guy and democracy is trashed and all the rest of that. And then, out of the blue, somebody hands you a launch pad. And we'll talk about that next on the Extra Point.
New benefits are taking flight. Instead of 2 times miles, the United credit card from First Hawaiian Bank is now introducing 3 times miles on every dollar spent on United tickets purchased through United ticketing channels. Apply by August 31st, 2024, and if approved, you can earn 35,000 miles when you spend $1,500 within the first 3 months. Get on board with the First Hawaiian Bank United credit card. It all starts with yes. Terms and conditions apply. To learn more, visit a First Hawaiian branch or go to fhb.com/United.
At APL, their expertise and extensive network can help you grow your business and reach out to more global markets. As a responsible carrier, APL is also committed to a sustainable future, whether it's protecting the environment or investing their efforts in giving back to the community. APL's dedicated team in Guam and the U.S. mainland are here to support you. Call 588-4651 or visit apl.com.
Now, you know that in the introduction there before the commercials that we were talking in terms of Kamala Harris. Well, the assumptive Democratic presidential nominee. But have you ever thought about, is it Kamala or Kamala? It doesn't really matter, I guess. The question would be, have you ever thought about her in terms of the word brat? Yes? No? Not sure? You have other words you might use with Kamala. Okay. Well, have you heard your Gen Z kid utter the word recently? It might be worth getting to know how they're using it because it's not in the traditional way. Brat has a negative connotation. It fits together really well with the qualifiers spoiled. At one time, the term spoiled brat would sting, and kids would strongly deny it. Not me. Younger generations seem to have their own way with languages, and brat has been transformed now into a solid positive with youth. They say that brat evokes authenticity and inclusivity. Ouch. You see where this is going. Well, when that hit the news, guess who jumped on board? Right. Kamala Harris is now full-on brat and going cheek to cheek with Gen Z. Regardless of your politics, there may be something to take away from all this. When did the brat thing get going? Well, it comes from an album released by a young British woman named Charlotte Emma Aitchison, known professionally as Charlie XCX. She's not an overnight sensation, having started her public singing career by releasing songs on, remember this? MySpace, back in 2008. She's 31. XCX put her video out, and TikTok exploded. One of the songs on the Brat album, which has gone through the roof in terms of sales, Apple, that's the name of the song, Apple, became the source of a viral dance that has resulted in, buckle up, ready for this. Now, she put the video out for Apple that showed the dance. 460,000 copycat videos have been uploaded of people dancing to the song. 460,000 and counting. People from every walk of life are dancing to this thing, being very bratty, I suppose. Many of these videos have garnered millions of views each. Now, I think back about 10, 11 years. Ray will remember this. So will Real Joe and Donna. Clap along if you feel like a room without a roof. Remember that? Yeah. Clap along if you feel like happiness is the truth. Okay, Pharrell Williams. The point is, marketers are saying that Brat Summer is here, and big brands are getting in on it. Much the way with the Barbie movie launched a commercial phenomenon last summer. Besides being big on TikTok, XCX is also popular with the LGBTQ plus community, a group Harris will tap for votes. So how did the Brat-Kamala connection actually happen? XCX tweeted that Kamala is brat on July 21st. Harris's campaign team, desperate for any traction with voters, was quick to match the tone, updating the Harris Twitter profile header to a vivid shade of brat green, kind of like a lime green, which is the official cover color of bratism. The lesson is that marketing opportunities pop into your life without notice, and you have to be ready to capitalize if it impacts your potential market. So if you sell products and you want to appeal to Gen Z customers, getting into lime green brattiness might help you. The other thing is asking your Gen Z workers if they understand the concept and would they like to get involved. That wouldn't hurt. The creator of the Apple dance trend, Kelly Hayer, says, Brat is summer. Brat is party. Brat is joy. Brat is iconic. Brat is fun. Who wouldn't want to be a part of that? Well, Brat is also now part of the presidential campaign and may energize a group that has shown a fair amount of disinterest in the election. By the way, that group numbers 41 million people who are eligible to vote in November. 41 million people spread across the 50 states, including swing states. Another chapter in the strangest presidential race in history, and we're still over 100 days away. Brat. Yeah. That's the extra point. Be responsible and make something good happen today. For 93.3 FM, The Ray Gibson Show. and First Hawaiian Bank. I'm Jerry Roberts.
Yeah, well, there's the scary part here is if anybody's going to vote for Kamala because A, she's a woman, B, she's allegedly black, and C, because Charlie XCX says so.
Wait, she's not?
Then you need to get your head examined. No. No, it's South Asian and Jamaican.
Indian Jamaican.
Yeah, Indian Jamaican.
Yeah,
so, certainly biracial, but not necessarily.
She identifies as a black
hello,
woman.
my friend, and Yaman. Simultaneously.
I identify as a well-coiffed billionaire, but it's not working for me.
Right. I'm just saying, if that's why you want to vote for Kamala, then you need to have your head examined.
Well,
talk to your children. Also, remind your children that Kamala Harris, not that long ago, made a remark about people in a particular age group, 18 to 24,
saying they are
stupid. They are stupid.
Do you think that quote is going to be, that clip is going to be played over and over again?
You never know with TikTok. TikTok, a lot of people, it's all based on your algorithms, and if it detects that you are watching things in a certain pattern or whatever it is, the deep algorithm that TikTok has. For instance, I watch TikTok. I'm good at TikTok for about 15, 20 minutes a day, and it generally sends me the same stuff. And there's a whole lot of right wing. A lot of Republican kind of centric TikTok themes that I get on a regular basis. I'm sure that there's another version of TikTok or another version of me in the different multiverse that's a Democrat that is watching all kinds of other TikToks that are moving in the opposite direction.
Okay, so you're marketer Trump. Okay, and you realize there's 41 million kids out there who could be enticed. Not all 41 million, because you don't get everybody. But what if that in the swing states, that could be a problem for you? What do? Do you go on TikTok in a lime green suit or something? And do you do the happy dance and something like that, and then play the clip of Kamala saying that they're all stupid? After that?
Maybe I would do something like that, because you got to figure out a way, number one, that you can own it, and number two, what do you call it, neutralize the impact of what Charlie XXS, whatever, has given her. Just to remind these people that she's got the lowest esteem for you, and then will look like it's otherwise for the purposes of the camera and for the votes.
Marketing is a fascinating science.
That's art of war stuff, though, man. What you were just talking about is art of war stuff. Go and forget the name. Robert Greene's books, Power or War, or any of the books that he's got, and that will tell you how you can neutralize your enemies. Sometimes you just got to sit down and think about it. 7:38 in the morning. Another impressive Jerry Roberts extra point here. It's not very often that the oldest guy in the room is talking about music artists that generally the younger ones from next door would know about. 7:39, and time for Donna D with the last big look at news. Next big look at news and headlines. She's like, yeah, I can leave. This one being brought to you by the guys over at BK Burger King. Last of the I Love Whopper Wednesdays for a little bit tomorrow, because it's the last of the Wednesdays in July. Also being brought to you by the guys that is super excited about being Pika's Best in 2023, and they are looking and saying thank you for the nominations now for Pika's Best in 2024. Of course, I'm talking about Half a Day Realty. That's Auntie Loli and Jody and Saran and Libby and an entire team of professionals. You've got questions about real estate, they can answer them. 588-4232. Now with the news, here's Donna. What's going on?
Speaker Theresa Lahi has called an emergency session to discuss Bill 317, allowing public schools to open pending inspections. This comes as 19 schools have yet to pass inspection. The session will also discuss Bill 324, concerning funding for 2 new charter schools, BTAX and Hurrao Chamorro Charter School. The public hearing for this bill is scheduled for this Thursday. And GWA will close Route 1's outer southbound lane in Hagåtña today from 9 to 4. Repairs to water lines will be conducted in front of the Padre Palomo Beach Park. Drivers should follow traffic signs and flagmen. For more details, contact GWA at 646-4211. And routine testing of emergency sirens will occur next Tuesday, August 6th, starting at 3:15. Guam Homeland Security and Civil Defense, U.S. Naval Base Guam, and Anderson Air Force Base will test both sirens. Expect to hear pre-scripted messages and a 60-second alert siren tone. This tests will generally happen on the first Tuesday of each month unless a holiday falls on that day. And those are your local headlines. Back to Ray.
Okay, gotcha. Looking around at a couple of stories. Anybody paying attention to the Olympics? I mean, notwithstanding the terrible opening ceremony that we've got. I mean, what are there, 7 or 8 of us representing Guam in the Olympics? And I understand our judo girl lost her match.
Yeah.
I think the next one is going to be Minami Ijima Martin taking on I think the triathlon now at like midnight on, I think it's Thursday morning. Midnight Thursday morning. I gotta get you details on that. But the other one is who is this Josh Green guy? So the students at Father Duenas might recognize the name because that's where he was from a couple of years ago, and now representing Guam in the Olympics. But there's a couple of great stories. They're apparently following him in the state that he's calling home these days, and they wrote a pretty interesting story about that. I'll share with you before too much longer. And among the first things that he was able to do while everybody else was knocking around watching the satanic ritual that was the opening ceremonies, he and one of the I think one of the coaches went to go and visit a church and receive some incredible blessings while they were there. You know, it's and I kind of really appreciate that story, which is why I'm frustrated I can't find it in front of me so I can share it with you. I'll try to get that on before it gets to be 10 o'clock this morning. In the meantime, it's 7:42. Donna did her thing, Jerry did our thing, and I got more things to do after these.
This summer, don't miss out on a hot opportunity. Save big when you upgrade to Docomo Pacific's Business Unlimited Max. Say goodbye to hefty fees and enjoy free roaming in the U.S., Japan, South Korea, and the Philippines. But that's not all. From now until August 31st, save up to $20 a month on payments. A whopping $600 in overall savings. Plus, receive $150 towards mobile accessories. Some conditions apply. Call 688-2677 to upgrade and maximize your benefits this summer. Governor Eddie Calvo.
What I see in someone like Sabrina is that this is someone who knows what those issues are, and over all these years of seeing Guam through some of the highs and some of the lows, I believe this is, though it's new blood coming in, which we need, it's someone with that knowledge that is so necessary to work for the people of Guam. So please, support and vote for Sabrina Salas Montanani.
I'm Sabrina Salas Montanani, and I approve this message.
7:43 in the morning, Ray Gibson Show, and I approve this message. Pika's Best, 3 years running, and thank you very much for your nominations for our fourth Pete and my repeat on Pika's favorite radio personality. I really, really appreciate that. And let me give you a piece of advice. If you were looking for some significant technology without a significant price tag beyond the box at the Micronesia Mall, now you're going to find, obviously, you'll find the telephone technology that you need, iPhones, maybe computing power with the different Macs, MacBooks, et cetera, that they've got there, iPads of every stripe, including the new ones, the new iPad, like whatever the Pros, which are they're incredible by themselves. But you know, it's not just having the tool and the technology; it's also having the other tools that you need to make it that much more efficient. I mean, if you got all that equipment there, something's got to be powering it, something's got to be charging it. I mean, if you just want chargers, go and check out the incredible selection that they've got beyond the box at the Micronesia Mall. Even headphones, they got the Beats kind. 7:44 in the morning on the Ray Gibson Show. Time to take a look at what's going on in your traffic on the roadways here. Did see some hiccups down in the downtown Negutnia area on the way to Adelup. It looks like there's slower traffic moving southbound, and I'm not entirely sure what's going on in the area. Otherwise, right about now, the typical traffic patterns include slowing down around Ipao trying to get through Waiseng Song. Intersection traffic a little bit heavier until you get to the Micronesia Mall. We got looks like it's heavier at all the intersections, including 1 and 3. When you get to the mall, should be okay as you follow the construction all the way to 8, 10, and 16. Nothing major on that particular roadway. Don't see a whole lot else that's going to slow you down. Route 4 into town, slow in the usual spots around Sinahanya and Ordot. We've got Route 10 and 15. That intersection is, as usual, kind of running slow because it's Lunga, but maybe a couple of other spots. I think as you get closer to the University of Guam, I think it's the traffic over by the new McDonald's that they're building that could be slowing things down. Route 8 into town looking pretty good here. I don't think you're going to see anything slow until you get to Big Navy in Sumai. Line's a little bit longer this morning. 7:45, there's your traffic on the point.
Shelley Calvo, successful entrepreneur, philanthropist, proud mother and grandmother. Shelley's broad experience spans from Silicon Valley management to chairing Guam's Homeless Coalition. As our senator, Shelley will create career opportunities for our next generation, pull people out of poverty, and will vigorously protect Guam's children from predators. Shelley is equal parts passion and compassion. If bringing values and unity to the legislature is important to you, please vote Shelley Calvo for senator.
I'm Shelly Calvo, and I approve this message.
Are you planning a trip to the Philippines this summer? Why not come back feeling healthier and more rejuvenated? At the Medical City, we offer world-class healthcare services, including comprehensive executive checkups and top-tier aesthetic treatments for as low as $530. Imagine lounging on white sandy beaches, shopping at top-tier shopping centers, and indulging in premium healthcare all in one vacation. Book your summer getaway now and experience the best of both worlds. The Medical City, your trusted partner in health.
Rediscover talk radio here. Your FM News Talk Superstation. This is The Point.
RJC, do me a favor. See if you can dig out a story about a United flight that had to get diverted because of some kind of biohazard.
Okay, roger that.
Yeah.
Right away.
Something I saw, and it actually had audio on it. They were talking about which airport they could divert to, and the guy was like listening to the airplane movies or the original airport movie, where saying no, everything's kind of socked in on this side of the Rockies. We got to take it all the way in. And I said, well, we want to land here in the closest airport, which is like Cleveland, which was 20 minutes out. And the guy says, well, what's going on? He says, I don't know, man. There's something about a biohazard in the back, and people are vomiting, and it's getting to smell really sour in the back. We got to land this airplane. So I don't know what caused this quote biohazard issue, and what the end of it eventually was. I'm dying to get caught up with that story again. Maria Escaño, first to compete for Guam at the 2024 Paris Olympics, unfortunately loses to Guinea. This is a story in the Pacific Daily News, and I like this. Whoever wrote this at PDN has wrapped his head around the idea that not everybody on Guam knows who went to represent Guam in the Olympics. I think we've all got like a favorite, a performer, a favorite athlete here or there, but we don't know all of them. So the writer took pains to do all of that. There were a couple other stories that mentioned Guam here, and I like this. I'm going to bring in former Governor Carl T.C. Gutierrez into the conversation. Buenas and Afide, welcome home.
Good, yeah. Thank you, Ray. Good morning, everybody.
Awesome. Awesome to hear from you, and thanks for sending out those pictures of our ladies, the Guam cultural dancers that taken over basically every matsuri in Japan, showing off the customs and the dance of Guam. That's so heartening.
Yes, I tell you, this program that started back in 2014 by Frank Rabon really is staying up very well from all over Japan. The parade that we usually have every year at this time is Kashiwan. It's a cultural parade, and almost 1 million people watching the parade there. And of course, our girls were the number one.
I'm so glad to hear that, and I'm glad that you were there to witness the spectacle of their dancing and the appreciation from the crowd. Big News Network reporting a surge in visitors from Taiwan and the United States is driving record tourism numbers in Japan. And in fact, the article makes reference to something that you and I participated in a little bit earlier in the year. The increase in the number of tourists in the United States was mainly due to the launch of new flights between Guam and Haneda in May, and an increase in flights between San Francisco and Narita. So it looks like that Guam Haneda route is getting heavily used. I don't know if it's as popular with Japanese moving towards the east as it is Westerners moving in that direction, trying to take advantage of a very cheap yen.
Well, first of all, it took us decades to get the Haneda route to Guam, and we're not about to let it go. We're not about to let it, we're going to lose it. So what we're doing right now is working with the new China relationship that we have, and particularly Taiwan as well, in trying to fit in more people coming from China, coming from Taiwan, into Haneda to catch that 10 o'clock flight to Guam. We're working on that very, very, diligently, and we're going to, we canceled our last meeting about a month and a half ago because of the death of the Tan family in China, but we're going to be on there in the next 3 weeks. However, I want you just mark my word, because I believe that in the next 2 weeks you'll hear something good also about the China market, the Taiwan market. So we're very, very close to coming together with some kind of an agreement to get a carrier flying from Taiwan to Guam.
Nice. Well, there's no shortage, according to this article that I was reading, about the Taiwanese and their desire to travel, so much so that they were basically chartering a lot of the flights that were coming out of Taiwan trying to get into Japan.
Yeah, and the big guys in Taiwan that are going out looking for investments. Some of them trying to come to Guam. They just got tired of having to go to Korea or the Philippines to connect. Sometimes it takes them 18 hours to get to Guam just from the time they leave. So they are also pushing within Taiwan to get China Airlines to start moving to Guam. Immediately. However, they have personnel shortage. Pilots and flight attendants and all that. So it's all over the world. But there are something else that we try to make a lemonade out of this lemon that we might be getting when we lose in the very close, near future,
Fukuoka.
Fukuoka being being pulled out by United. It's just simply not working well. But we're going to try to use something with that aircraft.
Well, they've already been talking about linking up with Cebu in the Philippines, and that would provide another additional equipment for them to be able to get that job done.
Yeah, but that's a circuitous route to be able to bring the Guam. But with this one aircraft out of Fukuoka, instead of losing it completely on that, the fourth city in Japan,
move it to Haneda.
That aircraft itself, not the ones that are being moved over from Guam, but just from that Fukuoka area.
What are you thinking? Maybe another link between Haneda and Guam? New flight number?
No. I'll let you know later in about 2 weeks. But it's outside Japan. Oh, outside Japan. So we'll see what happens.
Bali. Has anybody mentioned it to the United guys? I mean, that used to be a healthy flight between here and Bali. I mean, you link up from Japan. It's a hell of a destination, as most people know, and I think it's getting a little bit more prominence on the world stage in terms of resort destinations.
Yeah, well, that was Continental Air Micronesia at that time, and we had a dual painted airplane. One side Garuda, the other side Continental. And it didn't last that long either, so there's just too many flights going into Bali. But yes, we'll see what's happening. I can say this publicly that the Ken Kiriyama in Japan, who was in charge of Japan and Micronesia for United Airlines, and Paul Monk here, we've been working very, very, very closely. We are like partnership now. Like we're not fighting each other. We're trying to see what we can do to sustain flights with United, do what we can to keep it moving. So they are very open to listen to our suggestions and not spurning it like, they don't, we're too small to be talking stuff like that to big corporations. But they are listening and they understand that we'd be a great partner for United Airlines. If we're just nice to each other.
If we, as we have been. It's been a couple of months since the Haneda Guam route has been available to travelers. Do you got any, you and Jerry have any use data on that? What are we seeing? What are we lacking? Do we need to do more by way of in the city, in Tokyo, promotions for the Haneda Guam jump?
That's what our Japan team are doing right now. They're just moving around, and although they promote every United Airlines flight and Japan Airlines flight to Guam, they are particularly, I asked them to make sure they zero in the Haneda flight and not just get people, not using Narita and instead going to Haneda, but get some new flyers to Guam around the Haneda area. And that's what they're concentrating on when we start promotions with the travel agents and the consumers.
Well, the opportunity is in front of us. I think it's September was the date period that I got from the Guam Visitors Bureau for another JATA trip. This time it's going to be in Tokyo.
Oh, gosh, I believe so. I'm not sure. I've got so many things in my mind.
Yeah, I'll double check, but I think it's in Tokyo, which would bode well for Guam to be able to talk to the travelers in Tokyo about the convenience of coming from there from Haneda into Guam aboard United Airlines. I think that's going to be a fantastic deal.
Well, we do have one. Just not sure about the date at this time, right. And make sure we're going to start broadcasting that everywhere that we can.
Yeah. Well, and then there's another story, your opinion piece in the PDN this morning. In pursuit of customs clearance for Guam, is this the story that we were talking about, where we were going to try to get people pre-cleared while they were still in Japan, so all they had to do was get their luggage and then go to the hotel?
Exactly what we've been discussing. Remember when we talked about what we can do? And I remember, Puerto Rico is like inside the customs zone. When I flew to Puerto Rico from Washington, D.C., and going back from Puerto Rico, we were we sent our luggage through, as you go through the check-in, the CBP and it's called immigration, I guess, and customs. And so, that's it. You check in and you're done there. So we're trying to replicate that here in Guam, either one of three ways. Either you federalize the function to the Guam Customs and quarantine and let them pre-clear it here, or use your Customs and Border Patrol people to do it. And so no one has to claim any luggage when you get to Hawaii. Because when we flew there last week to meet with the Hawaii Tourism Agency, with Mufi Handyman, I don't know if you know him, twice a mayor of Honolulu, and also has a relationship to Guam, parents being here with the first Jones and Guerrero businesses.
Okay.
Okay, and so we met, and we're trying to be partners instead of adversaries. When we met at PESPAC, we decided that we should get together, and yes, we're brothers, and there's some ways that we don't need to compete and spend millions of dollars trying to take people out of Japan to Hawaii, and us sending and trying to get them here to Guam. We'll figure out something, because we know that their constraints are 8-hour flights there, and ours only 3-hour flights. So there's a way that we can make these things happen and not spend too much money trying to compete with each other. And we made some good headway. And we brought Nadine there, and Dee, and Gabby, and Mai, and Regina from the fan market, and they all met the people that run the Hawaii Tourism Agency. And so we need to know everybody by names and know each other and be like a brotherhood. And that's what we put together at this trip.
I wonder if there's opportunities. I got the Hawaii Free Press in front of me, the journal, and they are referring to issues. There are quite a number of very loud and aggressive natives that no longer appreciate the way that tourism has taken over certain islands, municipalities in the state of Hawaii, and don't want that business anymore. And I'm sitting there going, well, we'll take them. I'll take the Japanese one, and we'll take the American ones all day long. We'll bring them out to Guam if there's a way to. If you want fewer, we'll be happy to take them off your hands.
Yeah, but those people will say that thing's overblown. That's what they'll say, right? But even if it's not overblown, you still have those people that make a visitor wary about moving out there on an isolated, desolate area. But yes, we brought that thing up also, but they said don't count on that, because that's not that.
No, mostly in the press, maybe overblown that way. Hey, listen to my governor here talking all tourism and everything. One last thing before I let you go, and as far as I'm concerned, it was news when you very publicly came out to endorse Ginger Cruz for Congress. That's not necessarily the point of the question, but I do want to point out the fact that there are a lot of people that listen to you, and I think we've got a problem here on Guam with voter turnout. What can you say to our listeners this morning, Uncle Carl, to encourage them to get out to vote on Saturday?
Well, yes. Listen, there are some people that spurn the military presence and the big buildup that we're having here in Guam, changing our cultural ways. But there's a way to be able to play in this whole game, right? You need a person that knows the ropes in Washington, D.C., that's not timid, that's not intimidated by powers that be, that's able to push doors open and be first names with people in Washington to be able to get our thing moving. And Ginger Cruz, just if you look at the background of these people, she's ready to work on day one. And I hope that I have a relationship with Trump too. I mean, I don't know if she does, but we want to go there together. We want to go there where there's Trump's presidency in the next few months. But Guam's got to take center stage, and not in a timid way, not in a looking at them paternalistically, but looking at them as partners. We are partners. We're tip of the spear, as I said. First one to break off, that first stiff to break off, and these people don't want to have any more thorns on their side. Look at what General is doing at Anderson Air Force Base. Getting involved,
doing fantastic.
Take the Air Force to go Air Force. That's the way that it's got to be. People's got to, when I was speaker, when I was governor, we had the generals and the admirals in my backyard barbecuing, knowing each other by first name, slapping each other on the back. They're being part of the community. We need to do that. We need to put these people. I didn't like the idea that when we're in the Manyangun, they were relegated to some row of seats somewhere that not befitting of honoring the liberators in Guam. But they did not treat them with high respect as they used to do in the legislature as well. where they give them honored seats. I mean, we got to get back to that. There are our brothers and sisters. I know that you probably think you're being paternalistic by honoring them and giving all the ends to them. No, we are partners, and whether we like it or not, they're the ones that are hopefully bringing the next generation of our economic situation in Guam. Let's play with each other nicely, and you got to vote for the right person. Ginger is it. Believe me when I say ginger is it if you want movement in Washington, D.C.
Well,
I know I'm not
That's okay. You're still the one. I gotta break away.
The right one right now.
Okay, my fault. I asked the question just after 8 o'clock in the morning. Time for a China cabinet. I'll see you soon, Unc.
Bye.
It's time for the news on the point.
For an emergency meeting of regional leaders to express concern over Sunday's election.
Fox's Jared Halpern at the White House. A New York judge has barred former NRA President Wayne LaPierre from holding a paid position with the organization for 10 years, but has declined to appoint a monitor to oversee the finances and internal policies of the NRA. Wall Street, the Dow lost 49. America is listening to Fox News.
Stay cool all year round by checking out Johnstone Supply for your HVAC and refrigeration needs. Located at 170 Guerrero Drive on Picanel Road in Tamuning, call Johnstone Supply today at 671-649-0581. That's 671-649-0581. Open 8 a.m. to noon and 1 to 5 p.m. Monday to Friday. Open Saturdays from 8 a.m. to 12 p.m. and closed on Sundays. Stay cool with Johnstone Supply.
I'm Tony Atta, and I approve this message. Tony Atta produced quality legislation as a senator. Laws that prioritize our needs and keep our people safe. His Castle Doctrine legislation is the strongest law of the land, which allows us to protect our loved ones at home. But Tony's been serving our community long before he became a senator. So when people say, I'm glad Tony's back in politics, we say, no, Tony never left leadership. Vote Tony Atta for senator. It's time to bring back the quality.
You download podcasts.
The acting director of the Secret Service expected to appear before a House panel investigating the assassination attempt on former President Trump.
The House voted to create the task force to investigate the shooting last week. 13 bipartisan members will investigate through early January. Representative Mike Kelly chairs the inquiry. The shooting went down in his district. Senators want to understand how communication between local police and the Secret Service broke down. That will be a primary line of questioning for acting Secret Service Director Rowe. The office of GOP Iowa Senator Chuck Grassley acquired pictures of texts between officers on the day of the shooting. One counter-sniper even took pictures of crooks.
Fox's Chad Pergram on Capitol Hill. The FBI has not released a motive for the shooting. McDonald's customers were pulling back in recent months, but the company says business holding up this year.
McDonald's sales declined globally in the recent quarter, its first drop in more than 3 years. McDonald's has been raising prices for the past 2 years to cover higher costs for ingredients and labor. That resulted in customers dining out less often. It was also impacted by the slower economic recovery in China and the Mideast conflict. Though McDonald's says the $5 meal launched in late June exceeded expectations. It's standing by its strategy of focusing on value, chicken, and loyalty members, and believes this year will meet expectations. Ginny Cosola, Fox News.
At the box office this weekend, Deadpool and Wolverine tops the list, earning $205 million. The movie is the biggest R-rated debut ever, surpassing the first Deadpool movie by $73 million. In second place, Twisters with $35.3 million in its second week. In third, Despicable Me 4 with $14.2 million. I'm Lee Silasara. This is Fox News.
This time check is brought to you by Amanda Shelton for Congress. It's time to update the century-old Jones Act to reduce the cost of goods. It's time for Amanda Shelton in Congress.
Paid for by Shelton for Congress, Johnny Cool Torres, Treasurer.
Wow, Bank Pacific, 70 years.
That's right.
Are you celebrating?
You bet. For starters, we opened in 1954, so we're offering a very special personal loan with rates as low as 5.4% APR.
5.4?
And you can borrow up to $50,000 for whatever. Summer travel, back to school, paid on credit cards.
Can I apply online?
Yes. And in any of our convenient offices. Bank Pacific. Where others put branches, we place roots for 70 years.
Equal opportunity lender. Conditions apply.
Half a day. This is Michelle from APL Guam. Here at APL, our expertise and extensive network can help you grow your business and reach out to more markets. As a responsible carrier, APL is also committed to a sustainable future, whether it's protecting the environment or investing our efforts in giving back to the community. Our dedicated teams in Guam and on the U.S. mainland are here to support you. Call 588-4651 or visit apl.com.
I'm Vince Borja, a business owner with an MBA, a military veteran, and an educator. But life didn't start this way. My father was murdered in a drug deal, and I grew up on welfare in Guam's dollar homes. But I was determined to live a completely different life. Now, I'm running for senator to help build an economy that gives Guam's next generations career opportunities that don't include drug dealing. And your vote can make that happen. My name is Vince Borja, and I approve this message.
Half a day, it's 8:06. I'm Donna De Jesus with a look at your local news on The Point. 29-year-old Giltinan Aldan Ramangmo has been convicted of negligent homicide and child abuse in the death of her 1-year-old son. AG Doug Moylan announced the verdict and will seek the maximum 10-year sentence. In November, police found Ramangmo crying and apologizing at her Dedido home. She initially claimed her son fell from a bed, but former medical examiner Dr. Jeffrey Nine testified to signs of battered child syndrome and malnutrition. The child had multiple severe head injuries and had been dead for hours before authorities were contacted. Ramangmo has 7 other children, all under the age of 10. And Guam has recorded its 7th traffic fatality of 2024. On July 20, a 2-vehicle crash occurred on Route 16 in Harmon. Both drivers were seriously injured and taken to GRMC. Yesterday, it was confirmed that one of the drivers had died. GPD is continuing its investigation and will release more information as it becomes available. Officer Berlin Savella extended condolences to the victim's family and urged the community to drive safely, slow down, and wear seat belts. Earlier on the same day, 2 other fatal accidents were reported, one on Route 10 in Barragata and another on Route 26 in Dedido. Police are seeking information about these incidents. More news after this.
Experience the magic of the Super American Circus with Circle K. Spend $25 at any Circle K and receive a free adult ticket. Or make any purchase and show your My Rewards ID at checkout for a free child ticket. Don't miss the chance to experience the Super American Circus at PIC. Grab your free tickets at your favorite Circle K. Promotion is valid until August 31st, 2024. Fuel purchases are not included. Other conditions may apply. Visit 76circlekguam.com for more info.
CNMI Governor Arnold Palacios will meet with Star Marianas Airlines tomorrow to discuss a fee dispute that may end the airline's service in October. Palacios stressed that the airline is vital for economic growth and residents' access to healthcare, education, and overall quality of life. Tinian and Rhoda mayors have urged the airline to reconsider, highlighting that it is the only commuter airline serving the CNMI. The Commonwealth Ports Authority has been asked to comment on the situation. And GovGuam summer youth interns have until this Friday to pick up their final checks. DYA announced that check distribution for the 2024 Governor's Summer Youth Employment Program will be held from 10 to 6 at the Agana Shopping Center's Center Court. Interns or their parents or legal guardians listed on the application must present a valid photo ID to collect the checks. The 2024 program has been a success, providing valuable work experience for Guam's youth. For more information, call 477-9557. And those were your top stories. Now back to Ray with weather.
Get around to it. The story that I was kind of stuck on when you were getting to the end of the news is a point that I was making earlier about how department stores and home shopping centers, things like that, are getting into the Halloween thing far earlier than they should. The story reads, Halloween is 3 months away. Retailers are promoting the spooky holiday earlier than ever. Some are calling it Summerween. There's a race to move holiday merchandise early and push shoppers to spend more money right now. Home Depot, the first major retailer to push Halloween decor online, including 12-foot skeletons. They started this in April. Lowe's and Target are also selling Halloween merchandise online earlier than in the past. Michael's dropped its first Halloween collection for the season in late June, earlier than ever before. Costco has a 7-foot animated pumpkin scarecrow and 7-foot animated werewolf on display at a club in South Florida. My friends, this is discrimination. I believe this is discrimination.
Huh?
We do not have a Lowe's, a Target, a Michael's, or a Costco where all of the good stuff apparently is sold.
Oh, that's right. We don't have any of those.
We have Home Depot.
Second-class citizens can't vote for the president, and we don't have a Costco. I needed to get that off my job. I'll be better now.
He just wants the hot dog.
What? Yes.
Oh, yeah.
And
Did they have that hot
cheaper
dog
gas.
when we had Costco here?
I don't
They
recall.
didn't? Okay. I can't even remember. It was so long ago.
Was it a real Costco?
It was a real Costco. My mom had to pay for membership.
wow,
Was it Costco price or price
No,
Costco?
I don't think it was real.
Artie, what's the password?
It was
It
price
wasn't
Costco.
real, dude.
It was real.
I think they flipped it. It's like, it's like that place at the malls.
Nothing's real anymore,
Was
Donna.
it KB Toys, and they changed it to KD Toys?
No, it used to be K. Now I'm confused.
Here it comes, the weather. Mostly sunny today. It's going to be hot. 96 degrees is what the feel-like temperature is going to be later on. Calm winds becoming southeast 5 to 7 miles in the morning. Partly cloudy with overnight lows about 78 degrees. I got south winds 5 miles an hour, so maybe calmer tonight. Now, tomorrow during the day, it's going to be mostly sunny. Say that again, mostly sunny for most of the day tomorrow, but they say towards the evening we'll start to see some scattered showers and thunderstorms, and it might last until Thursday night as well. So be prepared for the wind and the rain in between the hot sun. Heat index, like I said, 96 degrees, a 30% chance of rain today. Rip currents and jellyfish are out there. Careful with the jellyfish, box jellyfish. Number one, it hurts, and number two, they can still sting you when they're dead. Ancient Chamorro belief is if you get stung by a jellyfish, pee on it. That is the sting, not the jellyfish, for those of you that are paying attention. Sunset tonight should be about 6:49 or so. There it is, news and weather together. This is 93.3 The Point. More like that on the way.
It's sizzling out there, folks, and GTA's hot summer deals are turning up the heat. Switch to GTA and get up to $375 off a brand new iPhone 15 when you sign up for any unlimited wireless plan. That's $16.55 a month on our installment plan. But wait, there's more. We're waiving the activation fee and giving you a port-in credit. That's right, extra savings just for joining the GTA family. Limited time offer, terms and conditions apply. Visit GTA.net for more information. GTA, we start the summer with you.
Boss, I got run over by a forklift.
Boss, I crashed a company truck.
What do we do? Our warehouse and inventory are gone.
Hi, this is Dave Silva from AB Risk Solutions, and it's time for Risk 101. Everything you just heard are examples of risk your businesses can face. Our job is to ask the hard what-if questions and teach you how to reduce your exposures and help you recover if things go sideways. We've got decades of experience in Micronesia working with businesses big and small. Call AB Risk Solutions today at 777-2668 for a free inspection and quote.
AB Risk Solutions, formerly known as Aon.
Got it. Ray Gibson Show brought to you by APL American President Lines, a global presence with a local home in Guam Regional Medical City. They are your healthcare partners.
Bringing you closer to the action. Any speaker, anytime. Watch and listen live on thepoint.gu.
Memes are on fire on the Twitters and all of that here today. There's some interesting stuff out there. Just be on the lookout. Did you find out the information on that United flight that got diverted?
Vomit.
What?
Yeah.
Muta. It was Muta in the airplane?
Diverted after a biohazard. So much vomit happening on the plane.
Yeah, that's what Lee Weber said. Supposedly somebody threw up.
Started a chain reaction. And everybody gagged.
Including members of the crew. And
way to go, man.
I don't know.
Weak stomachs.
Somebody,
man,
it's like a yawn.
I could have held it in.
Right. but I mean, it's a Technicolor yawn, and it comes with a smell. There's an odor on it, and it's possible maybe it was projectile. so literally that's what, because they used the word biohazard in the thing, and I in my mind I'm thinking of some kind of weird deep state thing where there's biohazard, this weapon on board.
It was the chimera virus.
Yeah, and if we you can't land it because otherwise it'll spread like the plague.
Oh,
or
that
something.
sounds like a good movie, Ray.
I'm sure I'm ripping off the idea from somewhere in Hollywood back when they made good movies.
Yeah.
But in this case, it was just somebody yacked a Smurf, Muta, and
way to go, man.
And it was a chain
All of a
reaction.
sudden, Ralph is everywhere.
Pea soup. Okay, got it. So, but they did safely land the airplane. So what do they do with that? There's a question for Sam Shinair and the guys in the airplane biz, right? Is what do they do when an airplane? Because we've a similar situation a few years ago here, where there was a methenic outbreak on an airplane.
Oh, what's that?
Years ago.
Yeah, what's that?
Methenic?
Just put your mask on first.
Yeah,
Ray.
it's basically the runs, and apparently there was a bunch of people that got with food poisoning or something like that, and it was all over the place. It was everywhere. And recently, again, there was a case like this. I want to say in Europe or someplace, or in Asia, where somebody couldn't control themselves anymore, and there's just stains everywhere. So I'm just wondering, because I'm an 11-year-old boy at heart,
would do it.
what do you do with the airplanes? I mean, is that one of those where you just say, yeah, I'm sorry, we got there's a section in the insurance policy. I'll check with my brother Dave. Section on the insurance policy. I'm sorry, there's no way we're getting the smell out. There's no way we're going to be able to clean this thing up, and so we're just going to go ahead and have a bunch of people fly it out to that place in Arizona or someplace where it's super dry.
Guam will buy it.
We'll use that. We'll use that on the airplane ride between here and Saipan. Yep. Okay. All right. Multiple biohazard stories in the news this morning. 816-888-8255, 888-TALK. A little bit later on, we got a couple of things going on here this morning. The what do you call it? The celebrity birthdays and special events is going to be coming up. And if I did the calendar right, this morning there will be another Gibson in the studio.
Really?
Yep. That I know of, though unrelated. Unrelated. There's a new one of the bosses at the shop over at IT&E, and they're kind of telecom and tech partners with the radio station.
He's not from Guam.
What's that?
He's not from Guam.
I don't know any Gibsons that really are from Guam.
Okay.
It's not like it's not like it's not like we were out there helping with the Laddie Stones, back in the
So maybe
in the day.
you are related. We just don't know it yet.
Making sling stones so we could kick out the Spaniards. I don't know that there's any indigenous Gibsons. maybe if I worked on overpronouncing it enough, I just Gibson or Gibson. They make it sound like it's a Chamorro name.
Wear a loincloth.
817. Thank you so much. How do you know I'm not?
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah. So a bunch of other stories that I've been holding on to, just cause, and remind me to get around to find somebody that's got an expertise in law, and see if there's anything to worry about with these new. What is it that what's his name Biden is trying to do? Wants to change out the nature of the game by changing out a lot of the rules of the game. Maybe more on that a little bit later on. But speaking of gaming the system, is this story here? It's from our buddy Don over at the Department of Public Health and Social Services. What we used to refer to during the COVID years as the Department of Public Harassment and Secret Service. Where they're what they would do is if you had a bar or a restaurant or really anything, is these guys would come over and make sure that everybody was 6 feet apart, and if there was a requirement for somebody to write their name on a log as you walk in, make sure that was up to date. You needed to have both visible signs that you were paying attention to the rules and regulations that they on their own put out. And then you had documentation that you were following all of the rules and regulations. I mean, these guys, they even had like jackets and hats made, and everybody got a clipboard or something like that. And they didn't seem to have a problem with the number of people they had over at the Department of Public Health and Social Services going out and conducting inspections. And now we don't have enough of them to do restaurants, et cetera, et cetera. So you got to wait until somebody actually makes a complaint or it shows up on Facebook that there's a booger or a cockroach in your rice or something, right? So now we go to a point where they could inspect and analyze like virtually every business on Guam overnight. But now we don't have enough of them and enough expertise to be able to take care of the schools. And now the legislature is going into an emergency session. Otherwise, the schools won't open.
Oh, no.
Yeah, they got to be inspected.
That's
They've got
a
to pass
bummer.
the inspections. They've got to pass the
But
drills.
let's just lower standards, bro.
Yeah,
and we'll just
exactly.
fly right through this.
My point. So wait a second.
God, what's the problem?
We've got the paper. We will not be able to do the paperwork in time. So what we're going to do is we're going to have an emergency session of the legislature to allow for the opening of these schools, even though we don't know if they're safe or not, if they meet any sanitary requirements.
Well, that's what I would do.
Or not.
We just got to get them in there.
You know what? They're only kids. You know what? They're young. They're springy.
It's crazy. It's a crazy world, Ray.
The people of Guam are resilient, Joe. The people of Guam, we've been through everything, and we always manage to bounce back because we've got this resiliency. Public health. I love the way they write this. Department of Public Health has agreed to conduct the inspection only upon notification from GDOE that a school is ready to be inspected. To which I ask, what's the point? What is the point of doing that? I thought the idea behind inspections were we expect you to be fulfilling your roles, your obligations, and meeting the standards 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. We should be able to come by without any notice, as they did before during the COVID times.
Surprise.
When they were Gestapo, we should be able to just kind of come in whenever we want. And see to it that you're meeting at least the minimum of the sanitary and safety expectations that are prescribed in law. Just a minimum. But no. Tell you what, we'll wait for you to tell us you're ready, and then we'll come in and inspect the schools. Which feels to me like another one of these standards. We don't need no stinking standards. So I don't know. This is why I love it when I read stories like this and I go, hey, by the way, have you heard there's openings for middle school kids over at Mount Carmel? Brandon Vera is going to be there. Brandon Vera is not going to go to a junkie school. All of the great, the music teachers and the science teachers, they're not going to go to a junkie school. So if you don't want to, I'm sure that there's other charter schools that you might be able to send your kids to that can make the inspections and the requirements. I'm just saying, this idea that when GDOE notifies them that they're ready to be inspected, then they will become inspected. The schools are listed in order of anticipated readiness in consultation with GDOE. I don't even want to read the list. It's number one. It's too long and outrageous. So that needs to be the thing. This emergency session, and I get what it is that they're trying to avoid, but I think in order to avoid the standards, we're going to ignore them so that we can start the schools on time. There's something about this formula that doesn't feel like it's dialed in correctly. It's like why do we even have the standards then if we're going to ignore them for the sake of expediency? Wouldn't it be better if all of these 19 schools were inspected first and then the kids can go to school? I don't think the kids would have a problem with that. No. Double up on holidays, stuff like that. I don't know. It feels. Somebody will say, well, they got to tell the bus drivers. The most important the important link in this chain.
You got to get them there.
Arc of a chain of education that we've got here. So there's that story. GPA credits, fourth $100 energy credit to customers. Maybe you might have felt that a little bit of a thunk in your power bill with $100 worth of the charge going away. Fourth in a series of $600 credits, and so that should be in the thing right now. And I'm kind of curious. I'm actually running a $200 or so credit with the Guam Power Authority right now.
They owe you money.
Yes, they. But no, it's my money.
It's your money.
They're giving me back the
They're
money.
just holding
I
it.
had a conversation
They'll
with
hold it for
my friend.
safekeeping.
I've had a conversation with our friend Les Carlson about all of this stuff.
I love Les.
And yeah, so do I. And the conversation was, well, you got the money coming back in the form of these electric bill rebates. And I said, well, that's not quite the way I would want to do it. I would like to have it. Anybody that has filed an income tax return for last year, here's the money that you've overpaid in taxes, and we'll just send you a check. So in this case, it'd be $600, this particular round of it. Rather than giving me that $100 credit in my power bill, I'd like it so that every taxpayer got that $600 credit, one way or the other. Here, give it back.
The empty promises.
Well, you know what? I'm trying to peek his best again. Where's the story here? There's another one of these.
Give you your money back.
There's another one of these stories where they're talking about how much additional money they're making. There it is. And Nestor Lecanto wrote this in the PDN, so you know it's good. Gov Guam revenues top $1 billion in the first 3 quarters. There's only $36.4 million left of the $121 million in so-called excess collection. I'd like to use another word. Overpayments. Tax overpayments. The government of Guam is making too much money because it's collecting too much, I think, in the form of tax revenue, and they've got to figure out how we're going to get that back, either in services or direct rebates back to us. You got to find guys that were here back in the olden days, and remember when Smoking Joe Adda did the tax rebates back in the day. The economy was so good. 5440 if you were in the government of Guam. Everybody got a lot to be happy about. And I don't remember anybody in the government complaining about getting all that extra money, back in the day. I wonder how many of you still have it. Never mind, it was 30 years ago. Anyway, 8:25 in the morning, 888-8255, 888-TALK. And here we are, just days away from the primary election. And some of you that is fans of Amanda, Michael, and Jimmy Craig might be going, hey, why did you let Carl Gutierrez go on that We Love Ginger tirade? I only asked him to provide encouragement for people to go out and vote in the upcoming election. It's no secret that our voter turnout has been going backwards over all of the elections recently. We used to have, when I was a little boy, we used to have a voter turnout that was just impressive. I mean, in the high double digits, and it was a big deal. It's like everybody went, and you go and you vote, and then
the food was better.
Oh my God, yes! On the way back,
I'm calling you out, man. The food was better back then
because it was homemade. It was made with love. Yeah. It wasn't like a phone call. Yeah, can I get 17 pizzas? Thanks. Bye. And we're not even going to go pick it up. So they're going to deliver it, right? Now, then the only time I will say that is appropriate is when we're talking about those, and I'd never seen them before until this liberation. Those big KFC catering boxes. Did you see that?
Yeah.
They were like massive boxes. Looked like, army chest or something like that.
In there.
And it was all filled up with the KFC grind on it. That is appropriate. KFC food means somebody else made it with love, and they're just dropping it off to you. But I don't know about all the other stuff. I kind of like it when you show up and there's butsi and empanada and empanaditas and there's coffee if you're going to be there early in the morning. My other favorite is if you're going by in the afternoon. And as a card-carrying member of both the Democrat and Republican Party, I'd like to know from among our party officials in the MTM area,
member.
What time does the beer show up on Saturday? I think it's a fair question. And exactly where is it going to be? Because I've made the mistake of going under the tent that I thought was going to be the one with the old guys and the beer. We just sit around and talk politics and drink beer all day. I've made that mistake going in there, and as it turns out, there were just a couple of the old guys, and then I've got to sit around with the old ladies. That's not so bad. But there generally isn't a cooler hanging around with the older ladies. You got the telephone number. Don't be shy about using it. It's been a couple of minutes since I've had a chance to take a look at and see what's going on. Did I already say that we've got a sighting of Tiggle Bitties?
We do.
On the YouTube side.
Will Wood Stroker show up yet?
I have not seen Wood Stroker in a while. There's a chosen one who wants us to pray for President Trump. Kitsutu in Conus. And Vernon Bates is online. On the Facebook side, let me see who's messing around with the Facebook here. Procrastinators Unite. Tomorrow, says Mike Grace Blas. Tattoo Shauna noticed in last hour's Extra Point that Jerry Roberts is singing. He was singing Happy. And I wish I had a prize to give away. Does everybody remember what movie that's from?
Oh, my God.
Despicable Me. Yeah, you got to look at it. That one is always worth watching. I got Chris Frank hanging out. Donna D knows her Marvel. I'm impressed. There we go. Auntie Bennett Lujan Duenas saying, let's say 10. This is somebody's copying and pasting a note from Donald Trump. Fox News has officially become the enemy of the people. Kamala Harris rallies will be on Fox with edited delays. Fox will no longer run Trump ads or support Republicans. What's going on? That's a quote from Donald Trump on Truth Social today. My bro felt, might be some of that.
That's what's going on.
$100 million worth of advertising revenue at stake.
Soros.
ZZ Tatminglu is online. Let me see who else is on. Chris Frank, Peter Santos. I was in the Army, he says, and when somebody asked me which branch to join, I always said Air Force. I know he didn't say that. He's responding to somebody that asked. Tattoo Shauna says, if Christmas can have July, who cares if Halloween decorations come out early? The question is, how can we buy anything now in this economy? You might have to go back to the olden days where we used to make all of our own decorations. I know. It's been a long time. Everybody's a crafter. And you know what? We can all get Halloween tattoos. Oh, Dave Gibson is online from IT&E. Next hour says, looking forward to being in studio with the better-looking Gibson. He knows his stuff. Meganoosh online saying good morning to everybody as well. Well, the Meganoosh was asking a question. And I haven't asked. I haven't. You haven't missed anything, Meg. I haven't asked the question on the air, and the question is, where can we watch the Olympics? Like you know how there's like bars where you can go to and watch like MMA fights.
Yeah.
And then there's bars or restaurants you can go to and watch football or basketball if that's what you're interested in, or the baseball when it's World Series, all of that. And she wants to know where it is on Guam that you can go and watch the Olympics on a big screen or a lot of flat screen TVs around. In my head, I'm thinking Applebee's, but I'm not in charge of the remote control, so
you're not.
I don't want to vouch for them. But I mean, they've got a lot of
Fisherman's
screens.
Tavern.
Doesn't exist anymore. No, unfortunately, that's no longer a viable option. So if you know, or maybe somebody's told you about it, help out Facebook Live, YouTube Live, and let us know where you have seen the Olympics playing. I know I'd seen some at Carabao. They're going to be opening up at 11 o'clock this morning, and I think all you got to do is just get to one of the girls that does know how the remote control works there. Because Ben and Anna don't. So you got to find one of the girls there that does know how to put the TV on the Olympics. I know KUAM is running the Olympics as well. And a note, is there a KUAM headlines in your thing? Under the KUAM tab?
Man, I don't know.
Tyson?
Let me check.
Yeah. Yeah, there's a little tabby on your thing. Tabby? Yeah, Donna knows where it is. And there might be one that talks about...
I see something.
Is it today's date?
Yeah.
Really?
Oh,
it works. So we are going to, in as friendly a way as possible, because as it turns out, me and the guys over at KUAM got a lot in common, and we will try to figure out where we want to put some KUAM news in addition to the news that Donna D puts together for us. So I don't know, so maybe in the 9 o'clock hour, something like that, when we don't have Donna in the studio anymore, maybe we can fill it in with some news from KUAM. Can you get that queued up for like 9:30ish, right around there? You'll allow it. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Commander. Where's the story that where Joe Biden wants to kick out the Supreme Court? There it is. Biden campaigns against SCOTUS. Joe Biden has made public a provocative case for dramatic changes to the Supreme Court today, calling for 18-year term limits and a new code of ethics for justices. He is making it clear he wants to remain in the political debate as he pivots to his legacy, which is another way of saying passing the torch. He's pairing his calls for political reform of the court with a direct rebuke of one of its most significant decisions this year, the 6-3 ruling that presidents have immunity for official acts that they made in office, which is odd that anybody want to change that, especially a sitting president of the United States of America with as much crap as he's got in his closet. Right-wing anger over Biden's decision to drop out also unleashed a flood of conspiracy theories tied to the narrative that the Democratic establishment engaged in a coup You might be wondering, given the language of this report, where it's coming from. Axios, who some from one day to the next can't remember whether they love Trump or hate Trump. And most days they hate Trump and love Biden. Trump Communications Director Stephen Chung told reporters at a rally in Charlotte, "I don't know if it's off limits, but it's not something we've done, so it's not even on our radar." House Speaker Mike Johnson asked Republican members of Congress to focus on policy, not personality. Getting back to the rest of this, is the conversation about what it is that Biden wants to end up doing, would hold Supreme Court justices to the same standard as other federal judges and require stricter disclosure and recusal rules. But the conservative pundits on the other side are saying, well, wait a second, we need to do the same thing with Congress. And to a degree, members of the White House. There needs to be disclosure on who it is that is influencing you one way or the other, whether it's direct cash contributions, which the Democrats have been accused of laundering through a variety of these. Had you seen this? There's what is it? Blue, Act Blue, Vote Blue, something like that. One of these places where people are throwing money. And there are limits to how much can be provided, how much can be donated to these campaigns and these individuals. And what they figured out a way to do this is they're kind of laundering it and saying, okay, Joe Cruz has made 100 donations today to the same candidates.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah. And thinking that nobody's going to notice, they'll just look at the raw numbers and the number of contributors out there. But as it turns out, these are individual accounts, and they're playing right there in front of your face, which is kind of the way I think they like to cheat. But that's just me. 8:35 in the morning on the Ray Gibson Show. We'll get some comments and things like that from you on Facebook Live, YouTube Live. But right now we got to jump into, well, not now, but soon, jump into the last big look at news and headlines with Donna D. That's next.
This time check is brought to you by Amanda Shelton for Congress. It's time for Guam to receive benefits other Americans get, like SSI. It's time for Amanda Shelton for Congress.
Paid for by Shelton for Congress, Johnny Cool Torres, Treasurer.
Are you looking for some eye-catching wheels? Need new tires? Maybe you'd like to spruce up the interior with accessories. Find what fits your ride at Proline. Call 646-5528. Follow them on Facebook at Proline Guam for all the juicy updates.
I'm Sean Gumatao. Economic development, crime reduction, modernizing GovGuam services, protecting the family, elderly services. A vote for me is a vote for these priorities in the Guam legislature. Vote early, vote for Sean Gumatao.
Paid for by Eloy Sean Gumatao for Senator, William N. Regis, Treasurer.
Lots of celebrity birthdays coming up, and some of them that you might know, and it will include among my favorite. Is it anti-hero? No, villain. One of my favorite villains, because you know who he works for?
Who?
No, he works for the EPA in a movie. I'll explain it in a second, because I don't know that a lot of people look at Ghostbusters the same way that I watch Ghostbusters the movie. Yes,
Walter Peck
is celebrating a birthday today. See, she's on it already. I just think it's great. It's kind of overlooked about, it's basically a movie about these entrepreneurs that are getting hassled by the government, the EPA. I'm like, well, how about supporting our businesses instead of trying to trample on them? Anyway, 8:37 in the morning. That's coming up here on the other side of news and headlines with Donna D. How about Donna? What's going on?
Janet Yamanaka Mello, a former Guam resident, was sentenced to 15 years in federal prison for a $108 million fraud scheme. As a U.S. Army civilian employee, Mello stole funds meant for military children, using the money for luxury purchases, including 82 vehicles and $923,000 worth of jewelry in one day. Her case is one of the largest public fund thefts in Texas history. And police have reported that 28-year-old Ian Autobed assaulted his brother in Dedido after smoking meth. The victim and his girlfriend were in a car when Autobed punched him. He admitted to the assault and possession of a meth pipe. He was arrested and charged with possession, family violence, and assault. He is held at DOC with bail set at $5,000. And as of the last day of early voting yesterday, more than 2,600 people have voted early for Guam's primary election, which is this Saturday. With around 60,000 registered voters for the primary, the Guam Election Commission anticipates an additional 3,000 for the general election. Election day preparations are underway, including processing absentee ballots. And that was your last look at local headlines on The Point. Now back to Ray.
All right. Celebrity birthdays, if you're ready there, Donna.
Yeah.
We'll begin with this one here, though. One of my mom's favorite singers from back in the olden days, Paul Anka, is 83 years old.
Him.
She's having my baby. Hey, maybe Jerry Roberts can sing some Paul Anka songs tomorrow.
God, I hope so.
On the radio.
I really do.
Let's make that a part of the every extra point this week. Is more Jerry Roberts singing there. Arnold Schwarzenegger.
Wow.
Oh no, I just had a terrible thought.
What?
It's an evil thought.
No.
I shouldn't say.
What?
Go and loop out the audio of Jerry Roberts singing and lay some music behind it.
And then
play it on the radio.
Use Arnold's voice.
Send me the video.
No, because I know how busy you are. I don't want to take any more of your sleeping time away from you. Arnold Schwarzenegger is 77 years old. I'll be back.
Schwarzenegger.
Happy. Anybody
Wait, how
favorite? He's 77.
Oh, 77.
I liked him in Twins with Danny DeVito.
World-class movie, although I like the actress that he played in far better than anybody else in the movie. The one that was his girlfriend with that little, she had the crimped hair. Am I getting too detailed?
Yeah.
I can't remember. I don't remember anybody's
Ray
name.
Don Chong.
Maybe. I don't know. Close
That was
enough.
her, right?
Close enough.
Yeah.
What's the movie where he elbowed the guy to death in the airplane and then snuck out through the bottom of the...
had to save his daughter.
Yes. They're all basically all the same movie about saving his daughter. Anyway, happy 77th birthday to the Terminator. Arnold Schwarzenegger. Commando is up there.
We always go Commando.
There's the Predator movie.
Yes.
Alien, the Predator. That was a good one.
I'm here.
They get to the chopper?
Run to the chopper.
Walter Peck is 77 years old.
What's his real name?
Walter Peck is his real name. He played him in William Atherton. Played Walter Peck in Ghostbusters, and he's in the new one. They did a remake of it. It's on Netflix, and it's terrible. It's just awful. I'm trying to figure out why they even bothered with it. It looks like it's like when you order when you make a movie off Temu. That's what it ended up looking like. It's like these guys come out and they just kind of they're cameos and they phone it in.
Yeah, well, that fourth one wasn't as good as the third one.
The first and second, and then they should have just stopped, I think. What do we got here? Who's got more birthdays? Let me see. Lawrence Fishburne, Matrix.
Nice.
Or as we say in tomorrow, Matrix.
He was John
Cowboy
Wick.
Curtis. He was Cowboy Curtis in Pee-wee's Playhouse.
He's 63 years old.
Oh my gosh, he's still young.
And Lisa Kudrow from Friends.
There we go.
Is 61 years old.
That's the blonde one, right?
She of them all, she was the homeliest.
Homely.
Yeah, she was the homeliest.
Brainless.
Yep. Vivica Fox from Kill Bill.
Oh yeah.
Happy 60, baby. Got a couple others that you might recognize. Tom Green, alleged comedian, is 53.
Yeah.
The backwards man.
What was it? There's something on my bum. There's a deer in my bum, or something.
Freddie got
This
fingered.
stupid
He's
stuff.
so weird.
But he was dating. What's her name?
Someone hot?
From 51st Dates, Drew Barrymore.
What?
Yeah,
that
he
was Drew Barrymore's boyfriend for a while. I know, right?
Yeah, they were doing it.
Yes. Christine Taylor from Dodgeball and the Brady Bunch movie, Eye Candy.
And Hey Dude. Do you remember Hey Dude?
She's 53. I can't get over it.
Oh,
really?
Yeah, because she looks super young in both those movies. Here's another one.
She's dreamy.
I totally crushed on her when she was in Karate Kid. Hilary Swank.
Karate Kid. Oh, one of the...
God, yeah, she was the girl Karate Kid.
She was the girl Karate Kid.
Yeah.
And then she was in, was it $1 Million Baby? And I don't know.
Eastwood, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
She's so cute. Yeah.
Sort of from back in the olden days. Okay, this one here for sure. Eye Candy. From My Name is Earl and Not Another Teen Movie, Jamie Presley is 47 years old.
Gee, that sounds familiar.
She's the one that she was supposed to, in My Name is Earl, she was Earl's ex-wife, and she hooked up with the guy from the Crab Shack.
Yeah, she was kind of
But everybody was...
a little bit trailery.
A little bit trailer, but you know what?
Cute.
Exactly.
Oh, her.
We got to find a Guam version of her. Okay, that looks like all the ones I recognize. It's 8:43, last call on special events, Cheesecake Day.
Oh, nice.
As in cheesecake. Wow. Ray Don Chong. Yeah, you're absolutely right.
I was like,
Wow.
Yeah.
That sounded like he was
Mark Cruz.
guessing.
No, Mark Cruz verifying. your guest. Good job.
What's his name? Chong's daughter from Cheech and Chong.
Tommy Chong.
Cheech
Yes.
and Chong.
Paperback Book Day.
All right.
No, nobody, anybody.
That's a great song.
Are we working
Beatles.
on the Beatles song? No, I was just thinking about an actual paperback book. When
Alchemist.
was the last time that you bought something like that?
The hard.
I like hardcovers as well, but every once in a while, sometimes the book that you want isn't in hardcover anymore, and I think that's it. World Snorkeling Day. Just be careful because rip currents are out there, as well as boxed jellyfish. Donna, that's all the time that we've got for you today. We're gonna grab a quick break and come back with the telephone calls, etc. Stick around, Brown. This Ray Gibson Show continues.
Shelley Calvo, successful entrepreneur, philanthropist, proud mother and grandmother. Shelley's broad experience spans from Silicon Valley management to chairing Guam's Homeless Coalition. As our senator, Shelley will create career opportunities for our next generation, pull people out of poverty, and will vigorously protect Guam's children from predators. Shelley is equal parts passion and compassion. If bringing values and unity to the legislature is important to you, please vote Shelley Calvo for senator.
I'm Shelley Calvo, and I approve this message.
You know, life shouldn't be this hard for those who live here. I have a vision for lower prices on airfare, more affordable housing, better health care, and moving veteran services from Hawaii to Guam. I will get Guam a role in the economic expansion in the Asian Pacific, with more federal support for infrastructure, a 100% screen to stop illegal drugs, and new high-paying jobs. We can turn Guam's unique position into lasting prosperity. I'm Ginger Cruz. I approve this ad, and I humbly ask for your vote.
I'm sorry, what happened?
I don't know, man.
Are you okay?
You just died.
I don't know what happened. Well, Donna's in here talking about how
Donna
everything on certain KL flights smell like Korean. What is it?
I like it.
Kimchi farts.
I like it. Whatever it is, I'm in.
Just kind of giving up on any kind of decorum with regard to flying on airplanes. Earlier, talking about how there was a United flight that had to get rerouted to another airport because somebody threw up, and it set off a chain reaction aboard the airplane. And I'm sure there's still some details out there that need to get sussed out. 8:45 in the morning. Dave's on the line.
Dave's on the line.
Shelley's favorite part of the show. Dave, good morning. Welcome to the broadcast.
Welcome back again.
Amigo, good to be back.
Hey, since you was talking about that singer, your mom's favorite.
Paul Anka.
Yeah, I never really, maybe I heard the song, but I'm not too familiar with the guy, but here's another guy that's underrated, but I believe he's better than Frank Sinatra. Perry Como. Just look him up.
Oh, fine singer. Yes, absolutely.
Great voice.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's almost like when my mom talks about him, it's like when she talks about Elvis.
Yes.
They really they touch people with their music.
You know what? You got passionate singing and you got great lyrics, great stories behind those lyrics. Yeah, that's it. That's what I gravitate towards. You've heard me say this recently. I've been listening to a lot of country music on my playlist generators.
Yeah.
Where's the new one?
That's what I want to make a suggestion. And the others, your sister, or shall I say brother?
Yeah.
Nephew station 105.
Yeah.
I know rock and roll, yes. But why don't you try some country rock or some local, flair?
We got plenty of that. No, you listen for a long time because we've got plenty of that. There's a lot of variety on that station, including some good country tunes. Obviously, country rock is going to play a big role in it. Albert likes to play a lot of island music from around here as well. So we got all that.
But I remember when it's the weekend and it's here's Johnny and whatever and all that. Man, it's hard to get into. I'm just saying that's good. I don't know why that's not the best.
No, that's a good one. And we're playing a lot of country crossovers on Star 101 as well. I'm looking for the song that I'm looking at. Hey, dude, I'm going to ask you where'd he go?
I don't know. Dropped.
It must have. Okay, because I was going to ask him to call back anyway, because I want to get this call on the air. Catherine Castro from the Chamber of Commerce online. Buenos then, Avade, Kat. How you doing there?
Good morning. I'm well. How are you?
I'm okay. So the most recent song that I put on my playlist that's got country on it is Alan Jackson and Jimmy Buffett and a tune called "It's 5 O'Clock Somewhere." And a great tribute that we've got there. And then there's There's, and I've talked about this before. I just don't know if I can remember the actual name of the song. It's the one where she's saying, "Excuse me, you look like you love me." Have you heard that one there, Kat?
No, I was thinking of beer songs when you guys were talking about it earlier. So,
There's a
remember, like back in the day,
in my beer, because I'm crying for you, dear. You've been on my lonely mind. Yeah.
Oh my gosh, my dad loved that song.
God, everybody should. We gotta have one of those weekends where everybody will just bring your favorite country songs, we'll drink beer, and eat barbecue, both kinds. Anyway, so tomorrow, that should be your lunch tomorrow, is ribs. Is it too late to call the chef over at the Hilton and make some changes? We want a country-style barbecue lunch.
It may be, but we'll make sure we do it next time.
Mm-hmm. You remember, like when Triple J had that party with the guy? They brought out the guy from the Certified Angus.
Yes. Oh gosh. Really.
That needs to be done.
Mouth-watering.
It needs to be an annual.
Sure.
I know it's really expensive, but hey, you're Joneses, you have money. Let's bring this guy out more than once or twice. But anyway, so I want to make sure that we've got maximum coverage for tomorrow's. It's the last of the debates, or the last of the forums, if you will.
Mm-hmm. Yes, we're super excited. We've got some great questions, and I'm pretty sure the candidates are excited too. So yeah, we'll meet tomorrow at the Hilton. It starts at 11, so a little early, just so that we can get in as much as we can before 1 o'clock.
Chamber stuff that needs to get taken care of. And so what time will the forum start? You said 11 for the forum, or is that the...
Well, it'll start at 11:15. So we've dispensed with most of the chamber announcements.
Okay.
Because we wanted to focus on the forum. So it'll start at 11:15. So we're asking all of our guests to arrive at 10:45 to get their lunch, and then we'll start promptly at 11:15.
Okay. So that's the hard break, 11:15, and then it will be former Congressman Mike Sinicolas, Ginger Cruz.
Correct.
Do we have an Amanda sighting?
We tried, and she has declined.
Just decline, or did she give you a reason?
She did. She said that she had things on her agenda. Although we have tried, and I'll try again today to reach out and see if she would change her mind. We would still love to have her.
Yeah, well, because this is an unprecedented time that we've got here. You and I, in the last several years, our conversation about the Marine buildup, that version of the military buildup, which in comparison with the one that's coming, that's all tied to national and local defensive infrastructure that needs to get built up, and all the things that they need to do to modernize and re-equip all of the different bases that we've got here. Support for the Air Force, support for our ships, for our submarines, all of that. The spend out here is going to be amazing, and we've got to make sure that all of the needs of the people of Guam, in addition to our military brothers and sisters, get met as well. And so having all of the different voices that are asking us to make them a part of that.
Right. Yes.
Just seems to me it would be an opportunity I wouldn't want to miss.
I absolutely agree. I mean, I'm not sure if, people are concerned about, not being able to, do this, a debate. I mean, it's really not a debate. It's a forum. It's asking questions. And I really think that all of the folks that are running for Congress, they can absolutely hold their own. They haven't been put in the positions that they're in if they couldn't. And so, the question remains is why are they turning down this? This is an opportunity. This is, it shouldn't be considered, something that, it would be negative or would, not be, they wouldn't be. I don't know.
Look, there's 1,001 other existing federal issues that we've got to address. Our relationship with the federal government as defined by the Jones Act, among others. Are there opportunities that we might have out here in the Pacific, especially with the fact that we are an island that would make us a popular destination for more Filipinos if they didn't have to worry about flying in with a visa? I think that's among the other ones. So we still have conversations about cabotage and making it so so that maybe there's another carrier. There can be some competition out here and bring the fares down, not just to the CNMI, but to other destinations that the people of Guam, and again, our military brothers and sisters, might be interested in going to visit while they're here. It just seems to me that there's a lot of topics out there that, we as members of the business community might like to know about. There's they overturned the Chevron deference. You're familiar with that, and I guarantee, Kat, that there's every business on Guam that has a federal ticket that is now looking into that with their legal associations or their associations' legal partners to find out if there might be a way that businesses can be relieved of some of the burdens of the regulatory and compliance that the federal government brings to us. These are why we need people in Washington, D.C. that know who we are.
I absolutely agree with you. We've talked about a number of issues. We've got a whole slew of questions that we're interested in having our candidates respond to. And we're also asking the people to go out and vote. I mean, we could be putting out every forum. We could be having candidates in front of people, but our people also need to vote. Our people need to understand that, that this opportunity is, something that we should really take advantage of. And, as much as our government says that we're in good shape, we really have to take a look at, are we really in good shape? I mean, take a look at what's happening in our region. Take a look at what's happening in our private sector. Take a look at the number of people that are leaving our island to seek better opportunity in the continental United States. Are we really in good shape? Here's opportunities now to roll back the GRT. Here's opportunities now to maybe if you don't want to roll back the GRT, then maybe do something about our income taxes, or something to help our people to be able to afford rent, to be able to afford groceries, to be able to afford gas. I mean, there's again so much things, and as a community, we really need to just buckle down and say, enough is enough. We need to take care of this.
Quick question: who's going to be doing the moderation? Who's going to be handling the Q&A with Mike and Ginger?
Our immediate past chairman, Ed Antilan.
Oh, he's going to be fantastic.
It's going to be great.
So having just hosted the actual debate for the Guam Medical Association the other night, last Thursday night over at the University of Guam, I want to tell your chamber members and anybody that's coming out to watch this, you will be impressed. You will definitely be impressed. I mean, the Mike and Ginger, obviously a great handle on the language, but just they're intimate with the facts. It was obvious to me that both of them did their homework. Both of them came with what I thought were interesting ideas and some novel approaches to help shore up some of the issues that we've got with the overall health community here on Guam and the health process here on Guam. I thought they did absolutely great. Frankly, I would hope that the winner hires the loser. Because after all of this is done, I hope the winner hires the loser. Because either way it works out, I was suitably impressed. And you know me, I'm not all that easy to impress. But I found myself nodding my head and taking notes to see in the end if all of this is going to eventually come true. All right, so 11 o'clock, be there about 10:45 tomorrow. 11 o'clock, the meeting will start at 11:15. The forum will begin, and this is going to take place over at the Hilton. In the usual spot, right?
That's exactly right. And I want to say thank you so much, Ray. You really helped to support this, and we can't thank you enough. And you're correct. These both candidates, they're just so good. And it's going to be a challenge. How are the voters going to choose? But really, come out again. This is the last opportunity to hear from the candidates. And ask questions, and there's going to be opportunity for questions from the floor. So take advantage.
Hey, there's going to be food. So are you sold out though? Are you sold out in the thing?
We're almost sold. Yeah, we're almost sold out.
Okay.
So, call us before noon today.
Gotcha. Over at the chamber. What's the phone number then?
It's 472-6311.
Gotcha. You have a fantastic rest of the day, and best of luck on the forum tomorrow. I know it's going to be a success. 8:58 and change, a couple of minutes away from the top of the hour. And what's going to be for lunch? Over at the thing?
Oh, God. I hope not.
All right. It's okay. It's okay. Sabrina, my friend Sabrina sent me a picture of it. It's a steak that is in the shape of Donald Trump's head, and where the ear is supposed to be, looks like some kind of a feminine hygiene product. So it's LOLOL, but also Ecolacus at the same time. At the same time. So I don't know, just trying to break dice a little bit later on, and I'm kind of looking forward to this.
That's for heavy days, Ray.
Thanks so much. Well, that was a pretty heavy day. There's a lot of conversation now in the media about what they're calling a seismic news feed schedule that we have been on ever since the debate. It seems to me that was the beginning of what is turning out to be an incredible news cycle. And I don't know about you, but I've been a lot more keen about listening in and watching some of the news and news outlets. You know, they'd always kind of been a buzz in the background, but I'm a little bit more attentive to what it is that they're talking about, just because every other day it seems to me that we're making history, that something is happening that has either never happened before, or maybe it hasn't happened in this generation. So there's a whole lot of wait and see on what these other shoes are going to be that drop next. Now, the other point is, I got a buddy, Dave Gibson, is coming into the studio in the next hour. Again, that's Tanat Lakutney with some bomb-ass Denancy on it. What? He's going to be coming in. And we'll talk about, some of the tectonic changes that are taking place in technology. And in particular, something that we're all interested in is, telecom here on Guam. So allow me the opportunity to indulge another propeller head as the Ray Gibson Show continues. On the other side of Fox News, that's seconds away from right now on KUSG. I've gotten you 3 times already, I'm telling you. Peak is best.
For reform. Signed Lisa Lacera, Fox News. President Biden proposing a constitutional amendment ensuring former presidents will not have immunity for criminal acts committed while in office. The proposal coming after the Supreme Court's recent decision on presidential immunity.
For all practical purposes, the court's decision almost certainly means that a president can violate their oath, flout our laws, and face no consequences.
And the president wants changes to the high court itself, including term limits of 18 years.
That would make timing for the court's nomination more predictable and less arbitrary. Reduce the chance that any single presidency imposes undue influence in generations to come.
The president with a comment at the LBJ Presidential Library, where he marked 60 years since the signing of the Civil Rights Act. Any changes to the Supreme Court will require congressional approval. National intelligence officials issuing a warning about foreign interference in the November election.
The Monday briefing again singled out Russia, China, and Iran as the biggest threats to election security, and stated that Russia and China are now hiring marketing and public relations companies to try and affect public opinion in the U.S. Iran is also now said to be working towards a particular outcome of the election, believed to be an attempt to prevent former President Trump from winning, because the Iranians believe that would increase tensions between that country and the United States.
Fox's Kevin Uretsky, the man accused of starting the Park Fire, the largest wildfire in California this year, by pushing a car into a gully, has been charged with arson. Ronnie Dean Stout made an initial court appearance today.
Prosecutors say he has prior convictions for lewd acts with the child and robbery causing great bodily injury, both in California.
Fox's Bill Malugin in Chico, California. America is listening to Fox News.
Interesting
Governor
people.
Felix Camacho.
Sabrina brings maturity. She brings leadership. She brings influence. She has a keen understanding of the issues. And we need that type of leadership, this fresh blood, this new perspective. And I see in her as a person who is a servant leader. So I really think this is a time for people of her caliber. I humbly ask for your support for Sabrina Salas Metanani for Senator.
I'm Sabrina Salas Matanani, and I approve this message.
I'm Tony Atta, and I approve this message.
Tony Atta produced quality legislation as a senator. Laws that prioritize our needs and keep our people safe. His Castle Doctrine legislation is the strongest law of the land, which allows us to protect our loved ones at home. But Tony's been serving our community long before he became a senator. So when people say, I'm glad Tony's back in politics, we say, no, Tony never left leadership. Vote Tony Atta for senator. It's time to bring back the quality.
Flooding in Tennessee impacting Dolly Parton's theme park.
A strong thunderstorm in eastern Tennessee Sunday causing significant flooding at Dollywood and Pigeon Forge, leaving at least one person with minor injuries. The National Weather Service issuing a flash flood warning for the region, with forecasters seeing 2.5 inches of rain fall in 1 hour. Photos and videos shared online show folks wading through ankle-deep water, trying to make it to the parking lot, and cars getting stuck. Police and fire officials helping to direct park guests to safety. In a statement, Dollywood says it's reopened, deploying cleanup crews and supporting guests whose vehicles were affected by the weather event. Kristen Goodwin, Fox News.
Charter Communications will pay a $15 million penalty. The FCC says Charter admitted to violating the agency's rules on notifications to public safety officials in connection with 3 unplanned network outages that impacted 911 service. A familiar face is coming back to its signature Marvel franchise.
Robert Downey Jr. is returning to Marvel's Avengers universe, but don't look for Tony Stark. He'll play villain Doctor Doom in at least one upcoming movie. The announcement made at San Diego Comic-Con.
New mask. Same task. What did I tell you? I like playing complicated characters.
It comes 5 years after Downey Jr. hung up his Iron Man suit after playing the character since 2008. But he's kept busy. This year, he won an Oscar for his role in Oppenheimer. Avengers Doomsday co-director Anthony Russo says fans can expect the film in a couple of years. Tanya J. Powers, Fox News.
Dallas-based Heritage Auction says the gold bikini-style costume that Carrie Fisher wore as Princess Leia in Return of the Jedi in 1983, but did not make it into the final version of the film, has sold for $175,000. I'm Lisa Lacera. This is Fox News.
Are you planning a trip to the Philippines this summer? Why not come back feeling healthier and more rejuvenated? At the Medical City, we offer world-class healthcare services, including comprehensive executive checkups and top-tier aesthetic treatments for as low as $530. Imagine lounging on white sandy beaches, shopping at top-tier shopping centers, and indulging in premium healthcare all in one vacation. Book your summer getaway now and experience the best of both worlds. The Medical City, your trusted partner in health.
From now until July 31st, Lotte Hotel is offering a 20% local discount on dinner every Tuesday and Thursday through Sunday. That's 20% off a buffet that includes steak, lobster, snow crab, free-flowing Bud Draft on tap, and a performance by the Nativo Dance Group. A special magic show is scheduled for June 21st and 28th. Book your dinner buffet at the Lotte Hotel at 646-6811. Bud Light reminds you to enjoy responsibly.
I'm Vince Borja, a business owner with an MBA, a military veteran, and an educator. But life didn't start this way. My father was murdered in a drug deal, and I grew up on welfare in Guam's dollar homes. But I was determined to live a completely different life. Now, I'm running for senator to help build an economy that gives Guam's next generations career opportunities that don't include drug dealing. And your vote can make that happen. My name is Vince Borja, and I approve this message.
6 after 9 o'clock in the morning, portions of the Ray Gibson Show being brought to you by the guys over at APL American President Lines, a global presence with a local home. And if you're like me and you've got little or no credit, now might be a good time to talk to the guys over at Nissan about their incredible first-time buyer program. So if you've just been running around here and playing, hand to mouth and paycheck to paycheck with your life, there's a whole nother world that opens up when you've got credit. And one of the great ways to get credit is to take out a loan, pay it back on time and responsibly and completely, and then before you know it, you're talking about having credit like Donald Trump up in the 800s. But if you don't know how to get that started, because if it's hard to get credit if you don't already have credit, NissanGuam.com and the World Wide Web will give you all the details on this first-time buyer program. They've tried to simplify it as much as possible, i.e., you apply, they approve, you drive away. Pretty simple, and you're going to love the prices on the cars. Super easy financing, and you go, okay, do I need a cosigner? No. You do not need a cosigner. Can you imagine that, 2020? You don't need a co-pilot to get yourself into a new car. Give it a shot. Why don't you? 7 after 9 o'clock in the morning, and we'll jump into, in a second, the next interview of the program, and his name is Dave Gibson with iTeeny. That's next.
The Coconut Wireless is back. The Ray Gibson Show. Call now, 888-TALK. That's 888-8255.
7 after 9. Let me see if I can dress up a couple of things here. Put it on what I like to refer to as the interview set, but it's got somebody else's name on it. So stand by, D-A-V-E. Last name is easy for me to spell, Gibson is the name of it. And Dave Gibson is with the, what did you say you were, general manager, CEO? What is it?
CEO.
CEO.
Yeah, that's what it says on my card. Yeah, that's what they told me. Yeah.
Congratulations. You're
thank
CEO.
you.
Did they run away when they gave it to you? Okay, you're it. You're the CEO now.
They didn't run. I would say it was a fast jog.
So we hit it off the day we met, and it was at the Chamber's 100th anniversary.
Correct.
A couple of months ago over at the Hyatt, and now I'd known that you were going to be coming in town because I know the guy that you replaced. I'm kidding. But anyway, I actually do, but I knew that there was a new guy that was going to be coming in, but it was a question of you getting and then finding your way around before we had a chance to meet. And somebody said, no, you have to go to the Chamber's anniversary party. It's one of the must attend.
It is.
So we got a chance to meet up then and compare origins of our last name.
Yeah. Well, it was the first time. Well, for the Chamber event, I have to say it was the first time I wore a tuxedo since my wedding. So a lot of that was one of the prerequisites for the job. I said, well, should I bring blazers and this and that? And they're like, no. It's either going to be tropic island wear, but you need to bring a tuxedo.
Just in case.
This can't be true. Yeah. But sure enough, it was true. And so Jim, who we both obviously know, he's still with the company. He's building our data center. We just opened a brand new data center right behind our office in Harmon. And Jim is our maestro. He's
you've got multiple Jims there. Is Jim Smith, who I spend
Jim Olerking.
Jim Olerking.
Yeah. He runs our data center now.
Okay.
Yeah. So origins. European, I guess. I'm not Chamorro. I'm sure that's a big surprise to your listeners.
I think we're Scottish, and I think our color is supposed to be the red kilts or something like that. I'll tell you where I get mine. Yeah. Anyway, 10 after 9 o'clock in the morning. Dave Gibson from IT&E in the studio, and you brought something up. You're talking about Jim Olerking,
yep.
and you brought something up, and I've always had questions in my head about how do we make money with this. Now, you said you've got a data center in the backyard going up in Harmon.
Yeah.
What's it for? What do you guys use that for? Why?
Well, a couple things. The first thing is, primarily for businesses, mostly in Guam and Saipan, who are looking to keep their servers, keep their information, in a facility that has things like redundant power and redundant cooling and electronic friendly fire suppression, which means not water. And having professional services and staff around them to help support it. So that's the first set. And then
can you name a couple of customers maybe in the kind of
we're not allowed to because the first rule about data centers is none of your customers ever want their competitors to know where they house their data. So
I see. So now I'll give you an example. We're not like a huge company here. 3 radio stations under the roof and a couple of other, I think, interesting side hustles that we've got that go on. And so, maybe running around here is a big RAID box that has all of the pertinent data saved and in an easily recoverable format. Right. Could I take that data and then stick it in a server box somewhere in your backyard, where not only do I have another level of redundancy on my data, and savability and restorability of all of that, but as we're moving into cloud computing, where I might be able to, instead of having PCs all over the place with all kinds of technology inside of it, just open up a browser and be able to do my business that way via your data centers.
100%. So that's exactly what it's built for. It's either for folks who have their own hardware and they want to either replicate it or put it in theory, safer, more secure location.
Oh, yeah.
Or we actually have the largest cloud infrastructure on the island that replicates actually in the CNMI. So if you don't want to bring your hardware, but you want to bring just the data or the applications or the software, we can house that too. We do both. And
it's a growing field of all of this. Virtually, and in fact, I just bought a piece of software for Star to help them with their visual programming that you can see on star101.gu on the website. You like to look at Pretty Girls or Jet or something like that, you will be able to watch this. But the video, the play out software is cloud-based, and we manipulate everything. The cameras, the audio, the background images, all of that stuff are manipulated via, no kidding, Chrome browser.
Yeah, that's exactly it. And really, there's a couple things. So when you're in the data center, you have multiple internet uplinks and you have all that type of stuff. But you know what the big thing, in fact, you were talking about in the last hour, your power bill. It costs a lot of money outside of the hardware. It costs a lot of money to keep a computer network or a server network operating in-house. And we have the economy of scale with power. We also have solar power. Yeah. We have redundant power. So
that's Jim Bigley's big idea is we're going to solar power everything.
We are going to right. We're going to
the gas station.
Every roof
Shell
is going to
gas
be a sheet
station.
of glass.
Yeah,
well,
the Shell gas station down
absolutely.
the street. That's all run by solar.
Absolutely. I mean, it's not just about being cost effective, but you think about typhoons and. It's resilient. It's resilient, clean energy, which is ultimately good. So, that's the draw. And the other part of the data center, though,
is Bitcoin mining. No. Yes.
So Bitcoin, that takes a lot of energy. There's not much. The only thing that takes more energy than Bitcoin mining is AI.
Yeah.
But so the other thing, we were talking earlier about all these new subsea cables that are coming into the island.
Yeah.
Well, the subsea operators, they need a place to actually light up that fiber. And that's one of the other purposes of the data center is when subsea cables are coming in, we partner with those cable operators so they can turn up fiber, they can serve customers on the island or do what they call repeating. In other words, adding, regenerating signal and sending it back off the island. So that takes a bit of real estate itself. So that's the other purpose of the data center.
Do you have enough people to do all this stuff? I mean, I was talking to somebody over at GCC yesterday about a free programs, 2-year programs, and one of them is in the field of IT.
Yeah.
And it's IT from being able to make RJ11 jumpers all the way up to fiber optics. And I know that everybody in telecom is looking for dudes like that. Do we have the manpower that we need today? To be able to handle all that?
We have a pretty robust staff. However, we're always looking for people in that field. In fact, one of our initiatives over the past couple of years is to partner with the university system on an apprentice program. Yeah. So we have our full-time staff, but we're also cognizant of what we need to do going forward, and part of that is getting the next generation of IT people. Yeah. Tech people, cable splicers, the whole 9 yards. So, we like to think that we have a bench that we're bringing up through the university partnership.
It's easier today than it was 20 years ago, and getting easier by the day.
It is.
As evidenced by the number of folks in the telecom game right now that are in the business of spinning up that fiber all over the place, and in many cases, basically flying their fibers over your underground.
That is correct.
Yeah.
It's easier to hang fiber than it is to bury it, for sure. But our organizational philosophy, and it goes back 30 years, is that based on the high sensitivity of the needs for the island, as well as just as we know in the last year, our proneness for typhoons.
Every once in a while, yeah.
We want just every once in a while. We just, our business model has always been about burying fiber, just from a resiliency standpoint and a continuity standpoint.
For those of you that are listening and maybe driving around at the same time, if you look on the side of whatever road you're on, there's a strip of asphalt, maybe an inch wide, maybe an inch and a half wide, and that was where I want to say the CalPAC guys working with under instruction. Yeah, micro-trenchers.
It's micro-trenching, yeah.
And that's what they put down there. And there are links all over the island back and forth. And that was, and I gotta say this because I believe it's a true fact, that created for a lot of resiliency and the speed of restoration for IT&E after Mawar. Everybody got their hair mussed. I got my hair mussed on that one. But because of steps that you had taken, proactive steps to make sure that as much of your system was undergrounded, that helped so you guys were able to get back up before anybody else was.
Fixing fiber takes time, so you really want to minimize the breaks. Number one, it takes a while to fix fiber, so to the extent that you don't have breaks, that's obviously a good thing.
Yep.
And the second bit is every time you splice fiber, you're not doing the fiber any service. So you really just want to keep it as clean as possible. And so, yes, you're exactly right. When Mawar hit, we could focus on, instead of having to focus on fiber, we could really just focus on our towers, servicing our customers, our employees, That type of stuff.
And some of my friends in the other telecoms are going to say, "Come on, Ray, stop." But there were a lot of people who found themselves unable to connect through prior partners, and all of a sudden they heard IT&E's got some systems that are going up right now, to the degree that there is always expansion opportunities, you've also got, I forget how I want to describe it, but you've got different kinds of modems that people can use that basically you plug it in and there's a thing that goes on the roof or on the side of the house and it points over to something else, and then we've got RF connectivity and I thought surprisingly high speeds.
That's absolutely true. So, in addition to the new fiber that we're building around the southern side of the island, which is ongoing through micro trenching, one of the things that was actually appealing about this job and this company was just, in fact, the diversity of technology. I've been in telecom for longer than I care to admit. But,
Ricky, your boss, the ultimate boss, Ricky,
yes,
who I've had the pleasure of interviewing many, many times, is a technophile. He loves technology, and he loves to play with
he's on
the
island,
latest.
so he's probably listening. Yes, he flew in.
Ricky Delgado, why aren't you here? Welcome to come by anytime. Although this guy's pretty good too, Ricky.
Well, so that was really, other than sort of the people and the culture and all those things that I really liked about IT&E. In my 30 years in telecom, I've never been associated with a group that have so many technology options. Like you're saying, you can do fixed wireless with a unit outside your house. You've got the BECs that can go inside the house.
BECs, there we go.
They go inside the house. We have what they call next generation fixed wireless, which is fiber-like connectivity, which right now we service about half the island, and in the next couple months we'll actually be offering fiber-like speeds throughout the island using next generation fixed wireless service. And then, of course, we've got our fiber plant and, our regular mobility network. So it's amazing. I'm just learning it. My background's always been in fiber, but I don't think, not just on Guam, but just say in my professional life, I don't think I've ever been associated with a company that's got so much different technology options.
Right,
which is really cool. I like it.
And make for really awesome conversations over a couple of beers between all of the Jims and the Steves and everybody. 20 after 9 o'clock in the morning. His name is Dave Gibson, new guy at the shop over at IT&E, new general manager. And disclosure, we consider each other technology partners one way or the other. There's I cannot tell you, and maybe I don't even want to know, but there's so much equipment that we've got, or so many different ways that we work. You are listening to the radio station because there is an IT&E fiber drop in the building that takes all of our digital output and then that goes to a microwave link somewhere downtown, and it's pointed up at a tower up at Mount Ludum. So we not just the fiber technology, but mixing it up with traditional microwave technology as well. And that's technology that I've only in the last 5 years myself become to kind of understand and get a feel for. And there's a lot more beyond that. Now Dave's role, and it's interesting because he said, "Don't ask me any hard tech stuff because I didn't come up from technology." But surprisingly, you're doing well with all the tech conversation. But you basically come up from the management, the business side, customer service, that kind of thing.
Yeah, that's correct. So I got into my education is in healthcare management. So I ran, believe it or not,
there's options for that here.
I ran technology for a diagnostic lab, one of the largest diagnostic labs in New England. And somebody in the 90s quit, and the president said, "Congratulations, you're now our telecom guy." And so I learned telecom the hard way, but I learned it from as an end user, right?
Okay.
As a big customer, not from not from the technology side. And when deregulation came out in 1996, I was one of the largest customers of. It was called 9X. It was the big phone company in the Northeast. And some investors approached me and said, "Hey, do you think you could build a better phone company?" And, I was young and arrogant and
sure,
and fairly stupid. And I said, "Well, of course anybody can do that." And so they hired me, and we built the first competitive network in northern New England. It was a fiber-based network.
I was going to say, was that the copper days, or had you transitioned?
We were the first fiber network, so we were the first competitors. But fiber was just coming really on the scene as a way to deliver technology.
Still using manual splicing techniques back in those days. Only the richest guys had the fusion splicers.
Yeah, that's right. So we invested in a fusion splicer, and instead of right now they splice by ribbon or by binder. No, every fiber had to be spliced manually with a fusion splicer, and
the phrases that stay with me forever are index matching gel to make sure that when you lined up these tiny pieces of glass, that they lined up good enough to pass some light through.
Yeah, I can barely get spaghetti in a pot, let alone line up two pieces of glass. But so that's how I got into it, and we ultimately wound up building sort of the largest competitive telecom network in New England, and through a number of channels, I wound up here. So it was very cool.
Higher traffic there than here. Or given where we are, the strategic nature of telecom in the Pacific, and a lot of people might think it's between my internet provider and my house or my phone or whatever. But as we've been talking about data centers, using that to launch the conversation, these data centers with just an incredible amount of throughput that I think kind of when you stop and think about it, will kind of break people's brains. The amount of data that slips through Guam on a minute by minute basis,
and it's increasing. And that's, I would say that when I my experiences in telecom in the continental United States, but I would say that if you're thinking about the United States in its entirety, I would say that Guam is probably the most intriguing point of presence in telecom right now in the United States. So it's not just the increasing amount of traffic that traverses the Pacific. But when you take into account all of the geopolitical stuff that everyone hears about, with regards to China and the South China Sea and, skirmishes, around the Philippine Islands.
Right.
Guam is and is going to continue to be really the epicenter of telecommunications.
And that's with fiber optics. Are they self-healing to any degree? So if if a bad actor, North Korea or China, went after a chunk of cable somewhere between, say, here and the Philippines, would there be technology to allow it to either self-heal or reroute the data around the breaks?
So the fiber doesn't self-heal. So if there's a fiber break, it breaks, and you have to go down and extract the fiber and bring it back up, which is one of the reasons why all of these cables are being relayed to stay away from the South China Sea, to purposely avoid the South China Sea, so there aren't any accidental, fishing boats that drag anchors over the cable.
Sure.
But from a resiliency standpoint, while the fiber isn't self-healing, the operators on the fiber, so in other words, the people that put electronics in the data centers, specifically ours, what they'll do is they'll connect to multiple fibers. So if they have one leg that's coming in from Singapore or Australia and that breaks, their electronics will automatically reroute over, another cable that's diverse. So from an uptime standpoint, there's protections, but the cable itself, which is one of the reasons why everyone's relaying all these cables, no, if it breaks, somebody's got to go out there and fix it, and it's not quick because you have to bring a ship out there, bring it all up, and
splice it and then throw it back down. Frankly, it sounds like it'd be cheaper to just rerun the wire.
Yeah, wouldn't you think? Wouldn't you think that? And we had the same issue because IT&E is, we have our own subsea network
between here and the NMI.
Yeah, and Tinian and Rhoda. So we've had our own instances where we've had to deploy ships, and it's not a fun experience.
Nothing pleasant about
and
that.
Not surprisingly, not inexpensive.
Of course, but we got there's still there's the whole world of communications in the area, and every once in a while I get caught up with some of my buddies that work in the military, and you think about the communications requirements that they have, and funny to hear about how old some of the equipment that they have is, and how basic the technology that they're using is right now. And frankly, I was mentioning to one guy, we were talking about, what do you do if that breaks? He says, well, I don't know. Do you know how to fix it? No, they don't teach us how to fix it. They teach us how to go and get another one from over there and put it in its place. Are you allowed to touch it? No. We got to bring a guy in that does all of that stuff. So the world of IT&E changing, and a lot of people might think in terms largely of B2C business, that is a business to consumers with cell phones and home internet plans and things like that. What's the latest and greatest for that? Where are you guys going with opportunities to create touch points for your internet consumers, your phone consumers?
We do have a large and growing base on the enterprise side. Happy to talk about that. But specific to consumers, which this is pretty timely. We've got two things that are going on. The first thing is we've launched and are expanding what they call Beam Plus. So that's our fixed wireless product. Yeah. But Beam Plus gives you fiber speeds without having to have someone dig up your yard and put fiber into your building or into your home. So we have Beam Plus, which is launched, readily available in our area up here in the north, but we're also, by the end of the year, in the next 3 months, we're going to have that widely available throughout the island. So that's fiber-like speeds on our fixed wireless backbone. And then the
is that point to point? Is that an antenna pointing from one place to where the receiver is?
That is correct. Yeah. But instead of
how are you getting past Mount Eludum?
Huh?
How are you getting past Mount Eludum?
Well, we go around, we kind of got. It's kind of a spider web. Let's just call it a spider web. But no, so yeah, that's exactly what it is. Our technology that we use. Actually, when you think about fixed wireless, you think about a signal that goes from a tower down to the house in this case. So our technology is different. We send thousands of signals to the house, and those signals bounce off of hard objects. And the antenna that's on the house, rather than it being just sort of a dumb antenna, a passive antenna, what it does is it reconciles those thousands of signals in real time and can bond them and bring them together and create fiber-like speed. So
we used to call that spread spectrum.
Yeah, that's kind of like
similar?
that. It isn't spread spectrum, but it's a similar kind of concept. That's exactly right.
Okay, cool.
And then on the mobility side, especially with our customers in CNMI, and you were talking about just the overall difficulty a lot of folks are having here. We just actually launched in the last 2 days our Family Connections plan, which is right now the most affordable plan you can get for family services on the island. So we'd love to have more people, join the IT&E family. Family Connections is a plan. It's $35 a line. Doesn't matter how many lines. You get free hotspot. You get free voice roaming, free voice international roaming off over Wi-Fi.
What?
Yeah.
Okay.
So it's really it's really us just trying to make sure we're responding to. I mean, everyone. There's a lot of economic challenge. I mean, you talk about it. I'm a long-time listener, first-time caller, I guess, interviewee. But I mean, it's pretty well known that people are struggling, and so this is our response to that.
Well, it's a struggle, but like food and medicine, we cannot, as we found out after Mawar, we cannot live without connectivity. People freaked out. I know I was freaking out because there were times. Okay, well, I'm here at the office. I've got internet, and as soon as I leave, all of a sudden I'm going from 5G LTE to 3G, and that's not even good for picking up emails or anything like that. So people have got those challenges. We need to get a hold of the data. Look, I need to doom scroll. I need my Facebook. I need my Instagram. I need my Twitter, my X. All of those things are integral to what I do on the air. So it's important that I've got that connectivity. We got moms with new babies. They need to find out how everything is going. We need to find out where the kids are, where everything's up to. So connectivity was unbelievably important, and it continues to be. So I'm glad that we've got programs like that. I do want to ask you a technical question, and I don't know to what degree you're gonna.
I may have to get my phone, and I'm ready to text Jim Smith.
Okay, so the question is, and we're going to take a news break here. We've got a deal working with our friends over at KUAM, and Joan's going to give us 3 things that we need to know about the news today from KUAM in just a second. But here's a question you can ponder if you want to. But we run a show on Sundays and Mondays, and the guy that does the show was talking about yesterday how the radio in the Samsung cell phone that picks up the cell signals, he says it was stronger than the radio in the iPhone that picks up those cell phone signals. Do you know anything about that? Do you guys bench that kind of thing to figure out, just how small a signal can be before it's undetectable to the phone?
I have not been part of those conversations, and candidly, I'm sure that our team has them, and they don't invite me into them because I'm the guy that would ask all the stupid questions. But I will say this, though.
Well, I mean, this is part of the B2C conversation because you guys deal in phones as well.
We absolutely do, and I'll tell you, phones are like a religion. I mean, there's just people who are Samsung folks on the island and Apple, and you're not going to dissuade them one way or the other.
Strippers and drug dealers, yeah.
But we do have the new Samsung coming out, which I'm an iPhone person
for now.
I don't know that flip thing with the whatever.
Seen it. Oh my God,
it's out. We have it. We have it. I don't know what it's called because I don't use it, but we have it.
It's one of those things. Then we can ask the ultimate B2C question is how old should kids be before they're allowed to have internet capable smart technology like the kind that we do now. Tell you what, gonna take a break. We'll talk in the next couple of minutes after the break about B2B work, and if we haven't gotten enough of that with just the data centers, I know because I'm a big B2B customer with IT, and again, disclosure, that we're each other's clients, and so I'm kind of curious to see some of the things that you're building packages for now for business users.
Yep.
All right, we'll do that on the other side of this. 9:33 in the morning, and let's jump in. It's the first time that we've done something like this with KUAM on this station. We've kind of been experimenting with it with the other stations, but just because I think it's novel and it's fun, and I like the work that they do over at KUAM. Joan Charfus with what we're going to call it, the 3 things that you need to know in the news today.
Buenas and Hoffaday Guam, I'm Jonigan Charfers. Here's a look at 3 things you need to know for Tuesday, July 30th. One of the drivers involved in a serious car accident in Harmon just over a week ago has died. The Guam Police Department confirming the death on Monday. Officers responded to the 2-car collision along Route 16 by today's Realty on July 20th at around 11 p.m. At the time, both drivers were sent to the hospital with serious injuries. No word yet on the other driver's condition. This marks the 7th life lost on our roads this year. GPD reminds the community to slow your speed and wear your seatbelts. Up next, an investigation is underway after the Chamorro Land Trust Commission discovered 4 allegedly unauthorized undersea cables traversing through their submerged lands in PD. The CLTC is accusing tech giants Google and Tata Communications for the landings, which they say aren't being paid for. Atsuki Hirayama has a story, and you can watch it right now on our KUAM YouTube channel. And finally, an urgent call to convene as more than a handful of public schools may not be able to open has led to lawmakers heading into emergency session this morning at 10 a.m. With the new school year nearly here, Senator Dwayne St. Nicholas calling to discuss Bill 317, which would allow 19 public schools awaiting sanitary inspections to operate in the new school year. Department of Public Health and Social Services is ready to inspect, but notes the approaching sunset of Public Law 37-32, which allowed GDOE schools to open while awaiting inspection last year. For these stories and more, visit KUAM.com. Also, follow, like, and subscribe KUAM News on Facebook, Instagram, X, and YouTube. You can also watch our exclusive local channel now on Peacock by visiting peacocktv.com/local and start watching your favorite shows, movies, news, and KUAM News today. For KUAM News, I'm Jonigan Charfus.
The priorities of the leadership of the Guam Congress Building in Adelup are far from yours and mine. I'm a family man. The cost to take care of them is rising. As a small business owner, the economic climate is more challenging than ever. As a resident of Talafofo, our homes, relationships, and values in southern Guam are under threat. Vote for change this election year. A vote for me is the first step. Iba Guam.
Paid for by Iloyu Sean Matata for Senator, William N. Regis Treasurer.
This summer, don't miss out on a hot opportunity. Save big when you upgrade to Docomo Pacific's Business Unlimited Max. Say goodbye to hefty fees and enjoy free roaming in the U.S., Japan, South Korea, and the Philippines. But that's not all. From now until August 31st, save up to $20 a month on payments. A whopping $600 in overall savings. Plus, receive $150 towards mobile accessories. Some conditions apply. Call 688-2677 to upgrade and maximize your benefits this summer.
Looking for a way to unwind after a long day? The Hilton Tree Bar has Budweiser Happy Hour every day from 5 p.m. to 7 p.m. Enjoy 50% off on all Bud family beers, wines by the glass, and single mixed drinks. Half off on your favorites like Budweiser, Michelob Ultra, Grey Goose, and so much more. The Budweiser Happy Hour at the Hilton Tree Bar, the perfect place to relax and enjoy the best view of Tumon Bay. And don't forget, every Thursday is Latin Night with DJ Kent. Feel the rhythm and dance the night away with the hottest Latin beats and the coldest Bud family beers. See you at the Hilton Guam Resort and Spa.
Shelley Calvo, successful entrepreneur, philanthropist, proud mother and grandmother. Shelley's broad experience spans from Silicon Valley management to chairing Guam's homeless coalition. As our senator, Shelley will create career opportunities for our next generation, pull people out of poverty, and will vigorously protect Guam's children from predators. Shelley is equal parts passion and compassion. If bringing values and unity to the legislature is important to you, please vote Shelley Calvo for senator.
I'm Shelley Calvo, and I approve this message.
It's 9:37. A couple of tech junkies in the studio now, just badgering each other about technical issues and things like that. And the question I asked is, who's got a better radio that picks up the cell signal in the phones? Is it iPhones or Samsungs? And you got from one of your tech wizards.
Well, I got from our technology officer for mobility. He said Samsung is better, but. Full disclosure, he's a Samsung user.
Right.
No,
I know the guy.
And I see your engineer doing one of these things.
I'm trying to remember which one is he? Is he the stripper or the drug dealer?
Drug dealer.
The druggie.
Sorry.
But it's important stuff to know. So you want to make sure that you've got maximum signal trying to hit these phones at all time, and in a place that is has got as many issues with the topography. Sometimes that's a challenge, which is why I asked you the question about getting your beams down south. Is how's that working? Because we've got a major promontory in the center of the island, and that is Mount Eludum, and just as the crow flies, a few miles south of that is Mount Humuzungmunglo, the top of Lam Lam, and so it's tough to get around all of that.
It is, and one of the things.
But you got fiber.
We have fiber, so that's first and foremost. But the other bit of it is that anytime you deploy 5G, in our 5G network, like everybody else's 5G network, it's more bandwidth, but 5G doesn't shoot as far as LTE.
More towers.
So when you deploy 5G, yes, you need the bandwidth, and we're very fortunate that we have that underground fiber network, but we're also constantly having to reinvest in more towers and more radios because, like I said, while the 5G spectrum is better from a connectivity standpoint, it doesn't shoot as far, so you have to have more towers to be able to densify the network.
And so this is for those of you tinfoil conspiracy people. This is not an attempt to scramble your brain or all of that stuff. It really is a requirement. Different frequencies are required for the 5G as well. Tell me, what are your thoughts about 5G? I mean, notwithstanding the conspiracy theory stuff out there, but are we using 5G? Have we gotten to a point where all of the great promises of 5G when they were first rolling them out nationwide, have we gotten to a point where all of that is starting to take place? I always thought that, so I've got a 5G phone, but it's not just a 5G phone, but boxes like your Beam, et cetera, that are kind of 5G, and then that becomes the network inside your house now.
Yes, so we're getting there. I mean, I think there was a lot of hype. There's just a little bit of hype around 5G. I think the deployment of 5G was accelerated because of COVID and the increased demand from residential users.
Oh yeah, because all of a sudden everybody's Zoom. We're pushing data out more than we're bringing data in.
100%. So that's exactly right. And so. Yeah, we're seeing the benefits of 5G, but there's a lot more to go. There's more integration that can happen. We really haven't fully leveraged, sort of another one of these buzzwords, IoT.
Internet of Things.
Yeah, Internet of Things. I mean, I don't think that's been fully leveraged, but, at the end of the day, especially...
I don't know. I have a thing at my house where I can see my cat eating.
So cool.
My Ring, the doorbell is Internet of Things.
Yeah. I got to get one of those. I just got a cat yesterday. I just adopted it from the good folks at Gain.
Nice.
Yeah.
Well, you're
kind of a
that's
pain.
it. You're resident now.
I am a resident now.
You'll never be able to leave
I'm all
one.
in. He won't stop meowing, but man, they didn't put that on the disclaimer.
There's new technology all the time. Somebody that's listening right now that also has an Internet of Things so that they can keep track of their animals in the house or out of the house. Go ahead and type it up on the Facebook Live and let me know what you've got. You got a fan with listener Chris, and he says you got the Beck boxes like cell phones, big SIM cards inside. Not all require any kind of outside antenna.
That's
so,
correct.
Leave it near a door, near a window, something like that. Yeah. I think the way that the technology is moving these days is kind of fascinating with all the different options that one of these days we're going to have. And I think we are now scratching some of the surface on that with a couple of interesting technologies that frankly I'm still not sure of how to use on a real-time and a consistent basis. Of course, I'm talking about artificial intelligence, AI.
Oh, right.
And everybody has got an AI component to them for just about everything that's coming out. And I'm sure that you, especially you know, at the headwaters of telecom around here, are inundated with, oh, you got to download, you got to get this for your customers, you got to get that for your customers. Integrated AI, what's it do? We don't know.
But you have to have it. You have to have it.
Like Blu-ray, DVD, you have to have this, otherwise you're incomplete.
Well, you know, it sounds old-fashioned. We from servicing our customers,
like regular
standpoint,
intelligence.
At IT&E, we kind of rely on regular intelligence is really the standard operating procedure. But you know, in our industry, listen, there is room for AI. I mean, to the extent that you have sophisticated monitoring systems and the ability to have software that, above and beyond normal human comprehension, can track and provide, you know, predictive information with regards to either our customers' behavior or network behavior or you know, not as easy to identify trends that, you know, somebody who's just monitoring the network would be able to pick up on. I mean, that is a real value.
Weren't we supposed to be able to do that with SNMP?
Yeah,
I've tried in my recent journeys into the world of telecom and IT. I've struggled. I've banged my head against the ceiling of SNMP so many times. There's so much promise. Every piece of equipment that I have here has got an SNMP jack in it.
How much are you using it?
Zero. Absolutely none. And maybe that will be one of the things
it's
here.
Sort of the Betamax of telecommunication.
But they made it sound like it's going to be so easy, and you'll be able to, you know, real time monitor everything that's going on with every piece of equipment and every stream of data that's moving through there. And one of these days, I'll be able to if I can figure it out. So there might be work for somebody that understands the concept of SNMP and where we might be able to go. Do I want to bring up CrowdStrike?
Sure.
To what degree was IT&E?
A buddy of mine is an executive at CrowdStrike back in New England, so I hope he's not. I hope he's not one of your listeners.
They seem to recover. I was looking at the markets, and if you go over to the Nasdaq, CrowdStrike number 4 gainer today, almost 2% worth of an increase in share value in the last 24 hours. And given the significant disaster that took place Saturday before last, that even Delta is still recovering from. That's $100 billion. Somebody said is what is going to be the net of the damages there.
It's crazy. I mean, there's two components to it, I guess. I have no inside information. All my information just comes from my own experience and you and the news. But there's two components. I mean, first of all, you have what seems to be obviously a bad software update, and that's on behalf of CrowdStrike. But
45 kilobytes, I'm told, of bad code.
Well, that's exactly it. But one thing that's really interesting. I mean, CrowdStrike is the gold standard in cybersecurity. There's no doubt about it. But the reality is unlike a lot of industries, these guys, they don't have the luxury when you're updating for cybersecurity purposes. They don't get to put things in a lab for 9 months to test it out, right? They have to do real time updates, especially as they identify threats or whatever it is that they feel like they need to mitigate. Yeah. And certainly that was troublesome. And I think what's probably the cardinal sin in this whole situation is that Microsoft decide to just push it out, which is really unusual for a top tech company to take an update and unilaterally push it out to every corporate device on their network.
It was amazing.
And even we don't do that. Cybersecurity aside, when we do updates to the mobility network or the software that runs our fiber network, I mean, we have a procedure where we isolate it, we put it on a box, we sandbox it, and then we move it sometimes fast, but sometimes slower, or more methodically into production. So, it just sounds like a really, really bad set of circumstances where if their code was a little tighter and Microsoft was a little bit more conservative in rolling it out, a lot of this, if not all of it, would have been mitigated.
So there's a part of me that is freaked out about the nature of that disaster, once in a lifetime, once in a generation cyber disaster like that for CrowdStrike, and then there's the other side where we've got to remain vigilant on what happens with our computers. I mean, we went through Volt Typhoon and the very novel way that Volt Typhoon and those programmers were doing that living off the land technology, where it didn't necessarily need to reside in a hard drive on a computer. They were able to park in the memory stacks of these IoT devices, you know, print servers or that kind of thing. You know, they got a little modem if somebody's got a little router at the house, and they eked out just enough space to be able to sit there and wait for the next command. And I thought, well, this is pretty novel stuff now. And they say that we have eliminated the threat of Volt Typhoon, but I would tend to disagree that you might have mitigated that one. But you know, in terms of cybersecurity, there will always be a threat looming. And given the nature of our disagreements these days with the Chinese and with the North Koreans,
that's 100% true.
Yeah, we've got to brace.
And you know, I think as far as even what we do B2B, I mean, cybersecurity is obviously one of the most popular topics. It's one of the reasons why people do replicate in the cloud, right? That's just that's sort of the penultimate. That's the penultimate protection on cybersecurity. Is, you know, you
so
protect your network.
Pay a Bitcoin ransom to bring it back.
You protect your network, but you replicate so that if you are compromised, you have another network to fall back on. But you know, what's interesting about it is, you know, the days of ransom. I mean, nobody wants ransomware. Nobody wants their information stolen. But really, the real threat, what's scary, like a Volt Typhoon, isn't so much that someone's going to hack into your network and do something bad. The real concern, especially with bad actors around the world, is that they've already hacked into your network and they're just laying in wait, right? So that's the stuff that really keeps even me up at night, is that, you know, someone breaks in and they take information. That's a terrible thing. Yeah. But the real fear is that they're already there and they're waiting for a date to be determined to do something either more coordinated or, you know, more malicious. So
lock all of the doors in the Teslas right away.
Right, the fireplace may go out in the Tesla.
But there are other concerns along the same lines. I mean, Microsoft is very, very sure that Volt Typhoon, any of the cyber issues that we had here, including one that affected a telecom company, was Volt Typhoon. And I don't know if they've ever gotten out from under the disaster that they had with the data systems over at Guam Memorial Hospital.
It takes a long time to recover, right? It does take a long time to recover. And these are the instances, again, you do the best that I believe that, you know, certainly in I think everybody does the best that they can, but...
do you sell that? Is that something that I could make a phone call with somebody over?
Yeah, cybersecurity services we sell. We do network analysis for people, professional services. Again, disaster recovery we do. We do all of that. And you know, one thing, not to make it a sales pitch, but one of the things that we do, especially for larger...
Okay.
Make it a sales pitch.
Okay, yeah.
I'm going to make it a sales pitch. No, one of the things that we do for our customers too is we run a 24/7 network operations center. So you know, we can certainly address, you know, your cloud, your data, your disaster recovery and cybersecurity services. But we can have human eyes watching it in a network operations center 24/7.
I've been the recipient of that. Every once in a while, something will go sideways in my system. Usually on my side. So you know, my verification is then I reach out to Jim. Jim calls somebody in the NOC. NOC says we haven't seen anything. It's on Ray's side, and then I'll find a jack that's not pushed in all the way or something ridiculous like that.
That's usually the case.
Yes,
but you're not alone in that.
No.
But we watch.
They jiggle, okay? They jiggle.
Jiggle it.
Yeah, and sometimes, you know, the little holes that you plug stuff into, you get a power spike, and that little part, just that one, will go dead, and then you got to find another hole to plug it into. We're always in the process of some kind of construction around here at the radio station. I'm glad that we had the opportunity to meet. I don't know if we brought up everything that you wanted to talk about or you thought we'd talk about here.
Well, no, I don't think. I think I gave you sort of the updates on what we're doing. Again, we've got our Family Connections plan for new customers, which is really exciting. Beam Plus for folks who are really looking for that fiber-like speeds. You know, one of the things that we have opening in October, it's really not a plug, but just as an FYI, we're opening a new store on Marine Corps Drive. Cool. So down by the ITC building. So that will be open by October 1st. I hope my operations people can hear me when I say it will be open. It will be open by October 1st.
What are you going to sell?
It's actually going to be our flagship store. So we're going to have live gaming demonstrations. We'll be doing Beam. We'll have business services. Obviously, we'll have all of the accoutrements that go along with a traditional mobility store.
I just want a charger. Do I have chargers?
No, we don't sell chargers. We'll give you a charger.
But there's gaming. You're talking about gaming. So Guam is an incredible spot. There was a guy in Australia that wanted to put a hub for gaming around here to eliminate the latency between Asia and the United States of America. So there's a whole lot of gaming traffic that goes through Guam.
We are. In fact, when we talked about the data centers earlier, without naming names, we have a number of gaming companies that are interested in doing just that. In fact, I was told, I think one of the top gamers in the world, 35 or 37th in the world, is a Guam resident.
Might be a kid from Guam. Yeah.
Yeah, it was a kid from Guam, which is new. So
I'm trying to figure out how to ask this question, understanding the confidentiality issues that you've got here. Are there instances on in your system for things like, I don't know, Google and Ask Jeeves, Yahoo, I'm sorry, I'm old school. Is my MySpace page out somewhere in there? Do you have instances of some of these large information centers? Because I know that's done. I know that like your Netflix, your Hulu, and things like that.
Yeah,
YouTube.
you can. Yeah, that's absolutely the case. They're called CDN, so they're content delivery folks.
Okay.
So one of the biggest ones in the world is called Akamai. So, what will happen is Akamai will come into a data center like ours, or really any provider's data center. And what they'll do is, like, for example, the Olympics, that's in really hot demand. So what they'll do is, I think it's running on Peacock or whatever. Peacock will push a feed to that box so that people who are in Guam will have a really good experience.
Right.
So
no buffering.
No buffering.
Very little latency.
Netflix probably using AI, can figure out, what there's going to be for demand, and then they'll push that content to a local device in a data center. And yes, that's how we absolutely have instances of that in our network. Yeah.
I think that was the coolest thing in the world. And anybody that was around in the late 90s, early 2000s and remembers, somebody would put up a stream that you would try to watch of a video out somewhere, and it was buffering, and that was because it had to go from here to the States and back fetch the data and go get some new stuff as soon as it expired. And what they decided to do, and I thought it was absolutely brilliant, was how about if we just take all the Netflix data and stick it in Guam?
No, that's exactly right. Back in the days when your Windows computer needed to do an update every 2 weeks. You sit here with a population.
Wait, back in the day, you mean yesterday? The day before?
So you have 100,000 PCs on the island that are going for an update on the same day, trying to pull it out of a data center in the U.S. Yep. So companies like Akamai, they just take the update, they drop it, they make it local. But they got into the business back when we were doing the one that was always a killer was when they were doing live feeds from the satellites, when NASA was doing that back in the early 2000s. And that's when companies like Akamai really hit their stride, because NASA would just push the feed to a local device.
Didn't they invent zip files?
Akamai?
Who invented the zip file?
I don't know. Mr. Zip. Mr. Zip invented the zip code, I think.
Smith, Jim Smith is writing in right now. I invented zip. I invented the zip. So back in the olden days, you might still need it every once in a while, where you got a big, huge file, and you don't want to download each individual bit and piece of it. So they figured out ways to compress it with zip files. Arguably the same technology that led us to MP3s. But I don't know why anybody needs MP3s anymore, considering the incredible bandwidth that we have here that will give you all of the data pretty much as you need it. 9:56 and change. Dave Gibson from IT&E, hell of a conversation with you, a rollicking time. I said, do me a favor, just try to match my energy. And now I'm trying to keep up with Mr. Nor'easter here to match up with his energy. If you've got questions about any of the stuff that we talked about, you might want to call IT&E. And recently they had a program called Ask Blue. Honestly, the best ideas and the best hardware and software come from customers that that can identify a need, and even though there might not be a box or package or plan that will address that need, guys like the tech geniuses over at IT, they'll just make it for you.
Yeah, they can figure it out.
They can figure it out.
Bigger brains.
Recently, I was trying to figure out, okay, I got one telephone number, but I want to make it so that it will answer like an ARU, like an answering machine, and I didn't know how to do this, but they did. 9:57 and change. Last break of the program. I think this is going to take us to the top of the hour. All right. KUSG again, 93.3. This is The Point. You have a fantastic Tuesday, and we'll get caught up tomorrow.
From now until July 31st, Lotte Hotel is offering a 20% local discount on dinner every Tuesday and Thursday through Sunday. That's 20% off a buffet that includes steak, lobster, snow crab, free-flowing Bud Draft on tap, and a performance by the Nativo Dance Group. A special magic show is scheduled for June 21st and 28th. Book your dinner buffet at the Lotte Hotel at 646-6811. Bud Light reminds you to enjoy responsibly.
Half a day. Kim Anderson from Security Title here to share some behind-the-scenes functions of a title company. First, we search the chain of title to property, and when a critical link is missing, we work with the owners to correct their ownership. When it comes to a sale, we work closely with realtors and lenders to ensure a smooth closing. Finally, we back up our work with a title insurance policy that guarantees the buyer they actually own the property. Security Title has the management of real estate closings down to a science. Give us a call. We are here to help.
Looking for a way to unwind after a long day? The Hilton Tree Bar has Budweiser Happy Hour every day from 5 p.m. to 7 p.m. Enjoy 50% off on all Bud family beers, wines by the glass, and single mixed drinks. Half off on your favorites like Budweiser, Michelob Ultra, Grey Goose, and so much more. The Budweiser Happy Hour at the Hilton Tree Bar, the perfect place to relax and enjoy the best view of Tumon Bay. And don't forget, every Thursday is Latin Night with DJ Kent. Feel the rhythm and dance the night away with the hottest Latin beats and the coldest Bud family beers. See you at the Hilton Guam Resort and Spa.
Choose the right pediatrician for your child. Your child may need to be seen by a doctor throughout the year. An FHP pediatrician can help ensure your child is safe and healthy. Now accepting new patients. For appointments, call 671-646-5825, option 1. Most insurance plans accepted, including Take Care and GovGuam self-funded. Self-pay patients welcome. Open Monday through Saturday, 8 a.m. to 5 p.m. FHP Pediatrics, our island, your clinic.
Christopher Bell and Bubba Wallace rounded out the top 5. The next NASCAR Cup Series race will be at Richmond Raceway on August 11th. NASCAR is taking off for 2 weeks while the 2024 Summer Olympics in Paris are going on. In other racing news, 16-time NHRA Funny Car champion John Force was released from a hospital in Arizona to outpatient status in California as he recovers from a traumatic brain injury caused by a crash into a concrete wall in Virginia last month. For Fox in the Fast Lane, I'm Joe Morgan, Fox News.
The Point is KUSG, Hagåtña, Guam, 93.3 FM and 104.3 HD3.
It's time for an overhaul. I'm Lisa Lacera, Fox News. President Biden calling for changes to the Supreme Court, including a code of conduct.
The court is not self-policing. The court is not dealing with the obvious conflicts of interest. We need a mandatory code of ethics for the Supreme Court, and we need it now.
The proposal coming after it was revealed that Justice Clarence Thomas accepted gifts from Republican donors. The president also wants an 18-year term limit for justices with presidential appointments every 2 years. He also wants a constitutional amendment that would ensure former presidents will not have immunity for criminal acts committed while in office. Former President Trump says the plan to reform the Supreme Court will not happen if he's elected.
It's going nowhere. They need 75%, and it's going nowhere. He can't get it. He knows that, too.
Trump on Fox's The Ingram Angle on the attempt on his life. The former president said he will be interviewed by the FBI on Thursday. And the FBI says Thomas Matthew Crooks, the would-be assassin, had a detailed plan.
The FBI says that Crooks, who they describe as a loner, is very intelligent. They also say over the past year or so, he used aliases to purchase firearm supplies and materials to build explosive devices. We're also learning Crooks registered for the rally 3 days after it was announced and then searched how far Oswald was from JFK that same day. They also say he surveilled the site and practiced at a gun range using the same AR-15 style rifle. But on the day of the shooting, Crooks first visited Butler, bought ammo, and then went back home. He then returned to the rally site and flew his drone. A short time later, local police identified him as a suspicious person.
Fox's Jeff Paul in Butler, Pennsylvania. The FBI says it's still investigating a motive. The man arrested on suspicion of starting the largest wildfire in California this year has been charged with arson. America is listening to Fox News.
I'm Emily Campagno, host of the Fox True Crime Podcast. In January of 1986, in California's Mojave Desert, a husband and wife disappeared. Doug Berman, the heir to the Kahlua liquor fortune, and his wife Louise vanished from their campsite, and 3 years later, fate would bring their remains to the surface of the earth. This week, I'm joined by investigative journalist and author Doug Carey as we dive into the fascinating story of the Berman murders. Available now on Apple, Spotify, and FoxNewsPodcast.com.
It's time to take the quiz.
5 questions, 5 minutes a day, 5 days a week.
History, pop culture, science, sports, civics. How much do you know? Let's find out.
Who was the first person to walk on the moon?
Jackson or something?
Neil Armstrong.
Take the quiz every weekday at thequiz.fox and then listen to the quiz podcast to find out how you did.
Play, share, and of course, listen to the quiz right now at thequiz.fox.
2 children are dead and 11 injured in a stabbing attack at a dance class in northwest England.
Police say the children who died and the others, including adults that were injured trying to protect them, were attacked by a 17-year-old boy who went into the community center in Southport armed with a knife. Merseyside Police Chief Constable Serena Kennedy said a motive is unclear, but this has hit her and the community hard.
As a mum and a nana, I can't begin to imagine the pain and suffering families of the victims are going through at this moment in time.
So far, the attack is not being handled as an act of terrorism. Gernal Scott, Fox News.
Protesters taking to the streets in Caracas' poorest neighborhood as Venezuelan President Nicolas Maduro has been formally declared the winner of his country's disputed presidential election. The National Electoral Council, which is loyal to Maduro's ruling party, handed him a third 6-year term. Tropical activity picking up again off the coast of Florida.
A low-pressure system spanning from Puerto Rico to the Bahamas to Cuba to northern Florida now has a 50% chance of growing into a tropical cyclone over the next 5 days. There are no watches or warnings posted as of yet, though regular preparation wouldn't be a bad idea. There are also no forecasts yet as to where the storm will go or what land masses it would impact. The next storm name on the Atlantic list is Debbie. The last tropical storm, Debbie, in 2018 formed on August 4th of that year, but stayed out to sea. Eben Brown, Fox News.
Hundreds of drivers in Tuskegee, Alabama, who paid fines issued by the city's speeding camera program will get their money back. Some drivers sued the city, claiming they were incorrectly identified and charged $25 to appeal their ticket, though the city's mayor claims the decision to refund the tickets was unrelated to the lawsuit. I'm Lisa Lacera. This is Fox News.
In 2021, I wrote the law establishing Guam's Opioid Prevention and Treatment Act to prepare and protect our island from the fentanyl crisis that's already devastating other communities. Illegal drugs and related crime are a serious threat to all of Guam. In Congress, I'll fight for more federal resources to protect our island from drugs and crime. I'm Amanda Shelton, and I humbly ask for your vote this election.
Paid for by Shelton for Congress, Johnny Cool Torres, Treasurer.
Substance use disorder and addiction is so isolating. And so, as a Black woman in recovery, hope must be loud. It grows louder when you ask for help and you're vulnerable. It is the thread that lets you know that no matter what happens, you will be okay.
When we learn the power of hope, recovery is possible. Find out how at startwithhope.com. Brought to you by the National Council for Mental Wellbeing, Shatterproof, and the Ad Council.
From high atop Fox News headquarters in New York City, always seeking solutions, never sowing division. it's Brian Kilmeade.
Hi, everyone. Welcome to the latest moments of the Brian Kilmeade Show. I hope you had a fantastic weekend. I hope you enjoyed the weather or whatever you were doing, playing sports, working, whatever has to happen. But I'm sure you were talking about politics because we've never seen anything quite like what we're going through now. And I'm so happy we get a chance to talk about it with the people that make the most sense and have the most insight. Sandra Smith's going to be joining us before she, fresh off filling in for Ainsley and Fox and Friends and getting set for her show, America Reports. Bottom of the hour, Congressman Ronnie Jackson, who's also an admiral and also a doctor, has been treating the former president of the United States. Meanwhile, special thanks to KSRO 1350 AM in Santa Rosa, California. You are now, instead of waiting to delay us, you are now putting us on live. We appreciate it. That's 6 to 9 Pacific time. So before we get to Sandra and start talking about the other news, let's get to the big three.
Now, with the stories you need to know, it's Brian's Big Three.
Number 3.
We were supposed to get a face-to-face briefing with the Secret Service snipers whenever they arrived, and that never happened. I think that was probably a pivotal point where I started thinking things were wrong because that never happened, and we had no communication with the Secret Service.
You believe that? That's the SWAT team. Assassination investigation picks up momentum as it becomes clear cops, SWAT, and Secret Service were not talking. We're not communicating. So many chances to stop this gunman, and they were all missed. More to come.
Number 2.
We don't want escalation, for sure. I think it's important to note that Hezbollah, Hamas, Houthi rebels were all proxies of Iran. They don't operate without Iran's consent.
That is totally true, and Michael McCall knows it. He's of Texas, and he's chairman of Homeland, of Foreign Affairs, I should say. Middle East madness. Hezbollah kills a dozen kids while they played soccer. A red line cross. IDF scrambles to retaliate. Can Israel fight and win a two-front war? We might have to find out.
Number 1.
Some of what he and his running mate are saying, well, it's just plain weird.
These guys are just weird. That's who they are.
Donald Trump and his weirdo running mate and the Republican apparatus behind them will regroup.
That's what they were told in their talking points. Use the term weird. 99 days in counting to August 7th, where Harris says she will pick a running mate and complete the matchup with Trump fans, as Harris tries a new word called weird while pushing back on the massive effort to rewrite Kamala's past and present. That's what the Trump team's doing. We'll discuss. Sandra, welcome.
Right.
To another medium. Another medium. Right.
I haven't seen you in a while. I missed you.
I know.
I am so amazed, by the way. Every time I come up here, I'm like, you just go from